Shalom, shalom. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Hopefully all is well with you all. Let me do this real quick. I don't know what's going on with this setup, but we got it going. We got it all under control. Hallelujah. Man, I hope you all are doing very well out there. I know it's a great turn. It's honestly a very interesting turn of events that's been taking place in 2025. Bless y'all. And I kind of been keeping up with a lot of it, doing my homework and research or whatnot. So 2025 is going to be a very interesting year, y'all, on multiple fronts. You thought 2023 and 2024 was interesting. You thought 2022 was interesting. You thought 2025, I believe, is going to be very interesting. We're going to get into why here in a minute. Listen, we got some really important information to cover. But first, we need to start with a few other things when it comes to deception. You understand what I'm saying? We can continue to expose more deception and things that are coming about. We're going to go ahead and get some shout outs and we're going to expose this information. But you already know when. Right after we hit this intro.
Is the sheep preaching hate? He says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore. If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf the violent one? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. You know, somebody's knocking you over the head, stop him. Do whatever you have to do to stop him. You know, the ones that were knocking him over the head were afraid of the fact that he might swing back. So they said, no, he's teaching hate, he's violent.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into this thing. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Listen, we got so much things we got to cover, man. It's going to be a fantastic show. I'm trying to tell you now, you guys are going to really enjoy this. Not only that, we got a live stream that's coming up pretty soon. We're going to probably join in on just to watch things like that, alternative events. Let's go ahead and start with the shout outs real quick, y'all. Bless y'all. Appreciate you guys joining me here today. Listen, bless you. The Honorable Pastor Rufus, welcome in the building. Bless you. Good to see you in this thing. My mother, Mama Shay, Sister Shay, welcome in. Good to see you. Shalom, Mama Clay. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you. Make sure that I'm not on mute. Let's say, okay. Bless you, Robert Bradford. Welcome in. Bless you. Shalom, my brother. Shalom, brother Odell. Welcome in this thing. Good to see you in here. All right, y'all. We got a few topics here, just a couple, just two, that we're going to go ahead and talk about that I believe is going to be very important for us to know moving forward, because honestly, ain't nobody else going to bring this to you. Ain't nobody else going to keep you abreast. You get what I'm saying? We got to keep updated on a lot of this ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? And stay informed. But first, we all know that in the past week, there's been a slew of different videos that's been dropped over there by you know who. You already know that these videos that's been put out, that's been dropped, are interesting. You understand what I mean? Because when I did my last live stream, I went into it with high hopes, expectations. I already knew what the outcome would be. After reviewing the information that was brought about the 501c3, I understood that, of course, even though it may be a private entity that's not necessarily fully public, that regardless on what you do, if you're accepting benefits and privileges from the state, that makes you a public entity. You're no longer private once you start to accept those benefits and privileges. And if you were to accept a 501c3, then that makes you a public entity, regardless on how you want to describe it or not. You're still public. It doesn't matter. They can still take that 501c3 status away from you. They can be able to remove it from you if you were to not reach or hit certain criteria. You understand what I'm saying? And you all know, message sent, welcome in. Good to see you in here. We all know that we have to keep our eyes peeled and our ears open, because when we hear certain rhetoric that's being pushed off to the people, right, and trying to train their minds to believe something that is false, a false narrative, no matter what, you got to know that these individuals who are manipulating the scriptures, who are trying to use it for their own agenda, they're using it to deceive you. It's for deceptive purposes. They all are frauds. They're fraudulent in nature. They all frauds. This is how they carry themselves. It's very deceptive in nature. So we all got to understand and know that, right? So without further ado, we're gonna get into this thing. You know, we're gonna have to start with a certain infamous individual that we all know and see what's going on. But it's all about exposure, right? So we got to expose the truth of what's really happening. Otherwise, the people who are still laying dormant, who are still sleeping, have not been woken up yet, cannot see what the truth really is, unless they hear it and see it with their own ears. And it comes from the horse's mouth. You guys know exactly who I'm talking about. Dowell. So, of course, we had some more turn of events that took place that we really need to address. First, we're going to start with a few things when it comes to the accusations of adultery. You understand what I'm saying? The accusations of adultery. Now, when I was done with my last live stream, I got a witness in the spirit and told me to just sit back and chill. Just wait. Just listen in. There's going to be videos that's going to be dropped and released that you're going to have to address. You're going to have to listen to, that you guys going to have to be patient for. And so that's what I proceeded to do, was to sit back and just kind of listen to what was being released, listen to what he was saying and dropping as of recent, and just trying to listen with an unbiased ear. But what I can do is give him kudos for at least addressing. Okay, Pastor Dowell, Dowell, I give you a kudos. I give you big ups, whatever it may be, however you want to put it. You understand what I'm saying? For at least addressing the allegations of adultery, regardless on if I agree with your position on that or not, right? I'm going to first give you some credit. You address the allegations of adultery. Really appreciate you doing so, because those allegations are extreme allegations. Those are real allegations against you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the position that you take, I have some disagreements with. You understand what I'm saying? I have some extreme disagreements with the position that you're taking and what you're saying in regards to adultery. And I'm going to lay that out for you here today. Not only that, I got some huge concerns about what you're doing with your entity, whether it be you want to address it as a public entity or a private entity. It makes no difference to me. If it's a straitway foundation, right? You have to at least set it in line. You have to make things clear. It doesn't matter if it's public or private, or if you consider it to be public or private. We all know once you accept benefits and privilege from the state, it is a public entity. You need to address some of those things. You need to address why you've been pushing, we're 501c tax exempt, and you haven't really been. That you've actually truly been operating in this 501c3, right? Tax exempt status. And you have been having some portions of your land that is now tax exempt. You understand what I'm saying? And why not just come clean about that and be honest about it? You understand what I mean? You've changed your position on birth certificates and I believe marriage license. I believe you're changing your positions on those things. You need to address the fact that you changing your position on a 501c3, regardless on if you determine it to be public or private. Once you go and accept those benefits and privileges, it is then deemed to be a public entity. So let's go and get into this thing, man. Shalom, Z Manning, welcome in. Listen, we got some things that we're going to bring forth, some proof and evidence that came from the team over at Discord. Listen, the app, it's a Discord app. You understand what I'm saying? It's an application. I'm not fond of the name, but it's the name of the app. Been going in with receipts and with information. Trust me, the channel is locked. You understand what I'm saying? So if you want to run over to Discord and add it up, you can do so. You know what I mean? You can join us over on Discord, but the channel is actually locked. So I need to screen you first before allowing you into the main channel. I need to understand who you are first and see what's going on, because we be having some receipts that be dropping. A lot of the individuals do a lot of great things over there, music wise, inspiration wise, and also bringing forth receipts in regards to false teachers, false prophets, things like that, top talking points. So what I'll do is, real quick before we proceed, I will drop this in the chat. If somebody can drop I'll drop the link to it in the chat so you guys can actually join us if you'd like. Like I said, I'll screen you and we'll see who you are first, then we can add you in. But don't forget to like this video. Don't forget to share it, y'all. Subscribe if you ain't subscribed to the War Street Podcast just yet. Let me show you guys my screen, and we'll go ahead and get into this thing and what we're here to actually address. Let's get to it. All right, so that's the link to the Discord app if you wish to join. The team over there, Discord, man, they're going in heavy. They're going in heavy. So, yeah, let's get to it. All right, so we're going to go first, right? I would like to address this first because I believe that it was extremely important information. You understand what I'm saying? A video that he recently did about witnesses. You know what I mean? This was a recent video that he did about witnesses it was back about a month ago. It was about a month ago that he talked about what a true witness is. Okay, and I want us to listen in on what he's talking about. And this is what I'm here to address as well. I want us to listen in on what he's saying so we can then address his next video. Let's take a listen. Let's take a listen, y'all. Cool. Yeah, let's take a listen. But first, I know that I'm being heard out there. We're gonna get this ball rocking and rolling, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it started right. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. All of my righteous alpha men, drop a ram in the chat for me, please. Please drop a ram in the chat for me, please. All my righteous alpha men, right? Drop a ram in the chat. All of my elegant women who are exceptional, please drop a sheep in the chat for me, please. Please drop a sheep in the chat for me, please, and let's get this ball rocking and rolling. I just want to be sure that, you know, we're all on the same page and we're all ready to rock and roll. We're all ready to go. You understand what I'm saying? If you ain't up, you need to wake up. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're going to be going hard. Come on, all 25 long. On full alert. It's time to get in there, get exercising, get into fitness if you're not in there yet. Get into self-defense if you have not been in self-defense yet. Start getting more proficient with your firearms. You understand what I'm saying? It's time to start training. It's time to start getting on the ball. You understand what I'm saying? Up off our ass if we are on it. I see the sheep. I see the sheep. Where's my righteous alpha men? I see the rams. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let's go. I see my righteous alpha men. I see my elegant women who are exceptional. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling, y'all. Salute to the real. Salute.
Carry on.
Let's get it.
What is the reason why the Messiah said if you have an ought with your brother, you go to him and him alone? What is the reason why? Because if everybody did that, you would have an opportunity to gain your brother. If you are in a relationship, you probably would strengthen the brother. Trust will be built. Confidence will be built. Loyalty would be had. But if you have an ought with your brother and you go and massage the ears of 3 or 4, 5 different people, or maybe even if you did just one person, rather than what the book says. See, when the book says you take with you 2 or more witnesses, it didn't tell you, it never gave us the instruction, when you get these 2 or more witnesses and you go into your brother, it didn't tell you to massage them with your perspective. It didn't tell you to give them your point of view. It didn't tell you you minister to them and preach to them so that they can already be compromised based on your offense or your perspective or the point of view or the way that you are seeing things. See, and that's the problem. That's the reason why there's so much of cancer in the body of Messiah. Because when those 2 are so-called witnesses who've already been compromised, they're already disqualified. Because if they know anything about this so-called meeting and all, then the whole thing is compromised. When you go get 2 more witnesses, you're getting 2 more witnesses so that they can give an unbiased opinion. Not already know your offense, not already know your disagreement, not already know your disgruntledness, not already know a reason why you are offended or the reason why all this contention is happening between the 2 of you. See, that's the problem. Immaturity. People not performing what the word says. Because I've had to deal with this. And it's sad because you can sit, and I'm sitting up here listening, you can listen and see the reason why that the 2 witnesses that he bought to his brother can't really truly be unbiased because they're already compromised, because they're already coming from the perspective of the other person's hurt, offenses, and disappointments. I tell you, look at the devil, and the devil is a liar. And what's really sad is if you get 2 witnesses and they don't lay it out from the beginning, we are here because such and such so-and-so said this about you. Because if anybody was there keen and heard that, they would say that it's already, this case is thrown out already because you already compromised and you already compromised. This is not an unbiased opinion. I mean, you're hearing things already tainted. And this is the reason why the body of Messiah is failing so hard in love. Because you got a bunch of compromised people who refuse to do what the word says and are trying to muscle people over. They're trying to get people over to and garner favor to their perspective and opinion, manipulating other people through bewitchments and witchcraft. And it's never, ever, ever told to the person who's got the person that's offended. And then he's so-called two witnesses now that are false witnesses. Nobody is bringing forth the fact that all three of them know what the hell is going on. And now this one person is getting ganged up on. And then we wonder why relationships sour. We wonder why. We wonder why things go south. Now somebody tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm wrong. And then it says, if you can't even get that together, then you bring it before the assembly. That's what it says. Bring it before the assembly. You can't even get to the assembly when step 2 has already been compromised and ignored. Step 2 already has compromised witnesses. It's just sad. And I can't believe that people can't see this, can't understand this. And so these witnesses are now forming questions based on what they already know, what the person offended has said, and the person who's sitting there listening to all three of them, they like, what the hell is going on here? There's no justice in that whatsoever at all. There's no righteousness in that whatsoever at all. And the witchcraft in it is when you setting up there acting, stage playing, acting like you really truly care about your brother, and all of you are sitting there as a bunch of prating liars, and you sitting up there getting ready to so-called judge your brother based on information that has already massaged your perspective and point of view. Man, I hope somebody learned from this. I truly do. I truly do. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I know one thing, straightway learning from it. We definitely going, because I'm going to keep on ministering and preaching and teaching this. And this is the reason why there's so many offenses going on in the world today. Woe unto the world because of offenses, because it must needs be that offenses will come. Where's the spirituality at? Where they at? Where is it at? It's a shame, isn't it? Isn't it a shame? And no wonder Israel's in the condition that it's in now. Because ain't nobody gonna submit to righteous judgment from righteous judges. Because if the judges ain't saying what the offended person want them to say, then the judges is wicked based on their opinion. We're talking about the same person that went and massage and went and spit their perspective and point of view already into two other people that compromised them. It's a hung deal. You can't even appeal this case thrown out. And the guilty party has already been manifested. You go and accuse someone, yet you're the one that's offended. It's sad. You go talk to 3 or 4 other people and stuff, and then those people coming to a person don't even know what the hell is going on. And now we up here watching all these questions being framed towards the one that's being accused. Compromise. I'm telling you, it's sad, Israel. Hey, he that have ears, let them hear what the Spirit is saying. I'm telling you.
All right. So one thing we're going to do is this, right? Listening to that rhetoric, listening to everything he just said in regards to the witnesses coming to him and him being caught off guard, right? It's feeling as though somebody's ganging up on him. You understand what I'm saying? Or attacking him. And his rhetoric of the witnesses being already compromised because they already know something about the situation, meaning that the person may have spoken to them about it, garnered some sort of agreement that this is what they're facing, that this is what they're going through, this is what they are enduring, this is what's going on. This is what he's saying as he's explaining witnesses, right? The title is titled as Bring 2 or More Witnesses, right? The ambush. He calls it an ambush at this moment when those witnesses already are privy to what's going on with the situation, and they come to the individual almost like an intervention, right? Almost like it's an intervention, because pretty much it was, right? And intervening about the behavior that they're witnessing. The only way you can have a true witness is if that witness have seen something or seen some behavior and agreed with the position of the other individual who saw the same behavior. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Elder Becker was the one who witnessed the behavior first and came and spoke about that behavior. And he went to speak to Pastor Rufus in regards to it, right? This is what we know to be true, in which Pastor Rufus took it upon himself to handle the situation, okay? And knowing that the witnesses that he had, right, was going to be Elder Becker, Elder Mitchell, and Brother Brent. You understand what I'm saying? These witnesses could be able to testify to the facts of what Pastor Rufus was presenting during that time, meaning they had experience, meaning they felt and saw the same thing, meaning it wasn't somebody who influenced them, right, or tried to encourage or admonish them to believe in this, right, or massage their feelings and emotion into taking on that position. I believe that men who they claim to be filled with the Holy Spirit would be able to identify when they're being manipulated in ways that, or if they totally disagree with the position, I believe that they would take that disagreement and say, you know what, I disagree with that. I live with this man, been living with this man for years now, but it was Elder Becker who initiated the whole thing. You understand what I'm saying? Now, you might ask, why do I bring this up? Why am I bringing up witnesses once more? After we didn't talked about it extensively as to what a true witness is. Well, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the rhetoric based on the situation has changed. That's right, y'all. The rhetoric based on the situation has changed. You understand what I'm saying? And now all of a sudden, when it comes to being accused of adultery, he has something totally different to say in regards to witnesses. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and jump over here real quick, and we're going to bring in that video as well, because I thought this was very interesting for somebody to take a total separate position now. Total switch up. Let's listen in.
Well, top of the morning to you, each and every last one of you, in the precious name of Jesus. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of YouTube. Pastor Dowell here. So I had somebody again. Now, you know, I got what it is. I have.
That's right. He walked out of that meeting because he was not getting his way. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason. That's the reason why he said it was an ambush. Let's listen in.
Oh, quite a few people that are inquiring about the ministry, and of course they're seeing the stuff that's out there. You know, I mean, some of the negative stuff that people are saying, false witnesses, liars, people with different doctrinal perspectives, and people, the majority of them just a hatred for Pastor Dowell. I think what it is that I live this life. I show what the book says, and then I follow it up by living it, and it starts condemning people, and they no longer can feel good, thinking that they're doing Yah's will when they're living in disobedience, especially if they claim to be Israelites. But the day, time, and hour that we're in right now, so people, I don't know why people are so concerned about, let me see, Pastor Dowell, they calling you an adulterer. Man, people call me all kinds of stuff and all kinds of things. Now, hey, if you know me and you live around me, you've been around me all these years. And mind you, I said, not a false witness, not someone that repeats what someone else has said.
Now, the rhetoric has changed. As you can hear him say, he said, if you know me, you've been around me for all these years, right? Meaning you've had firsthand knowledge. You've been around them for a minute. You understand what I'm saying? Now, all of a sudden, it doesn't have anything to do with the influence. It has everything to do with the knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Now it's changed from influence to knowledge, firsthand knowledge. One minute he's speaking influence. You've been influenced to come up against me, influence to ambush me, influence to take this position. You've been influenced. But you just said, if you know me, right? You've been living on this land for how many plus years? Then you're going to know what? You're going to have direct knowledge of him. You see how the rhetoric changed once it applied, right, to him, or it supported his position. So meanwhile, you're teaching your people that these individuals who are supposed to be witnesses should not be privy of the situation. They shouldn't know anything about it. There shouldn't have been a conversation prior to approaching the individual that they wanted to have the intervention for, or wanted to talk to in regards to biblical way that we need to be doing things biblically. Got to get you. They told the person who may have had the offense. You understand what I'm saying? To go get them 2 or 3 witnesses. Well, in order to understand and establish that they're true witnesses, you got to speak to them first, and you got to establish that they've experienced the same thing that you've experienced, and you got to talk about the situation. Hey, this is what's going on. I may need your help to be a witness. I know that you spoke to me about the A, B, and C first. I know that you spoke to me about this. Here's what's going on. Here's the situation. He's not receiving me. Can you come witness with me? Yeah, sure. They're going to agree to it because they have the same experience. He's explaining this as being the same an experience, something that you've been had for a while, not something that, oh, well, somebody talking and influence. Well, you could be talking and influencing them as well. So we can't say anything in regards to somebody who's been whispering and talking and influencing based on evidence and facts and proof. That will prove it all. It will prove everything. It will prove if a witness is a false witness, right? It'll prove if a witness is a false witness if you have evidence, if you have proof of the accusations being incorrect, false, or wrong. And so since Dowell has never given any proof, we can definitely identify who may be lying here. Who's lying and who's telling the truth. You understand what I'm saying? We have one individual who's coming forth with more proof and evidence and bringing out facts and constantly dropping those truth bombs. But we have another who says, hey, the only way you can get down to the bottom of the truth if you go to my Patreon 100 and you pay $100 in order to receive the truth. When somebody is looking to sell the truth to you, guess what? They're a liar. And the truth is not in them, because what they should be trying to freely give you the truth. You understand what I'm saying? They should be trying to freely give you that truth, right? If there's accusations being levied against them, I believe wholeheartedly, you understand what I'm saying, that they're going to provide proof and evidence freely, at will, on a drop of a dime. Before this thing explodes or gets any bigger, they're going to come out and provide the evidence, the proof and the facts of the truth to make any man a liar. That has not been done. So you already know what we're witnessing here.
You lying ass bitch.
He lying. And not only that, he's already taken the position, right, and saying that these witnesses have firsthand knowledge now. All of a sudden, these witnesses have firsthand knowledge. All of a sudden, where he said before in his last video, listen, these witnesses can't have no knowledge of nothing. You can't have prior conversations with them. They have nothing. They just coming up to witness what's going on. Him and Kabir, both of them talking like this in regards to a witness. So how are we taking a position that we're taking? Yeah, that's not it. My thing is this, right? The charges of adultery have been brought to your doorstep. They've said that you've committed adultery. I agree with the position of adultery. Let's listen in let's continue to listen in, because I want to address a few major points in this video that I totally disagree with. Let's go.
It's not someone that abandons their family, gets butthurt and stuff, and goes out and becomes a whoremonger and change the narrative in the story. Not that. We talking about.
So my thing is, what makes him a whoremonger? He said he's abandoned his family. Well, last time I checked, he left his family at Straitway with all hopes that, of course, this is going to be an honorable situation. He was going to go get his shit together, right? Get his stuff in order, and then come back for his family. That was the agreement, right? What really happened there? Because if you're a polygynist, right, and you believe in polygyny, and he's out and he's got him another woman that he's dealing with, then what's the problem? You believe in polygyny. Not only does you believe in polygyny, but so does Nelly. She also believes that polygyny is okay. So if he's out dealing with another woman then what business does that have with you? Why do you have a say in that? You understand what I'm saying? Unless you have an agenda, unless you have something you are willing to be that you want to push, unless you have a motive behind it as to why you're spinning it like he's out here sleeping with a bunch of women, right? Which that should be no concern of yours or Nelly's. You understand what I'm saying? The only concern you should have with that is that he repents if he's out here actually committing fornication. That's still her husband regardless. That's not an offense that you can be able to, that a woman can be able to leave her man for. As far as I know, she can't leave him for doing what he's doing. She can pray for him. She can get him the help he needs, prayer, looking for him to get some repentance going, things like that. One thing that I really want to know is, why do you care so much about what he's doing in his free time? Why do you care so much about what woman he's with? Why are you so invested in his personal life that you want to know if he's out here dealing with other women? As a polygynist, please tell me that. Let's continue.
About true witnesses. True. Now, you can believe what you want to believe, but see, this is how you do. I condemn anyone that tries to levy the charges of adultery on me, period, because they just don't fit the bill. I'm not. Now, of course, you got a plethora of people out there. So just because you got a plethora of people all piling on one person, does that mean that their testimony is true? How many of them are eyewitnesses according to the Torah? How many of them have actually, lived with me an extensive period of time?
So how many of them are eyewitnesses according to the Torah when the narrative that was being spent by you and Kabir, right, your girlfriend, has been that they gotta have no knowledge of what's going on? You understand what I'm saying? They gotta have no knowledge of what's happening, what's taking place. They gotta have no knowledge, and they gotta be unbiased as to what's going on with this, that, and the third. That really defeats the purpose. Now you have a different rhetoric, a different narrative you're spinning now that it applies to you. You understand what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden they got to be an eyewitness. They got to be dealing with you constantly. They got to be living with you in order to understand what the truth is. Like, come on now, seriously. Yo. How are we twisting and warping things just to fit our agenda? How are we twisting and warping things just to fit our agenda and our narrative, to try to avoid and evade the accusations of adultery? Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue to hear what's going on. Man, listen. My thing is that when I heard this part, I'm like, man, listen, Yah's the best of planners, because he knew that he was going to come out here and tell on himself. Bless you, brother Nathaniel. Welcome in. Welcome in. Bro, and Ryan thought they knew after being around you all them years, and you were a fraud. Hey, and that's facts. They do know you. Yeah, absolutely. Pay to, let's see. Yes, sir. The truth is bad. Well, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue.
The time that can actually say that it's true.
Yes, sir. The truth. That's right. The truth is free.
Well, what about the guy that was married to one of your Ishas? Well, he was. Now they divorced. I'm not with this false doctrine.
So who initiated the divorce? Now the details is being left out of the situation, right? Because we all know, honestly, tell you the truth, I've heard it myself. And I've witnessed it myself. Her best friend that was on the land with Nelly at the time definitely encouraging. She told myself the story, my ex-wife the story. You understand what I'm saying on how Nelly came about to being Dowell's wife? That was before we even knew. He didn't even announce it publicly. You understand what I'm saying? That was before we even knew. He didn't even announce it publicly. Now, she never said that she actually did anything with Dowell, right? This sister. Never said that she actually did anything with Dowell himself, but she has spoken about Nelly and her talking to Nelly and physically and actually verbally encouraging Nelly to want to be with Dowell. Like encouraging her, like, hey, you don't deserve this, you don't da 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 da. You should choose Dowell. You should choose Pastor Dowell. Now, after understanding that information, is that true or false? Can you confirm or deny that? Did you speak to Nelly, right, in regards to her being with you instead of with him? The video that you did with Nelly, when you did that interview with her, and you're making googly eyes at her, at another man's wife, coveting her, coveting another man's woman. Everybody can see that in the video, how you were looking at her, how you were sizing her up. Honestly, it's quite disgusting. My thing is this, right? Is it true or false? Because that came from an eyewitness, somebody who's living on the land with you guys, right? Who's a best friend with Nelly, who said that she encouraged Nelly. She was spitting in her ear and leaving her then husband and joining your family. So my thing is this, right? When we're talking about this and you breeze past the fact that they're divorced, why do you breeze past that? Why are you nervous in speaking on that particular topic? Because the only thing that you gave was that he was out here he was an adulterer. He was doing this, he was doing that. Oh, he was sleeping around, fornicating, whatever. Something that does not concern you, something that has nothing to do with you. You understand what I'm saying? And she should not be making any sort of changes, right? Any sort of real decision making when it comes to him and behaving that way. She prayer, fasting for him, getting him to repent for the sin of fornication, if that's what he was doing, was out fornicating. You understand what I'm saying? Not immediately wanting to draw away and leave and divorce him, right? If I'm not mistaken, there's a few reasons why you can divorce your man. There's a few reasons why a woman should, and that's based on provisions. That's based on provisions or the lack thereof, maybe. You understand what I'm saying? And then his lack of motivation to want to be the provider. Abuse, an abusive environment. Somebody who's going through something that is extremely abusive, and then even then it's like physical abuse is potentially a way to divorce. But you can't say that this man going out and making a way for him and his family, right? And maybe dealing with another woman, that is grounds for divorce, right? Because what I understand, he dealt with another woman, but you guys are polygamous. You believe in polygyny. So what do you mean that is a divorceable thing for a woman to divorce him? That makes no sense to me. You got to clarify that. You got to clear that out. How you got to clear it up. How is it, right, that a woman can divorce a man who believes in polygyny, who believes in a lifestyle of being a poly lifestyle? He's a polygynist, and she agrees with that lifestyle. How can she then decide to divorce that man for being a polygynist, for going out and dealing with other women? How is that possible? I need to understand that. You just breezed right by it. Let's continue.
A woman has to remain with her husband, and then she has to remain unmarried unless she's reconciled to her husband. That is not biblical. All you got to do is go read Deuteronomy 24 verses 1 through 4, and it gives you pretty much what the law of divorce is and remarriage. But I remain unconcerned with people who want to disparage my comment. I'm glad that my enemies let me know who they are.
Welcome in.
And so if people are going to run and jump the gun to do that, that's their prerogative. It ain't mine. You can believe what you want to believe. But the one thing you cannot do, and that's what Jesus gave us the acid test. By their fruits you shall know them. Because you got people out here calling me all kinds of things, and none of it sticks. None of it sticks. They try their best, man. And matter of fact, they doing a lot of lying out there today. And
man, come on now. Tell me somebody who's trying to teach you what to believe and what to feel. I mean, obviously, they doing a lot of lying, and they doing this and they doing that. Well, why are the accusations as they stand that you are committing adultery, that you're lying about things, that you're not being forthcoming when you speak against having a 501c3? It's been proven that you stated in the finding of facts that you do actually operate under a 501c3. Why are we having these issues? Why are we having these lies that are coming about? Why can't you address them things publicly? You understand what I'm saying? Now, you did address the accusations of adultery and you shot every one of them down by trying to twist it into something that's, well, if you ain't no witness, then you can't really testify to it. Well, listen, there's plenty of understandings out here, right? That a woman who believes in the lifestyle of polygyny cannot divorce a man who's also a polygynist. How are you going to divorce him? You guys agreed to this lifestyle. You guys agreed that a man can have more than one wife. So if you agree to something and then he goes forth and he explores the option of taking on another woman, how are you going to be upset about it? You can't be mad about that. And if it was an agreement for him to leave his family there on that land until he was able to get a few things situated for them, then how are you going to then move in on his wife and better and take her and go ahead and do what? Take her from him. Like, how are we making these decisions as a pastor? And not only that, you continuously say what? You continuously try to tell others, well, why don't we look into their life, peer into their life, see what's going on? No, sir, you're a pastor. You understand what I'm saying? Your condemnation is greater. So you have to answer to the people. You have no other choice. You're a servant to the people. You're a servant to the people. You have to answer the people. I'm sorry, but you get no sympathy from me, sir.
You get no sympathy from me. You want sympathy? Look at the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
You get no sympathy from me. You got to be held fully accountable for your actions as a pastor, as a minister, as somebody who's supposed to be a leader. You understand what I'm saying? Self-proclaimed pastor is what they say. But I already knew what the response would be. The moment that I knew that straitway was running from the internet, it was running from YouTube, y'all. You can't call it nothing else other than they started to try to hightail it and run from YouTube. They're like, oh, we're gonna have to do Project Blackout. Nobody say nothing or do nothing on this. Oh, da. You're running from the accusations. You're running from the charges that's being levied. Ain't nobody doing nothing maliciously or out of ill will towards you. We are all allowing you to have a mirror up to yourself. And we all knew that straitway was about done anyway. Y'all was about close to be. Listen, y'all about close to being finished. Y'all still fighting it though, huh?
Don't struggle. Let go. You won a lot of fights, Wallace. Not this time.
Yeah, you won a lot of fights and you're still picking them too. And you still picking them. He just got done talking about some other person, talking shit about somebody else, talking about how he gonna debate them and things like that. I think it was on the last drunk talk, which he's starting to clean that up. So I guess our efforts are paying off in some way, right? He's starting to clean that up a bit. Wow, Charles, you are telling on yourself. Sad, absolutely. But you see how they twist and warp the scriptures in order to fit the narrative. Before it's like, oh, the witness can't know nothing. They got to just come into the thing unaware, unknowing, not a stitch of information. You understand what I'm saying? But that was when he was in a hot seat. Now he wants to support his position, so he's going to flip it and make it seem as though a witness has to know, has to be an eyewitness. You understand what I'm saying? That makes no sense to me. But a lot of things that you do, Dowell, makes no sense. But, you know, this is for the individuals who are looking for the true answers as to who these people truly are. When you see and witness that they are taking the scriptures, right, and using them out of context to support a position, then we all know that there's a true issue. There's a true problem here. You understand what I'm saying? There's a true problem here. A law unto himself flips around to his advantage depending on the situation. Absolutely. Depending on, let's continue with this video, y'all. Let's continue.
It's all done in malice, envy, and jealousy. Every single bit of it. I don't have time to spend that much time on any human being. I'm here as a representation of the kingdom of heaven for my Messiah, your Messiah, if Yahshua is your Messiah. and to continue to keep pushing forward that. I would totally remain unconcerned about what people say. I know the tactics of the devil. Do y'all think that Paul remained unscathed from false accusations and false brethren as much as he warned us against that? Jesus says, man, woe unto you when men speak well of you. So I don't have that woe on me, because a lot of people don't speak well of me, but those who know me know that none of these things that these people are saying is true. So should I pay more attention to those that are against me or those that are for me? They that be for me are more than they that be against me. It's just that they that against me are confederate. And they made it their lifelong mission to speak evil against Pastor Dowell, somebody who has never done anything to them. And it's sad when someone attacks you and then they turn around and act like the victim. I tell you, this is the part of it. Hey, so according to the Roman New Year, here we are, January 1st, 2025. This is the Roman New Year. This is not the biblical New Year. This is not, if you believe in the Bible, if you believe the scriptures and stuff, this is definitely not our New Year in any way, shape, fashion, or form. But since we're in our enemy land, you can have your New Year. But again, see, I'm a man of truth. And I tell you one thing, you know, that there's a certain character and there's a certain nature that goes along when people sin in areas. You don't have to worry about what the court of public opinion says. All you have to do is just watch their footprint. Watch and see. See, Pastor Dowell is not about to go run, hide, and stick his head in a corner for no damn body. You know why? Because I'm a man of truth. My judge, your judge, my judge, and your judge. He's in Shoemate, and he knows all things. I live my life making sure that I meet his conditions and keeping his commandments and not yours. And that's the way that you should do. And I teach men such and teach them to do so. So if you can understand that and comprehend this, then you would fare well. You would. But if not, it makes no big deal. But remember this. I don't care what they try to say and how they try to spin it. Jesus said, by their fruits, you shall know them.
Texas wouldn't be what it is without its workforce. At Texas State Technical College, we understand.
So whenever he says this, just know that he's referring to actual, like, physical fruits. He's not referring to the spiritual fruits that are laid out in the scriptures. He's not talking about that. He's talking about your possessions. He's talking about your possessions. By their fruits, you should know them based on your possessions. Well, if somebody has more than you, I mean, if we go based on that logic, then we'll look at somebody like TD Snakes, like TD Jakes, like Joel Osteen, men who has achieved much, right? And we would see them, oh man, look at all that fruit. Look at all that fruit. Look at all that fruit that they got. Look at all this. Look at what they got. Man, they flying private jets. Man, look at what the Most High has given them and blessed them with. That would be the mindset of every individual who thinks on the level that he thinks in regards to physical fruits, right? We're talking about spiritual fruits here. We're not talking about physical fruits. When you look at TD Snakes, when you look at Joel Osteen, you look at their spiritual fruit, you will see that they don't have any spiritual fruit, that they are finessers. They like to finesse you out your dollar. Same thing with Dowell here. You understand what I'm saying? When we think about it on a spiritual level, or if we witnessing this thing on a spiritual level, we would know spiritual fruit, right? We would know spiritual fruit because we can judge on a spiritual level, in which what? We can judge all things spiritually. And we know, okay, you might have some natural fruit. You might say, okay, well, look what I've been able to build off the backs of who? RG Stair, anybody else who's joined your ministry and given to your ministry. Those are the ones who actually helped you build this thing, right? You can't sit here and say that you done this on your own, because you didn't. You didn't pay for all of this on your own. You didn't do any of this on your own. What you did is you became a content creator. You jumped your ass on YouTube. You start making videos, right? And that's how you amassed yourself a wealth. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you did it. You used your mouthpiece to do it. You made yourself controversial. You started shit with multiple different people, whoever you can be able to get an ear to, or whoever you can put your mouth on, anybody. It didn't matter who it was. You constantly was talking about somebody, talking shit about this person, that person, this person, that person. Now when the rooster come home, now when the chickens come home to roost, right? And people are on your hindquarters. That means on your ass, y'all, just in case y'all don't know. And when people are on your hindquarters, now all of a sudden, now you a victim. Now, oh man, this, that, and the third. Now it's like, a witness can't know shit about the situation. A witness can't have any sort of proof or evidence of the situation or circumstances. Now all of a sudden, that's the agenda that you're pushing. Now you flip it and you say, oh, the witness have to be a firsthand eyewitness to the situation that pertains to adultery. You understand what I'm saying? Well, like I said, I've had somebody who was a firsthand eyewitness who spoke about the situation, told my ass directly what was going on and how she encouraged and influenced Nelly to deal with you, to go with you, to leave her husband and start a new relationship with you. What are we gonna say about that now? And Dowell, you know exactly who I'm talking about, who told me this information. You know who I'm talking about. You know exactly who it is. My thing is this, right? And this is before you came out and said that was your second or third wife. You understand what I'm saying, Dowell? This is before I knew, before anybody did, really. You know what I mean? And especially in Michigan, in the Michigan area. You understand what I'm saying? I knew before a lot of people knew, right? I knew, and I didn't say a word, but I knew. You understand? You didn't make that public. But I also knew the backstory, but I didn't know the intricate details of exactly what was going on there. The intricate details, as far as that being, she wasn't really truly abandoned, but he left her there so he can go get his shit together, right? Regardless on if he was dealing with another woman or not. That's his, he's a polygynist. It's his right to go out. If he wants to go out and deal with another woman, you're polygynist. I believe that you can do so. You understand what I'm saying? There shouldn't be any problems. But that's one of the biggest things that I really wanted to point out with this whole situation. How the narrative just switched and changed. Shalom, brother Timbo Slice, welcome in. So why is he still talking about it? That is a very good question. I believe that he just wanted to address this in regards to maybe having some issues with his current second wife, third wife. You know what I mean? Like having some sort of issues there spiritually, like a spiritual disconnect. Who knows? You understand what I'm saying? Just based on the accusations that's being levied. Based on the accusations being levied. If they are lies, then why are you so defensive, Chuck? Don't compare yourself to Messiah and Paul. They didn't need to continue to defend themselves. Absolutely. Like you are. Absolutely. Dowell supposes that gain is godliness. Gain is godliness, right? 1 Timothy 6:5 preserves disputing of men of corrupt minds. And in devastation. If the truth, supposing that gain is godliness, from such withdraw thyself. That's his mindset. That's a very good scripture. 1 Timothy. All right, brother Timbo Slice. All right, brother Timothy. Look, coming out 1 Timothy 6:5. That's good. That's very good. Dropping the realm in the chat. Hallelujah. Welcome in. So that's one of the biggest things right there, right? Another thing that we actually came up with as well, and we saw a few things in regards to, and brother, shout out to brother Odell, and salute to that brother, right?
Carry on.
Salute to that brother for the receipts that he's been bringing and dropping as well. We've been doing some things over there on Discord, on the Discord app, in regards to bringing forth as many receipts as we can to prove points in case. Let me pull that up real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about. We're going to get into this thing. Now, there's a potential issue with tax fraud. You understand? I'm going to keep it a buck. We're going to go ahead and dive into this thing and show forth a few things as far as proof. Now, first, one thing that I really want to do is get into some general definitions as to what public, private, all of this stuff really means. What does it mean? You know, I don't want you guys to be lost in understanding what the true issue here is. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive deep into that issue. You understand what I'm saying? I'm going to grab, I had to recently restart my desktop, so I'm grabbing a few things right now, and we're going to go ahead and rock with it. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this real quick, and I'm going to show you guys exactly what I'm looking at. Now, when we're dealing with this whole situation, you got to understand, we got somebody who likes to use the truth, right? Use the truth and twist it, right? They like to twist the truth whenever it suits them. If they can get away with something, they're going to use that to twist it. Same thing that we saw when he called, I guess, the trident that he carved out for himself and the rest of everybody else in straitway. You know, because of course that's idolatry. The trident, you know, he started to call it or refer to it as a fork, as a 3-pronged fork. You understand what I'm saying? Which honestly is deceptive tactics. It's very deceptive in nature. You're deceiving many when you try to come and approach it as though it's a fork and not what you called it, right? What you called it, a trident. You know what I mean? Do we need to remind you exactly what that is? Because I'll help you with memory on that.
And then the ninth ranger, the trident frogman. The trident frogman. The trident frogman.
What? What?
Shout out, bro Nick. Listen, my thing is this, right? When we see this, you understand what I'm saying? And we see that he likes to twist and warp the truth to fit his narrative. So he can be able to get over on individuals, right? So he can be able to make himself to be somebody who honestly is a true liar. You understand what I'm saying? We have to take everything and question everything, y'all. We got to question everything that we see. We got to go and look and uncover all the stones, no matter what it may be, to see and uncover the truth. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys my screen real quick. Not y'all over here on TikTok, because you guys aren't locked into my platform. I'm over on YouTube. We're over on YouTube on a War Sheet podcast and reactions. You can see the full thing there. But let me show you guys my screen as to what this is. Now, I looked this up here based on people challenging the position of a public and private entity. The differences between the two, a private foundation and a public charity. You understand what I'm saying? And we have to understand what that truly is, because when someone's using a 501c3, you got to understand those are benefits and privileges that come from the state. So if you're using benefits and privileges that come from the state that can be withdrawn at any time, that means that you're an agent of the state. It means you're an agent of that particular entity. They're ruling over whatever, however you want to see it. The same way that Dowell puts it, that's what it is. Because they can easily remove that tax exemption from you, right? And you'll no longer be eligible for it. You understand what I'm saying? Is it a gag order? Yes, it can be. It can be used as such if they decide or choose to, much like somebody who is on child support and you have a driver's license. If you fail to pay your child support, they're going to remove your driver's license. You're no longer going to be having a driver's license. That's just kind of how things roll when it comes to benefits and privileges. But you're also operating in the public. You understand what I'm saying? Anything that you receive as a benefit and privileges is public operations. Now, let's take a look at what we got here, right? I did a bit of research. I'm over here on the irs.gov website. Probably should link this as a source, maybe in the bio. What is the difference between a private foundation and a public charity? You understand what I'm saying? Well, the names that they're using, a private foundation and charity. You understand what I'm saying? These are two different names, right? Same function, but two different names. They both can function the same way, though. You understand what I'm saying? Every section 501c3, right, organization is clarified as either a private foundation or a public charity. You understand what I'm saying? Anything that is under a 501c3 is an organization that is either classified as a private foundation or a public charity. Private foundations and public charities are what? Distinguished primarily by the level of public involvement in their activities. So as you can see right there, right? If we stop there, It depends. It depends on what. For a private foundation, a public charity, what are distinguished primarily by the level of public involvement in their activities. How involved in the public are they? Are they giving donations? Are they receiving donations? What are they doing truly? And this is for individuals who claim to be non-501c3 organizations. They lying to you if they are keeping a 501c3, if they have tax exempt status, right? And they're trying to tell you that, but we're not a part of this organization. We're not a part of the IRS or the government. We're not a government entity. We're not government funded. We're not a government corporation. They're fully immersed in the public if they're doing public filings, and they're getting tax exempt statuses. You understand what I'm saying? The only way you can do a private tax avoidance, right, where you're avoiding taxation, right, not evading, but avoiding, is if you are a trust. A trust can be able to avoid certain taxation. You see the wealthy people do it quite often, where they're avoiding taxation. You understand? This is the reason why they say, "Oh, Trump only paid $21 in taxes." No, it makes him smart, because not only is he doing it, but a lot of a slew of many different wealthy people are also doing it. But this is another way that they're getting tax exempt status in the public. You understand what I'm saying? Tax exempt, not tax avoidance. You understand what I'm saying? Those applicable laws for trusts where you can avoid taxation, right? My thing is this, right? It depends on the level of activity. Public charities generally receive greater portion of their financial support from the general public or governmental units, right? These are public charities, and have greater interaction with the public. A private foundation, on the other hand, is typically controlled by what? Members of a family or by a small group of individuals, And that's absolutely true. You understand? But it's all still based on their involvement in the public. How involved are they in the public? How involved, right? And derives much of its support from a small number of sources and from investment income. You understand what I'm saying? Because they are less open to the public. You understand what I'm saying? So now, in small numbers of sources, right? So supporters, it derives much of its support from small number of sources and from investment income. And investment income is not 501c3 tax exempt status. You understand what I'm saying? That's not what that is. Because they are less open to public scrutiny, private foundations are subject to what? Various operating restrictions. Various operating restrictions. You got to remember that. These private foundations, right, are subject to various operating restrictions, right? And to exercise taxes for failure to comply with those restrictions. So they have restrictions on them. If they fail to cooperate, then that's their ass. You understand what I'm saying? That means that the IRS, the FBI, all of that, the FBI don't play about their money, y'all. Let's keep it a buck. The FBI does not play about their money. You understand what I'm saying? And that's who's gonna come for you if you're having issues with that. But the FBI usually, like when it comes to public issues, like what happened with the truck situation and in New Orleans and all of that. Listen, they don't care about the public as much as they care about the money. You understand what I'm saying? Let's just keep it a buck. And that's just the reality. That's the truth that we're living in. You understand what I'm saying? Understand the tax law. A section 501c3 organization is what? Is presumed to be a private foundation unless it requests and qualifies for a ruling, right, or determination as a public charity. Now, there's different benefits of becoming a public charity, y'all, as opposed to being a private foundation. Like I said, a private foundation is operating under heavy scrutiny, right, and subject to and subject to restrictions, right? Various different operating restrictions. Whereas to where a public charity, they have benefits, more benefits they can take advantage of, and also they have less restrictions. You understand what I'm saying? Let's keep that in mind. Organizations that qualify for public charity status include churches, schools, hospitals, medical research organizations, publicly supported organizations. Okay, these are all things that qualify. You understand what I'm saying? But as we read, a public charity has more things they can take advantage of because benefits and privileges, right? Like who the hell don't want benefits and privileges, y'all? You understand what I'm saying? Like, but a private foundation has more restrictions. You understand what I'm saying? They're privately funded. You understand what I mean? Not only that, they don't involve themselves in the public, right? They don't involve themselves in the public. However, they're still operating under the same tax exempt status. It does not matter. It doesn't make a difference whether it's a public charity or a private foundation. They still operate within the same 501c3 tax exempt status, and you're still operating in the public. It does not make a difference. So no matter what, if you have an entity and you've labeled it, right, a foundation, a church related foundation, you just seeing here, if they wanted to go public, right, if they wanted to become a public charity, they could, based on them being a church, right? Because he said it was a church related foundation in the last live stream we did. Church related foundation. He can go public if he wants to, right? And then don't forget, they're operating under certain restrictions. What are those restrictions? Well, let's bring that up because there's a few different restrictions that have been proven that he's been in violation of. And I don't believe that this is the only, like, there's nothing new. Nelly know the truth. She do know the truth. Absolutely. She sure do know the truth. But there's nothing new here. This is when we twist and warp the truth into fitting our agenda. Whatever we're looking to pursue and achieve, when somebody's willing to bend the truth to achieve it, it always catches up to them. They can never do it and stay true to what they're doing. It's hard to remember lies, but it's easy to remember the truth. You don't got to remember the truth. You understand what I'm saying? You don't got to remember the truth, but it's difficult to remember the lies that you tell. So as we just got done seeing, of course, he's sitting there bald-faced lying about what a witness is, but also there's heavy scrutiny. There is various different operating restrictions into what? If you're going to exist as a private foundation, subject to various operating restrictions and to what? Exercise taxes for failure to comply with those restrictions. You understand what I'm saying? Into excess taxes for failure to comply with those restrictions. I said exercise. My bad. So let's go ahead and we're going to move over to this beautiful slideshow real quick. I got a few things that I need to show you guys in regards to this, and it's very enlightening information in regards to what we know as straitway. You understand what I'm saying? And what they currently are under right now and what they're doing. And it's important for us to know. Let me go ahead and share the entire thing, what we're looking at and dealing with. Okay, so now we got a slideshow here. Okay, am I doing that? So as you can see, all right, this is a series. This is a breakdown. Okay, let me get this out the way. This is a breakdown. Okay, breakdown, right, of the 501c3 origins, right, origins to present day of straitway receipts. These are receipts. More information on the what? 501c3 references. Okay. 501c3 references, evidence of tax evasion. Okay, so now this is different from avoiding taxes. As you can see, there's for a foundation, there's heavy scrutiny. There is taxation there. There's things you got to abide by. You're restricted in a lot of different ways as opposed to a public charity. You understand what I'm saying? And so this right here proves is in within itself that Straitway and Charles Dowell Jr. understand this is evidence of tax evasion that I'm pretty sure that maybe even they are already privy to, that they're already operating under, that they're already very much watching and looking at and thumbing through as we speak. You understand what I'm saying? So you guys are getting this information before it even drops, before it really hits home base for Straitway. You understand what I mean? This is something they could be really investigating right now. You understand what I'm saying? Straitway Ministry Trust / Foundation, right? This is a trust, a church that a church operating foundation. You understand what I'm saying? Church is Jesus Christ House of Prayer, 501c3 corporation. Evidence receives references and receipts. You understand what I'm saying? So Church of Jesus Christ House of Prayer, 501c3 corporation, I believe is going to be RG Stair, if I'm not mistaken. That's RG Stair's 501c3, which Straitway was under that. They were under that 501c3 and went dormant. And then, you know, it fell inactive. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, so part one, origins. Faith Cathedral, 501c3. Notice the status is terminated. You understand what I'm saying? Filed in 1998. This is terminated and terminated in 2002. Faith Cathedral Fellowship Inc. This is RG Stairs. This is Stairs 501c3 that he was operating under. This is how you know for a fact if he says, man, I built this ministry. No, Stair built the ministry, sent you the people. This is how we know. This is the proof that we have here, right? According to filings, right? Shout out, like I said, salute to brother Odell. Salute to my brother for sending this beautiful slideshow over.
Carry on.
All right, we're gonna carry on, y'all. Listen, this is proof and evidence of this, right? That this has been terminated. It's inactive. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go to the next slide here. Let's go to the next one. All right, Faith Cathedral. Notice the status is terminated, right? Filed in 1998 and terminated in 2002. Right? Accused accessed. It was accessed on 3/26/2024. So somebody accessed this information on 3/26/2024, right? So somebody looked into this particular 501c3 to see what the details were. You understand what I'm saying? That typically is going to be the IRS or the Department of Treasury. Somebody's going to look into this to try to do some investigating as to what's going on. And I'm thinking based on their recent filings in court, they went back into the archives to see what the history was for this particular land, for Straitway in general, right? And they went back and to take a look at what's going on with this, the history of everything, right? Just to see what was happening. Okay, so now this filing here, as you can see, it is stamped and sealed, right? It's stamped and sealed for Tennessee. I believe this is Macon County. This is Nashville, Tennessee. This is Nashville, Tennessee, stamped and sealed, right? Faith Cathedral Fellowship, Inc. You understand what I'm saying? This is a nonprofit corporation. This is domestic. You understand? It's been terminated, as you can see, as the status right there. If you can see that, the status, right? Status is what? Terminated. Status is terminated. You understand what I'm saying? What type of it's a public entity, public mutual benefit, public. You understand what I'm saying? It's a public entity. It has been terminated for its status. Let's continue. We're going to continue to, let's go ahead and pull that out. Faith Cathedral is Stairs. That's correct. It's Stairs. That's Stairs organization. All right. So we got business entity details. Okay. Now this one right here, inactive and dissolved, as you can see, right? Christ Church of Jesus Christ House of Prayer, 501c3. Notice the status is what? Dissolved, not terminated. Okay, filed 2002 and in inactive state in 2003. So it wasn't fully dissolved, or it wasn't fully terminated. As you can see, it was dissolved. Now this one right here is a 501c3. This entity, Church of Jesus Christ House of Prayer, it belongs to Straitway, belongs to Dowell, Charles Dowell Jr. As you can see, the address is right here below. 5960 Pumpkintown Lane, Unit Lafayette, Tennessee. This is Dowell. This is Dowell who has this entity, public entity. It has not been terminated. Okay, so when he says and states, "Oh, it cost me $500 to get out," well, it may have cost Stair $500 to get out, but it did not cost Dowell $500 to get out. This has been dissolved, meaning it's inactive, meaning it's been sitting dormant. It's been sitting docile, has not been being used. You understand what I'm saying? At any moment, you can kick up and use this 501c3 for this entity, right? If you file the proper paperwork and documentation. So it was still active the whole time. There was nothing that was truly terminated within this 501c3. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just proof right there that, of course, this was the entity before under the 501c3. It has now been switched over to Straitway. You understand what I'm saying? Straitway Truth Ministries. And it's under a church, I guess, style foundation. Church-like foundation. All right. Church of Jesus Christ of Prayer, right? House of Prayer, 501c3. Notice of status is dissolved. This thing is dissolved once more. We're going to zoom in on that for you guys so you can see it. It is dissolved, inactive, dissolved, meaning it's dormant, meaning it's just sitting. It has not been terminated. As Stairs he's terminated his 501c3. He terminated it. This one right here is not terminated. It's just sitting docile. It's just dormant. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. All right. So Faith Cathedral 501c3 in Tennessee, right? Status inactive, terminated, right? When the 501c3 organization status is making is marked as inactive and terminated in Tennessee, it generally means that the organization has ceased its operations and is no longer recognized as a tax-exempt entity in the IRS.gov website. So the IRS does no longer sees that as an entity that's in full operation publicly as tax exempt. Now the Church Jesus Christ of House of Prayer, 501c3 in Tennessee, what status? Inactive, dissolved. You understand what I'm saying? Dissolved. When a 501c3 organization status is marked as inactive or dissolved in Tennessee, it generally means that the organization has been officially dissolved and is no longer in operation. Inactive status. The organization may have been placed in inactive status before being dissolved, often due to a lack of activity. Absolutely. It's been sitting dormant. It has not been being used, or failure to maintain its status, right? With the avvo.com, sos.tennessee.gov, another government website. Once dissolved, the organization is no longer recognized as a legal entity and cannot conduct any business activities, right? It must also settle any remaining financial obligations and dispute its remaining assets according to its bylaws in that state, right? In that state's laws. So they gotta finish this out. So they gotta register. They gotta go ahead and do it legally, right? It must also settle any remaining financial obligations, right? If they owe something or whatever, they got to file a Chapter 6. If they need to file bankruptcy, they need to do so in order to get themselves out of debt. Whatever they got to do, they need to settle those financial obligations and and distribute its remaining assets, right, according to its bylaws and state laws. Okay. So that's what it must do. It's got to settle these things. It's got to. You don't have no other choice, because by law, you have to do it that way. You understand what I'm saying? That could be why they looked into it. That's why somebody tapped it back in, I believe it was March of 24. They looked into this thing, March 24th, 2024, I believe. They looked into this particular thing, and it could be a reason why. They might be gathering some information in regards to this situation here. If a 501c3 organization in Tennessee is in inactive status and attempts to apply, right, for additional 501c3 exempt on more properties, it is likely to face several challenges. Okay. Ineligibility. Since the organization is inactive, it may not meet the eligibility criteria for new exemption. The state typically requires that the organization be in good standing and actively operating to qualify for tax exemptions. Okay. Application rejection. You understand? Application rejection. The Tennessee Department of Revenue are other relevant authorities may reject the application due to the organization's inactive status. They may require the organization to reactivate, right? To reactivate and comply with all necessary requirements before considering any new exemption applications. You understand what I'm saying? Compliance issues. The organization may need to address any compliance issues that lead to its inactive status before it can apply for additional exemptions. This could involve filing overdue reports, paying outstanding fees, and or resolving other administrative matters, right? And we do have the sources being cited right here below as well, right? Which we're not going to get into that right now today. We got a few slides here we got to cover. Okay. Part 1, organizations. I believe that we got that already. Okay. Part 1 on organizations. Let me see. Okay. So same thing, organizations, revocation of tax exempt status. If the organization is found to be inactive and not engaged in charitable activities. So of course, with this foundation, it would still have to engage in and be involved in charitable activities, which they already know that. I've heard Kabir speak about that or speak on that they would have to go charitable activities. A lot of them are donating to each other, right? So they may have a business venture or something like that. They'll take those funds within Straitway and donate it to somebody within Straitway to go on that business venture or invest in land. Hence why, you see Pastor Corey with land are doing certain things like that, right? That's being, that's those are funds or investments given from Kabir to him, right? To Pastor Corey. So those more than likely could be a part of the charitable activities, right? That's being donated to that particular foundation that Pastor Corey has. Because the same thing, I did a business plan for one of the guys who are either looking to live over on Pastor Corey's land or was on his way to do so, whatever it may be. I did a business plan for him, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Pastor Corey's foundation is servants or something like that, servants of something. But him and Kabir also was named to be people who are investors in that business venture. So they were investors, or they were people who were doing charitable donations to that business venture, right? For a particular artist who's looking to get back into music. So they were named to be people who are going to be giving to that purpose, to that drive. So that's one way that they, of course, determined, okay, for us to stay in compliance with that, we're going to start donating to each other. All right. So the IRS may revoke its tax exempt status. This means the organization would lose its ability to receive tax deductible, right, donations, and would be required to pay income taxes on its revenue. You understand what I'm saying? Anything that it's receiving, you're required to pay taxes on it. Financial penalties. The organization may face financial penalties for failing to comply with the state and federal regulations that could include fines for not filing required reports or paying necessary fees. You understand? And of course, with a private foundation, right? Private foundation is operating under a 501c3. You will be scrutinized, heavily scrutinized on that, and it's heavy regulations on what you're doing in regards to that. Okay. Legal action. In some cases, the state or IRS may take legal action against the organization for non-compliance, right? And that's exactly what they would do. You can receive even prison time for not complying. But fines out the wazoo. You understand? Fines out the ass for no compliance. This could result in further penalties and legal costs. Got the sources cited. All right. So I'm gonna go down here to part one, the origins here. Annual report. The annual report for the Church of Jesus Christ House of Prayer. The annual report. This is a non-for-profit corporation. Okay, this is a non-profit corporation. Non-profit. That means it's charitable. You understand what I'm saying? It's a charitable corporation. All right. Inactive, dissolved. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So the House of Prayer, 501c3, notice the status of dissolved, not terminated. This was pulled on 17/10/2024, and it is still in place. So this 501c3 is still in this state. Reading the red print, you can see annual reports can still be filed, still not terminated, because it's not but still not terminated, like Faith Cathedral has been. So Faith Cathedral has been terminated. A delinquent annual report can be filed for this inactive business entity, but the business entity status will remain inactive. In an application for reinstatement must also be filed with the Secretary of State to activate this business entity. If this entity has been administratively dissolved or revoked, and you wish to terminate prior to filing past due annual reports, please contact the office. So they're telling them that their past due reports, they need to file their delinquent reports, and they need to file that on this particular entity. So what they're saying is, you need to file your status. You got delinquent reports. You need to have those filed. You need to get that effective. You need to get caught up in your business. You know what I'm saying? Because you're behind right now, because it's inactive and not dissolved. And this is what they're saying about the Church of Jesus Christ House of Prayer. This is what Dowell has here, and it's still in place. You can still file, and it's also telling them that they must reinstate it. An application for reinstatement must also be filed with the Secretary of State. So now they've detected that this, they've detected that Straitway has a new foundation that is operating under a 501c3, and that now they are required to file a reinstatement for this particular 501c3 tax exempt organization, and then catch up on their delinquent reports. Now we know that the 501c3 for Straitway is a private foundation, and they are heavily restricted, as we already read from the irs.gov website. So depending on what they do with that, they have to update this. They have to come back and take care of this. If they're not taking care of this, than they are doing what? They're doing tax evasion, meaning they're avoiding to proper filings, meaning they're avoiding the thing, or they're evading the things that they're supposed to do for this business or for this entity that is still in a inactive status, right? Is dormant. It's not completely dissolved. It's not completely canceled or removed. You understand what I'm saying? It's not completely taken care of. This, like, not like stairs was, right? It's not terminated. It is inactive. It is dormant. So this is what the instructions are. Now, this could be reason why they looked into this, right? Is because they're trying to determine whether this qualifies, right, by law, that they are actually doing tax evasion by opening up another entity, right, and opening it up with the intentions not paying taxes at all. You understand what I'm saying? When they have this entity that is required to be taken care of with this reports, with this annual reports that has not been made. Also, it needs to be reinstated, right, with the Secretary of State, because, you know, and it needs to be brought to an active status. I'm pretty sure that they put that stipulation there because Straitway is a foundation like church that has 501c3 exemptions. Now they have to bring this to active status because they're linking those two together. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. Part 2 presents present day 2024 current list. Tax year is 2025. This is full on. This was pulled on 10/13/2024. Last sale date was 6/18/2021. When I came out of the previous names and into a trust/foundation, what we got? Okay, results for Macon County. Results for Macon County. You understand? Straitway Truth Ministry. You got Pumpkin Town. You see the addresses there. You understand what I'm saying? We see the addresses there. Got the control maps here. All right. Residential, religious. Okay, residential, religious, farm. Now, these are Straitway Truth Ministry. This is all Straitway. So this right here is what the results are for Straitway in regards to a 501c3 active status and what they currently have on that land as, I believe, tax exempt right now. This is what they're currently having as tax exempt. You understand what I'm saying? So that was recently pulled. The tax year is 2025, right? We in present 2024. This is what was recently pulled for that. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm reading it right, I'm pretty sure that I am, for Macon County. So this is a public entity. It's been placed in the public. Let's see. Present day 2024, when they had 3 plots, didn't buy the other 2 yet. Pulled October 2019. So this is pulled October 2019. This is the Church of Jesus Christ House of Prayer, 501c3. Is listed as owner 1. Okay, it's listed as owner 1. Partial. We got partial 030.03, which that's something else that they were advocating for, I believe, before was that partial. They were advocating for tax exemption for that. All right, so partial information. Okay, partial information. Partial. All right, so we got county ID 56, CMAP 021. We got the address there, and then we have that information there as well. All right, so owner is Church of Jesus Christ. Now, this right here says that basically the owner of that particular tax exemption, right, is Church of Jesus Christ. So now, of course, we got Charles Dowell Jr. here. So now what are we doing when it comes to Straitway? And it also having an exempt status, tax exempt status on it. This is the reason why they cross-referenced the two, if I'm not mistaken. This is the reason why they cross-referenced the two. They pulled the two together and they said the Church of Jesus Christ must be brought back to an active status, and it needs to be the filings, the delinquent filings, right, needs to be caught up on. The reason why is because now they see that this Church of Jesus Christ had a 501c3 operating on those portions of land, right? These are the three plots that they had at that time. It was active at that time on those plots of land. This entity has not been terminated. This entity is dormant right now, meaning it's in an inactive status, meaning it still exists, meaning it still has claim. You understand what I'm saying? So think about it like this, y'all. You bought a car. You understand what I'm saying? And this happens often. You know what I mean? You purchased a car from a dealership. You drive off the lot with the vehicle, but somebody else has a lien on that vehicle you just drove off the lot with. So they sold you somebody else's title. They sold you somebody else's property, and you have also equal claim to the property because you just purchased it. You understand what I'm saying? So now the true owner who has the lien on the vehicle, right, can be able to contest you. He can come and try to take that property from you. You understand what I'm saying? Because they have beneficial ownership in that property, in that asset. Now you purchased this vehicle, right, with good intentions, right? This was based on just based on the purchase agreement, right? So you don't have anything. You're not at fault. You have not broken any laws, right? Because you purchased it in good faith. And that's what that, and based on general definitions of the UCC 1-201, good faith purchases are made when there's other people who have beneficial claims to your asset. But you purchased it in good faith because you had no clue that somebody else had beneficial claim. You understand what I'm saying? This is basically the same thing. This entity has beneficial interest in that 501c3 tax exempt status that's being done, that was done on that land. There's a whole separate entity who's claiming 501c3 as well. Now, this entity you might not know nothing about, is dormant, is inactive, but they still need to understand what's going on with this entity, what's happening. You understand what I'm saying? What is the delinquent filings that taken place so far? Now, with that being said, he has to provide that documentation, right? And that documentation has to fit the bill for whatever has transpired from now all the way back to 2002, right? All the way back to 2002, right? And anything that this entity took part in could be back charged, or he could lose the 501c3 status and be responsible for paying out of pocket whatever taxes are owed. So that could what that means is that if he's responsible for paying any back taxes as to whatever it earned, whatever earnings came from wherever, if he's required to do so, then that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. That could be millions of dollars. It depends on what they decide. You understand what I'm saying? But when you go and open up another entity, right, and you start claiming tax exempt status underneath a foundation, right, a foundation that's a private entity, it starts to have certain issues. They start to conflict with each other. There's a problem here, right? Because you got a public entity, right, that's claiming 501c3, and then you got a private one that's claiming that as well. Well, once you go back and you start doing what you need to do all the way up to when you start to do it with the private entity, they want to see all of that. They want to see all the books. They want to see everything. So when they start to make claims of tax evasion, it's because you're not following up with the proper documentation. You're not giving them what they require to see, which is the delinquent documentation that's proving whatever you're doing, that you've been doing it, right? That's when they start to look into these things, and they start looking at, was this tax evasion? Is this person trying to open up this entity to be able to avoid taxation here, or be able to avoid this issue there? That's when they start looking into it. Same thing when you open up a trust and you have a vehicle that has not been paid off just yet, and you try to convey that asset into your trust, then they look at that as they heavily scrutinize that. The reason why, they believe that you're trying to steal the asset, right? And you're trying to hurry up and throw it in a trust and make it a trust asset, and you haven't satisfied your contract. You haven't satisfied your contract with that asset yet. So you can't. So unless you own it outright, you can't convey it over into a trust. And if you do so, then there could be heavy penalties. It could be fines, jail time. If you own it outright, like your land or property, and you convey it into the trust, they ain't got no problem with that. But if you still owe some money on it, they got an issue with that, and you can be fined. You can receive jail time. They see it as you trying to steal that asset, is how they see it, or trying to avoid or evade taxes on the asset. You understand what I'm saying? But you have to own that thing outright. Okay, so there we go. All right, makes sense. I believe these are two of the same documents. Hold on. Now this is a different time period, right? All right. Yep. No, two same documents. All right. Pull, boom, boom. Not 501c3. Not under a 501c3. Okay. Not under 501c3. When they had 3 plots of land, didn't buy the other 2 yet. Pulled the October 2019 Church of Christ House of Prayer 501c3 is listed as owner 1. Okay. Owner 2 is Charles Dowell. There we go. All right. 3 different plots. Yep, absolutely. 3 different plots. Sounds like a farm of fraud. Yes. So yeah, we're evading taxation by jumping into a different vehicle, right? A vehicle that you feel is more secure. And then now you're doing filings for that vehicle, right? But you've left the other one delinquent. So this is what they'll be upset about. All right, part 2. Presented day is our present day is 2025. Applying for more 501c3 exemptions, right? April 17th, 2024 initiated, right? May 9th, 2024 appeal. There was an appeal May 9th in 2024, right? 15th of August 2024 was also a situation as well. It's also a situation as well. 15th August 2024 final. All requests was denied, right? No added 501c3 exemptions to what is already placed, right? It was already placed. Still use a 501c3 that exists in 2002. Okay. So state of Tennessee, Department of State. Okay. This is where we're at. And we have proofs here, finding of facts, which that's exactly what we read earlier. Boom. The subject line there, properties include 5 parcels of land located on Pumpkintown Lane in Lafayette, Macomb County, or Macon County, Tennessee. The subject parcels are owned and utilized by Straitway. Straitway is a church-related foundation. It is a church-related foundation and is exempt from federal income taxes under IRS Revenue Code 501c3. You understand what I'm saying? That's what they're under. They're under the 501c3. Okay. And all of this was denied. All of this was denied recently. Okay. Map of plots, right? For reference. This is the map of the plots of land that they're fighting to get tax exempt. And I'm pretty sure they're on to the next stage. All right. Part 2. Okay, present day is 2024, right? All right. So the legality of claiming 501c3 tax exempt status for property held in a trust depends on several factors. Okay, depends on several factors. Charitable purpose, right? For a charitable purpose, the property must be used exclusively for charitable purposes and defined by the IRS. If the property is generating income, that income must be used for organizations' charitable activities. So they got to, use it for charity. Any of the profit that was generated or any income that was generated, they can't go and buy, trucks and buy all this other stuff with it. They have to use it for charitable activities. Trust structure, right? The trust must be structured in a way that aligns with the requirements of 501c3 organizations. This includes having a governing document that specifies what the charitable purpose and ensures that the trust activities are consistent with those purposes. Compliance with regulations. Both the trust and the 501c3 organization must comply with all relevant federal and state regulations. Must comply with all relevant federal and state regulations. This includes filing the necessary paperwork with the IRS and state authorities to maintain tax exempt status. Okay. Separation of assets. The assets of the trust must be clearly separated from any non-charitable assets to avoid any potential conflicts of interest or misuse funds or misuse of funds. Okay. If these conditions are met, it is generally legal for a property held in the trust and claims of 501c3 tax exempt status. So we have 5 plots of land that was uneligible for tax exempt status, right? Expounding on the line item 3 of previous slide. Okay. Line item 3 of previous slide. Federal compliance. Both the 501c3 organization and the trust must comply with IRS regulations. This includes filing annual returns. Okay, you have to file annually. So now the reason why we're saying this, okay, is for the simple fact that when you're not filing annually, right, and you have the one trust or you have the one 501c3 tax exempt corporation that's in an inactive status, but you're not doing any filings for it, okay, that is a problem with the IRS. The IRS, that is a huge problem with them. They want you to be consistent in your filings, okay? They want you to file regularly, you know what I mean, for your corporation. This includes filing annually returns form 990. You got to file those forms and ensuring that the organization's activities align with its charitable purpose. The trust must also be structured to meet IRS requirements for tax exempt status. Okay, so it must be structured in this way. That means it's not going to be a private trust. It means that the government is going to be heavily involved in your trust in regards to it and what stipulations and regulations there are within your trust. You understand what I'm saying? This is how this is going to operate. So you got a new entity that's on the scene that's operating under a foundation and trust, right? They have to structure it in its way that supports what the IRS would require for a 501c3. You see how the government now is fully involved in this particular entity, regardless on if it's a private foundation or not. It's still fully involved. It's still regulating what you can and cannot do. A private anything is not regulated by intergovernmental systems. Okay, that's what we got to understand. That's what we got to know. That's what we got to understand, y'all. All right, so man, listen, I've been snap. Hold up. Okay. And so got a few individuals who want to come on live. Listen, you got to come on YouTube if you want to come on live. All right, so let's go ahead and get back to it. State compliance. In addition to federal regulations, the organization and trust must comply with state laws. This includes registering with a state, filing annually reports, and paying any required fees. The trust must also be properly documented and managed according to state laws. You understand? Governing documents, the trust must have governing documents such as trust agreement that clearly outline its charitable purpose, right? It has a clearly outlined the charitable purpose, right? And how it will be managed. These documents should be consistent with the 501c3 organization's bylaws and mission. You understand what I'm saying? It's bylaws and missions. It's got to be clearly outlined. It's got to be, what exactly are you doing here with the tax exemption? Okay. Separating the assets of the trust must be clearly separated, okay, from any non-charitable assets. This helps ensure that the trust funds are used exclusively for charitable purposes and prevents any potential conflict, right? Any potential conflicts of interest or misuse of funds. Okay. Reporting and transparency. Both the organization and the trust must maintain accurate records and provide transparency in their financial activities. This includes keeping detailed records of income, expenses, and how funds are used to support the charitable mission. Okay. They call it, you got to stay within compliance. They call it compliance. So when you go and you form your LLC, they have people who they say, hey, you can pay these people whatever monthly, $100 and something a month, $300 a month, and they can keep your LLC in compliance with the bylaws here in the state. Give me a second, y'all. That's what that means. Keep you in compliance. Hold on a sec. Give me 1 minute. All right, y'all. So that's what it is. All right, y'all. So that's what it is. You got to comply with regulations. You got to comply with the regulations, or you got to stay in compliance. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's keep going. Definition. We're gonna go into definition. General definitions. I love my general definitions because people don't understand things, right? When you go into court, when you go into certain areas, you got to understand the definitions of these words are highly, highly relevant facts. It's so important to know the definition of words. It's so important to understand the difference between simple words. You understand, like words like this and they, right? Or this and the, you know what I mean? Those two words would determine whether you be sentenced to life in prison or not. You understand what I'm saying? It'll be determined if you were charged with a crime or not. If you understand the difference between the word this and the, you understand? That's small. Those small little details of understanding is so important. That's why general definitions, when you look up UCC 1-201 and you go into general definitions, you got to understand that it's going to teach you more than what, honestly, you probably, you would never know that a person is described to be a corporate entity. You understand what I'm saying? They describe you as a corporate entity pursuant to UCC 1-201. general definitions. You go down to what person says, and it is an individual or it's a corporation. It's so many more definitions, but it basically tells you that you're a business. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So current state of affairs. You understand? 501c3 inactive, dissolved, right? Administrative status overview. Let's go ahead and go to the definition. A 501c3 organization that has administratively dissolved by the state and is no longer in operation. The organization is no longer recognized as a legal entity and cannot conduct any business activities. Okay, so you cannot, if you're in it, you cannot conduct any business activities, right? If it's been dissolved, right? The organization is no longer recognized as a legal entity and cannot conduct any business activities. Organizations that has been administratively dissolved. Okay, so you shouldn't be conducting any sort of activities at that point. Any sort of business activities, you shouldn't be conducting them, but you should keep up with your filings regularly, stating that you're not conducting any sort of activities afterwards. So even though, you know, it was docile, it was dissolved by administratively, it was inactive. So to continue to collect money, to collect resources, to continue on in business, right, is something you shouldn't have been doing, especially without filing regularly or making this entity or renewing the entity. You understand what I'm saying? You should have renewed the entity or whatever it may be. You understand what I'm saying? Hopefully you guys are following me here. So we're outlining the mistakes that's been made so far, thus far, from 2002 when it became inactive, right? And administratively dissolved, I believe, in 2003 to now, where the business was still actively doing business. When you are dissolved by the state, right? By administratively by the state, you should no longer operate. Your operations must shut down at that point because you've been dissolved by the state. You understand what I'm saying? So for you to continue on, right, you can definitely be held fully accountable for continuing in and you just continuing business as, right? Eligibility requirements, right? Must have been organized and operated exclusively for exempts. Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. Eligibility requirements must have been organized and operated exclusively for exempt purposes before before dissolution, right? Dissolution. No part of the organization's net earning could benefit private shareholders. Okay, so anybody or individuals, so anybody who's an owner or whatever, you should not be paying your bills. You shouldn't be buying Polarises. You feel me? You shouldn't be, building mansions overlooking the pond with the Polaris out front. You shouldn't be having any of that stuff if it has been dissolved administratively. You should not be doing any of that, paying bills, doing this, doing that. You feel what I'm saying? Taking your women out to vacations over in Puerto Rico. You feel me? Buying them thongs, buying them the thong. None of that should be a thing. You should not be doing any of that. You know what I'm saying? Walking around in the Gucci shades. You know what I'm saying? Gucci down to the socks. Doing all of that stuff. You should not be doing it if you've been dissolved administratively. You understand what I'm saying? Because they want to know about all of that. They want to know about every stitch of that. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, we got them with me. Let's go. Hey, honestly, come on, man. I want to see, because we just went through like a few slides here. Listen, all of my righteous alpha men, drop that RAM in the chat for me, please. Come on now, please. Please drop a RAM in the chat for me, please. All my righteous alpha men, all of my elegant women who are exceptional, please drop a sheep in the chat if you're following me, please. Let's go. Because one thing that we got to know is, like, how are we conducting business properly? Or is it appropriately being conducted? Or are we committing fraud? Are we actively committing fraud? Are we actively evading taxes? You understand what I'm saying? There's a huge difference between avoiding taxation and evading taxation. You understand what I'm saying? And knowing those differences will make you a powerful being on this planet. It'll make you very powerful because knowledge is power. You understand what I'm saying? If you know how to avoid taxes, right? And you can teach others how to avoid taxes, then you listen, you're moving in strength, you're moving in power. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people need to get it. Honestly, and let's get the lights up. Let's get the lights up, y'all. Hit that like button. Hit that like button for me, please. And also share the video, y'all. Share the video. It helps out the channel a lot. And if you're a hater in here, you already know what you can do.
If there's any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is, bitch.
Listen, man, we're going through these slides like it ain't nothing, man. We rocking it out. Are y'all still able? Y'all ain't even able to. Okay, hold up a sec. I didn't pulled it back. Boom. All right, let's go. All right, yeah. So we're gonna get this thing rocking and rolling, y'all. I see my rams, I see my sheep in the chat. Let's get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Let's rock it. Let's do it. Let's get it done. All right. All right, we resetting. We got a few more slides to go, y'all. Let's get to it. We're gonna bring this thing home. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna bring it home. All right. Okay, so I already went through this one, right? We went through, okay, definitions, compliance obligations. Okay, this is a 501c3 inactive, dissolved, administrative status overview. Okay, compliance obligations, file final returns, right? Form 990 with the IRS to report the dissolution. You understand what I'm saying? Maintain accurate records and transparency in financial activities until the dissolution. Okay. Comply with federal and state regulations, including filing necessary paperwork with the IRS and state authorities to officially dissolve the organization. Winding up affairs. Okay. Engage in activities necessary to wind up liquidate the organization's affairs. This is how you're closing this thing out. This is how, you know, once you're getting out of it, this is how we're going to close this thing out to where we don't have any more ties to intergovernmental systems since you've already signed up for the 501c3, right? Okay, so now we're closing it out now. We're liquidating and organizing what? Affairs. Organization of affairs. Okay, collect assets, right? Dispose of properties, discharge liabilities, and distribute remaining assets according to bylaws and state laws. You understand what I'm saying? These are things that you have to do with the assets. So now the land, the plots of land, the 3 plots of land that was tied up into that church, right? That right there are considered to be assets that needed to be dissolved out. Of course, we already know that it's in an inactive state, meaning it's been docile or dormant. That means that, of course, at any time you could have picked it back up. You can pick it back up and keep going with it if you want to, but you just have to renew it. But Stairs, 501c3 was what? Terminated. So he no longer could do so. He would have to go through a whole separate entity in order to reinstate a 501c3 because it had been terminated with his current one. Dowell's was never terminated. It was just inactive, right? And administratively dissolved, meaning since it was not being used for so long, they just decided to dissolve it. They just said, okay, well, so I challenge the claims that he said he paid 500 smackaroos. You understand what I'm saying? 500 smackaroos to get out of the 501c3. I challenge that claim right now. I challenge it because based on this evidence that we're presenting here, it has not been terminated, meaning he did not pay $500 to terminate. He just left it. He just left it. Let it sit there. Let it ride or whatever he thought he was going to do. He just never claimed the tax exempt status from the 501c3 on those lands. You understand what I'm saying? He never actively used it again, refiled for it, renewed it, in which he's required to do so now. Where was I? Okay, winding up affairs. I think I'm all set there. All right. Current state of affairs, 501c3 inactive, dissolved, administrative status overview, asset distribution, distribute remaining assets to other tax exempt organizations or as specified in the bylaws. You have to comply. You have to. If you're under a 501c3, you gotta comply with these bylaws. You got no other choice. This is the rules to the game. This is commerce. You gotta do it. Ensure that assets are used exclusively for what? For charitable purposes. Okay, so you got to document that you have donated things to charity, that you've done charitable events, right, with these particular assets. You understand what I'm saying? And it has to be documented. All right. Even a charitable event is you taking those 3 plots of land and donating it to another entity. That could be Straitway Truth Ministries. Okay, Christ Church, whatever. I took these lands and donated it through a charity, right? And through a charitable event to Straitway Truth Ministries. Now, Straitway owns that, right? Now, Straitway has been donated to that corporation or entity, okay? Or that person. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's also another definition of corporation or entity is person. Okay, so that's a charitable event. You can donate those assets to another corporation, another person, another entity. You understand what I'm saying? No new activities. Cannot carry on any new activities or business operations. Okay, you cannot carry on in business with that entity. That entity is now dead, is deceased. Okay. Limited to actions that are part of the dissolution process. Okay, so besides you liquidating everything and getting rid of the assets and doing your charitable events, there should be nothing else. No, you should not be proceeding in business in this particular entity with this particular entity. And then at that point, that entity should be terminated once you're done with the dissolution process. You understand what I'm saying? Then you need to go into termination status. You understand what I mean? That's what's next. Shit. Okay. All right. That's 26 slides. All right. So current state of affairs, right? 501c3 inactive, the dissolved administrative status overview. Okay. Claiming tax exempt status on property and in buildings. Okay. Legal ramifications, the legal ramifications continuing, right, to claim. So are you saying it was likely not dissolved, just restricted like this? Like this scandal needs to need a reality show. So yeah, I mean, it was not terminated. It was not terminated appropriately. So the assets were never truly dissolved or anything. It just sat there dormant. You know what I mean? So and then it was dissolved administratively. You understand what I'm saying? So the administration dissolved the 501c3 status, dissolved all of that stuff, but themselves, the ones who own it, right, the business owners, the ones who are operations for this particular church, did not actively dissolve or terminate anything. They just left it. So that's why the administration had to step in and dissolve it themselves, because nobody was making any decisions on it or for it. So they had to go ahead and put it in dormant status or inactive status and then dissolve it administratively. You understand what I'm saying? That tells you that nobody cared about it. They just left it high and dry. But now they're requiring them to actually reactivate this thing. Now you have to reinstate it. So yeah, absolutely. A reality show would be suffice. That would be sufficient in this particular situation, because we got people talking about that they dissolved their 501c3. They got out of the 501c3. They paid 500 smackaroos to get out of it. They never did. They just left it high and dry. They just left it dormant. And then the administration had to dissolve it, meaning they had to take care of your affairs. They had to take care of what you didn't take care of. You wasn't taking care of your business. You was not on top of your shit. You wasn't taking care of your business. They had to take care of it for you. That's what that means. We had to take care of it. Your affairs. You're not able to do it. You understand what I'm saying? You weren't able to do it, so we did it for you. They didn't terminate it. They just dissolved it. They can still reactivate it, right? Reinstate it. If you're terminated, then you cannot reinstate. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, let's continue. Investigation. The IRS and state authorities may investigate the organization's activities to determine if there was a fraudulent intent. Okay, so the intent, they got to prove that intent, right? So that's absolutely what they can do. They can definitely raise some questions in regards to what's your intent. What did you truly intend to do? Were you trying to evade the taxation? Were you trying to commandeer a new vehicle, right, and evade taxation based on what benefits that vehicle may give you, right? That's what the question is. Why did you leave this one dormant and jump into this one? You understand what I'm saying? And why have you not been filing regularly for the old one? They're more than, listen, they're able to do so 100%. The IRS can definitely investigate it. They can definitely initiate an audit on whatever they got going on to see their books. They want to see the books. They want to see what they've been doing. And if there's activity on their books, then they know for a fact that they have been violating laws, applicable laws for the IRS and also the bylaws within that state. You understand what I'm saying? So that could pose a real problem for individuals, for straitway in particular, right? It can pose a real issue because if you are not only is the 501c3 removed, right, for the foundation, and you're now you have to pay all of this money after acquiring all these different plots of land. You gotta pay all this money, and you got to do back payments on everything that you did not pay. You understand what I'm saying? That is thousands of dollars on top of millions of dollars potentially, right? But for sure, thousands of dollars of payments that you'd have to actually pay if your tax exempt status was removed. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where we're currently at right now, and it could be under heavy scrutiny and investigation right now, y'all. Revocation and tax exempt status, right? The IRS can revoke the organization's tax exempt status, making it liable for income taxes on its revenue. Absolutely. And that can be backdated. Okay. That can also be backdated. Criminal charges, right? In severe cases, right? Individuals in severe cases, individuals involved in the fraud could face criminal charges, leading to potential imprisonment, right? That is absolutely true. I believe they got it up to 10 years in prison for tax fraud. It happens, y'all. This shit happens, and it's very realistic, because when you're going into something and you're unequipped and you're unaware and you're not prepared to actually understand the in and outs of it, and you don't understand the laws, the bylaws within your state, but you go in and you start doing it just because somebody said, "Oh, it's a good idea for you to do," then you start to fall victim to a lot of this stuff, right? And I'm not saying you're a victim because we perish because of lack of knowledge, right? We perish because of our lack of knowledge. So you going to learn more about it was the key source. The key thing is to learn about what you're doing first, right? All right. Asset seize. The IRS may seize the organization's assets to recover unpaid taxes and penalties. Yeah, that still can happen with a foundation that is a private foundation. It still can happen. You're under a 501c3. You're a foundation. This is an entity. You understand what I'm saying? It's a public entity when it's doing tax filings under a 501c3. They have more than, it's their rights. You've handed that over to them once you've proclaimed yourself to be active under a 501c3. So if straitway is active, I don't care if the foundation is private. They are also scrutinized, right? And under heavy restrictions. They want to see what you're doing. But if they see stuff like this, and outside of that, you're actually still operating underneath a whole new vehicle, and you have one that's been inactive and you have not caught that up or dealt with it, What are you doing? How are you handling your affairs? You're not appropriately handling your affairs. You're not balancing the books. You're not working a budget. You're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. We're going to come in and audit all of this. Let me see what the hell really going on. What you got going on here? What are you doing here, here, and here? Okay, well, we still got revenue that's coming in over here, right? On your books. We still got you acquiring assets. You just got more lands. You just acquired more lands that we have under a tax exempt status. You are still building effectively, right? And you got the same lands under a tax exemption that you had underneath this inactive corporation. So we know for a fact that you've still been in pure operations. So what's going on here? Why haven't you been keeping up with your books? Why haven't you been filing regularly? We required you to do what? Any delinquent filings, we want you to update that information. You still have not done so. You understand what I'm saying? Now we got an issue. Now we have a problem because me, as the IRS, I'm your bookkeeper. I am your CPA. I'm the one who has to do all of this. But the problem is, if I can't get my job done, I'm going to send the FBI to get my job done for me. Now we're going to give you penalties. Now we're going to give you different fees and fines and possible imprisonment. Because me as your bookkeeper, right, which the IRS, you should not fear them. Go to their website, read up on them, understand who the IRS is. The IRS is your bookkeepers. They could be your best friend. You understand what I'm saying? As long as you're doing exactly what you're supposed to do with the IRS and keeping them updated. You have to file your paperwork, y'all. You got to file your paperwork. You got to keep them updated. You got to keep them noticed. The moment you start doing that, y'all gonna have a great relationship. And guess what they gonna do? They not gonna bother you. They understand what the truth is about the money system that we have here in the US. But if you're not handling your business, they understand that this person can't handle their affairs. Okay, well, let's go and move in on their ass. That's exactly how they operate. Let's move in on their ass because I need my books balanced. I need my I need all of this cleared off of my books. And the person who's handling your case, that's exactly how they think. I need this cleared off of my books. I got these books open and I don't have anything. It's all delinquent for this particular entity. But we have a brand new entity that's claiming 501c3 with the same plots of land, with the same portions of land. We need to go and investigate this, audit that. I need to see their books. I need to see this. I need to see that. And the moment that they show those books and they start showing things, man, it's over. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's over with. It ain't nothing left to really be said. Because they still been operating and doing business outside of the inactive status of that other company or corporation in which they shouldn't have been under that 501c3. That's the problem when you don't go and handle your business for real. When you don't terminate the thing that you said you terminated for $500. He said 500 smackers. He terminated that thing. He did not terminate that shit. And that right there will come back and bite him in his ass. You understand what I'm saying? Come back and bite him in his rear end. Because he did not effectively terminate that. Now he's fallen under what? Fraud. He's fallen under fraud and tax evasion. You understand what I'm saying? Now there's a problem here. You understand what I mean? How shit can get cooked up. You got to stay on top of these things. And if you can't stay on top of it, find somebody who can for you and pay them to do it or whatever you need to do. Find somebody who understands how to stay within compliance. All right. So current state of affairs, 501c3 inactive, dissolved, administrative state overview. You understand? I believe we went over this, right? Claiming tax exempt status on property and buildings. Okay, maybe not. Legal ramifications. Continuing to claim tax exempt status on property and buildings while being inactive, right, and dissolved can be seen as fraudulent, okay, by the IRS and state authorities. Listen, I just gave a rant about that. Listen, come on. The IRS and state authorities may investigate the organization's activities to determine if there was any fraudulent intent or misrepresentation. That's an audit. They want to do an audit on your books. You understand what I'm saying? And it ain't no problem if it ain't no problems. You understand what I'm saying? But they want to do an audit on your book. You know, it depends on what your situation is. Now, with this situation, it's a bad thing, and we don't why. investigation. The IRS and state authorities may investigate the organization activities to determine if there was a fraudulent intent. Okay, determine if there was a fraudulent intent. Meaning now you're dealing with the FBI and the IRS. Okay, because the FBI is the one who's going to serve it, and they don't play about their money. You understand? The FBI do not play about their money. To be honest with you, the FBI ain't really there for your protection. Like I said, they're there to protect the money. You understand what I'm saying? That's what their main goal and job is. So when you got people who are committing fraud like Dowell, those are the people that they really go after. That's why you got these the federal jails and things like that for guys who commit fraud, who commit bank fraud, who do credit card scams and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like the FBI are the ones who get involved in that. Now, for me, in my case, when I was wrongfully accused, right, and they accused me of fraud, the FBI never came nowhere near that case. You understand what I'm saying? If it was, and this was a case that was claimed, it was over $92,000 that they said that I was committing fraud with. You understand what I'm saying? If it was substantial evidence, or if it was proven that that's what I was doing, the FBI would have picked up the charge because it's well over $50,000. They would have picked that up. They would have definitely taken on that, and I would have been looking at federal jail, federal time. You understand what I'm saying? But it was a tall tale sign. It was a great sign for me that I saw that the FBI ain't want shit to do with it. You know, it was still on a state level. The state still had to deal with it. And then they were the ones who were bringing false accusations. You understand what I'm saying? And then the FBI already knew that. The FBI don't play about their money. In fact, they also understood that this was nothing like my particular case had nothing to do with fraud, because I informed them of the situation of what I was doing at that time. I wrote them and sent them copies and sent them all the evidence they need. So an intent, a fraudulent intent would say that I tried to do it without. No, I informed them. I notified them. I notified them, the IRS and the Treasury. So my thing is that it's a tall sign when the FBI is heavily involved in that case when it comes down to fraud. You understand what I'm saying? But if they're not involved, especially depending on the amount, the dollar figure, if they don't get involved, then you know for a fact that it's BS. It's full of crap. You know what I mean? They blowing smoke. It had nothing to do with anything. They just brought fraudulent charges up, right? This right here, FBI, IRS starts to get involved, and they see this and finds this as being fraud. Best believe they're moving on this, no problem, right? A lot of times the FBI and the IRS, they like to sit and wait. They'll let you rack it up. They'll let it get to a certain dollar amount, right? Let's say that, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They already got their case proven. They already prove, like, okay, I'm seeing this right here, and they'll just sit back and let you. They'll just sit back and watch. They'll let you just run that joint up. I promise you, after they've been proved that this is what this is, okay, we got this. All right, well, eventually we're gonna go ahead and take care of this. They're gonna go in, they're gonna take care of it eventually, right? But that's just kind of how they already operate. You don't got the state on you. If the state was on them and they may have gotten arrested for it, the FBI would have then picked it up right away, right? Because they are the ones who want to take over the case. They want to take that thing over if they've been found in fraudulent activity. You understand what I'm saying? That's how the FBI works. If you've been picked up for it by the state, listen, then that's when they want to come in and okay, the state got them. We let the state do all the work for us. Now all we got to do is just show up. That's how they do. But when they want to come get you, they'll pop on in. They'll pop on in whenever they feel like they're ready. All right, and I got enough evidence, right? Okay, so the organization, let's see, penalties. The organization may face significant financial penalties, including fines and interest on unpaid taxes. Okay. Revocation in tax exempt status. The IRS can revoke the organization's tax exempt status. So that's another thing. They can just revoke the tax exempt status. If they feel like they want to be, they'll just revoke the tax exemption, right? And then they'll do the back charges on the taxes that you owe, right? And so you'd owe money. That's how a lot of these celebrities get caught up as well. They might be doing things that don't fit the bill for their organization that they created, whether it be a church or a foundation. And so they revoked the tax exempt status. That's why you see Wesley Snipes going to jail, going to prison for tax evasion. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that is because the foundation he may have created did not adhere to the regulations and bylaws of the state and of the IRS. So they revoked it, back charged his ass all the way to, you know what I'm saying, whenever he started the organization. And then now he millions of dollars in tax evasion. Same thing with Chris Brown. He might have done the same route. Foundation, trust, went through that, but his organization wasn't fitting the criteria. Man, they revoked that tax exemption. Boom. They're not going to tell the public that. They're not going to tell you, the public, that, oh, they were under a 501c3 tax exemption. You understand what I'm saying? Where all these, you know, these celebrities are not paying taxes, right? Like Trump, right? Not paying taxes. And then now it's been revoked because they're not fitting the criteria of what is necessary for tax exemption. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they be getting in trouble, y'all. That's why they get in trouble. You think, oh man, he just willfully didn't pay his taxes? No. He was ineligible for the tax exemptions that he had, that he was qualified for, and they removed that tax exemption. Now back charged him. Now he's millions of dollars in debt to the IRS. I mean, they not willfully just not paying, y'all. You know what I'm saying? They being sure that they pay whatever is owed, right? But they're exempting as much as they possibly can. You understand what I'm saying? Or they're avoiding as much taxation as possible. And once they find out, they back charge their ass, remove the tax exempt status, whatever it may be, and then boom. Or they just didn't pay the taxes on the income that they received through being a freelancer or a 1099 contractor. That's another way. And they go back and they find out that you haven't paid taxes for this long, back charge you for that. Boom, you know, you're through. So that's how they really get you caught up. And this could be thousands of dollars in taxes for straitway if they do not come in compliance. And now, once they do come to compliance, the IRS and they're gonna figure out that they've been violating all of these bylaws and IRS regulations for all these years, and that's not gonna end well either. Criminal charges and several when getting to a certain level of revenue, a financial accountant and lawyer or attorney on retainer is cheap insurance. Yeah, get you an attorney, get you somebody who understands how to take care of compliance for you. Get them to understand, so you know they'll keep up with the compliance laws. All right, so asset C. Okay, hold on. Criminal charges. In severe cases, individuals involved in a fraud could face criminal charges leading to potential imprisonment. Of course, no, most indefinitely. You know, they will lock you up. Asset seized, right? But let me place this in here too. If you're operating under a 501c3, then yes, they will be looking to lock you up. If you're operating under a trust, you understand there's a completely separate, different set of laws and a different criteria for people who are operating within the trust. There's a lot of laws you can take advantage of and loopholes when you're avoiding taxation. Okay, this is how a lot of wealthy people do it. Like Trump. I'm gonna use him as an example because after all of that conversation of, oh, he ain't paying his taxes, did you see him get locked up for it? Did he get arrested for it? He went through how many litigations of federal litigations, right? Or litigations in state court and felony charges. How many litigations did he go through? Did you see him see any jail time for any of them? Y'all better y'all better pay attention. Start paying attention to what the truth is. Pay attention. Did you see Trump see any jail time? Do you see him now taking office for presidency as a felon? Do you see that now? You understand what I'm saying? Pay attention to what's going on. It's not Trump. You understand what I'm saying? Donald Trump is not a felon. You understand what I'm saying? A felony charge is what? Is civil death, meaning that you're signing yourself up contractually to hand over your natural rights. right? I've gotten people who have felonies on their records. I've gotten them passports to be able to travel to intercontinentally. They can go to other states now. You understand what I'm saying? It's fictitious, y'all. Ain't none of it real. It's only believable if you truly believe in it. They go to other countries. Felons. They're not supposed to leave the country. I don't care what, especially one. It don't matter. If you got a felony, you're not allowed to have a passport. Well, we've gotten them passports. You understand what I'm saying? You got to understand, like, there's the truth, right? And then there's lies. There's concrete, right? And then there's abstract. When you say, "Oh, I'm a felon," well, you've agreed with it. You signed your sentence. You understand what I'm saying? But that is just your entity. Your corporation has taken on that title. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing with Donald Trump. You see, he in the office right now. He's about to take office, but he's been convicted of felony crimes, supposedly. You understand? Come on, you gotta really pay attention. You gotta pay attention. Not only that, he didn't see any jail time. He didn't have no repercussions for paying $21 in taxes. You gotta open your eyes. You gotta pay attention to some of these things that they're doing. You gotta know. And what did he say to everybody? Man, I take advantage of some of these same loopholes that your investors take advantage of. Where's the loopholes? They're not going to tell the public. Why they're not going to tell you? Why do they not want to inform you what the loopholes are? They can't bring that information to you, because guess what? If everybody do better, they do better, right? And how fast could we collapse the financial structure, the financial system that was put in place temporarily? How quickly can we collapse it if everybody started to move effectively, right? If everybody understood that their name and birth certificate was just a corporation and an entity, that's all it really is. Like when you go and take a look, hold on, wait, I'm gonna switch gears for 2 seconds. When you go and take a look at what a person is, right? When you go and take a look at what a person is, what the general definition of person, according to UCC 1-201, what is a person? What is a person pursuant to that law? What is a person? What do they define a person as? Okay, UCC. Hold on, wait. Benefits. Boom. UCC 1-201 subsection B. Let's go to general definitions. Okay, we got a bank. What is a bank? Bank means a person. Bank means a person, right? Engage in the business of banking, including what? A savings bank, savings and loans association, a credit union, a trust company. So are you telling me a bank is just a person? A person who does what? These activities? Well, can you be considered a bank? If you open up effectively, if you go and open up your trust and you file and register your trust and you become a trust company, right? Can you start to then give out loans? Can you do savings? Even in small amounts? Can you consider yourself to be a bank? Respectfully, yes, of course. In fact, it was a known practice prior to 1933, right? May 5th, 1933, or June 5th, 1933. Prior to June 5th, 1933, it was a very well-known practice for you to be a private banker, a personal bank, a discount house is what they called it, right? For you to privately bank. And it's still a known practice now, but you don't practice it. You rely on the banks, but you don't practice banking. And if you practice banking, then you empower your own communities, right? But you got to understand the general definition of a bank. So when they come and try to make claims that you can't operate like a bank, then you know a general definition of pursuant to UCC 1-201 general definitions of a bank is a person. It's a person who engages in business and banking, including what? Savings bank, savings and loans. If I loan you $5, I'm operating like a bank. You understand what I'm saying? I'm now a bank. You understand what I'm saying? Now let's go down to person. What is a person? When they say person, a person means what? Is pursuant to this general definition. And we can take this to federal court all day. You understand what I'm saying? And prove cases. Person means what? An individual, corporation, an individual. An individual. Are you an individual? An individual. Does that mean a person? Does that mean a flesh and blood individual? Individual. An individual corporation. There's a comma there. Okay. It's an individual, a corporation, business trust, an estate, right? Your name, your social, and your social security number, that is your estate. That is your estate. So when you pass on, right, and they say this is the estate of such and such, your name, your social, right now currently operates as an estate. You understand what I'm saying? That is your estate. When you go pull up to these people's houses, right, and they got a whole farm and all this other, you're pulling up to whose estate? Whose estate are you pulling up to? You understand what I'm saying? You pulling up to their estate. You understand me? All right. Trust. Listen, trust. It don't say nothing about a foundation. Okay. It don't say nothing about a foundation. It says trust, business trust, right? Partnership, limited liability company. Ain't even talking about foundation. Listen, association, joint venture, or governmental subdivision. The government, they're persons too. That's a corporation too, y'all. Right? Agency are what? Nothing about a trust, nothing about a foundation. Okay. Instrumentality, public corporation, and or other legal commercial entities. Okay. That, other legal commercial entities, you can okay. So my thing is that once you see this, right, and it's speaking about exactly what a person is, would you define yourself as being a person? Would you say, yeah, I'm a person? You understand what I'm saying? A person is a business. A person is an individual. Same thing when it talks about a bank. Is a person. All right. So now that we got off on that tangent a bit. So now we have an understanding, right? Same thing with a defendant, right? Includes a person. It could be a company, corporation, whatever, right? A person, position, defending what? There you go. Counterclaim. You got to know how they see you, especially when you go into the court of law. You got to understand how they see you. They see you as a corporation or a company. They see you as that individual, corporation, or company. This is what this is. And this is applicable across the pond too. You understand? These are uniform commercial codes. So it's uniformly, you understand what I'm saying? In any territories that are associated with the U.S. that observe these uniform commercial codes, this applies in any of those countries. Okay. Intercontinentally, through intercontinental exchange, when you're trading, when you're bartering, when you're selling, these apply. These are applicable. You understand what I'm saying? Solvency proceedings. It's a good read. Y'all should definitely check it out. The general definitions of uniform commercial code, general definitions. These are business definitions, business terms. And since we do live in a contract law society, you need to understand how things operate and how things work when you're making agreements contractually, right? When you're making contractual agreements, you need to understand how things work. When you make a contractual agreement to be a felon, to have felonies, you got to understand how things work and what the applicable laws are, what you can and cannot do. What are your abilities? What you can and cannot do. Absolutely. Yeah, what can you do? What can you not do? Man is different. Absolutely. That's the flesh and blood. Man is different. Woman is different. That's the flesh and blood. They can't apply that here. So person or individual or parent or child, those are all corporations or companies. Those are all persons. Those are all businesses. Those are all corporations. You know what I'm saying? So let's get back to this other one here real quick. Man, I know how. Okay. All right. So with that understanding, right? When we're moving on this and Black Law's Dictionary, absolutely. I'm seeing that. My bad, y'all. I'm in the zone right now. Okay. I have great information about blueprint fraud with car insurance 2025. I'm not familiar with blueprint fraud. I'm not familiar with that. So that's cool. Love to hear about it. I would love to hear about that. This is some good info. Bless you, Womanati. Welcome in. Rebel Almighty, welcome in. Yoga, brother. Definitely gonna need your email, man. I need your email, bro. I need your email, brother. Yoga. Yeah. Okay. So this is very good information. Bless you. Absolutely. Now we're going to be going over more of this in depth. You know what I mean? The members, we're going to start doing more live streams on second day on Tuesdays, and we're going to be going over business. We're going to be going. Some of y'all are content creators. Some of y'all have businesses that you're running currently, and we need to get it properly structured. We need to get it properly established. And we need to get you to realize what power that you truly have in business. Not only that, when it comes to credit, when it comes to your credit and what you can do if you feel like you got credit that needs to be improved, what you can do, what some of the steps you can take, right, to be able to help improve that, right? It's been proven. I've done it myself, and it's worked wonders. You understand what I'm saying? You got to understand, like, a lot of stuff that you have on your credit does not belong there. You understand what I'm saying? And you can be able to get them to remove it. Okay. That's right. Okay. I will tell you. Okay. Hallelujah. Yeah. So that's going to be for the members. Tuesday is for the members only. So if you're a member, then we're rocking it out. We're going to start going into more business, more trust, more estate, but it's just something that I'm doing for the members. Because they're investing in the podcast. They're investing in the podcast. They're investing in the channel. And of course, I'm still going to bring some knowledge. If you reach out to me, we can have a conversation as well. But it's something that I'm doing especially for them. Okay. Thou got all his yes men on here taking notes. LOL. Yeah, I mean, they better, because my thing is that you in like some serious I guess you got to know what you're doing. You got to understand what you're doing. And honestly, what I've learned in doing business, okay, and I'm gonna be totally honest. What I've learned in doing business, I've done things for free for a long time, right? And the individuals who I did it for didn't have as much appreciation for the information or for who that was being brought. You understand what I'm saying? But the individual who had a level of investment in it, they took it more serious. They were more punctual about it. They were on top of things. You understand what I'm saying? And they were more successful because there was a level of investment there. So I think that, what does Yahshua say? What does Jesus say? He said, do not cast your pearls. Yeah, I'm not, but my thing is that I want to be sure that the investment, right, is not something that's going to waste for anybody. And I have been praying about what I should bring to people who are members of the Warsheep podcast, what value that is outside or separate what I normally do on first days. What value can I bring to them that would make them progress in life? You understand what I'm saying? As they're helping me progress in life, I want to also in turn help them progress as well. What can I do? And then this right here just kind of opened up, not based on me trying to force it or anything like that, but just based on necessity or just talking about it. You know what I mean? It just kind of opened up as, you know what? It seems like that they're very interested in these things. The members are very interested in it. The ones who comment, the ones who talk about it, very interested. I need to bring this information to them. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I've noticed. If I'm being transparent and honest, they take it so much serious. They listen, they're punctual on it and they get shit done. And that's what I'm about. I want to be sure that we're getting shit done and we ain't just hearing it and then like docile and sitting on our hands. You know what I'm saying? Because this information, I'm gonna be totally honest. This information right here could definitely save and preserve you during times of tribulations. Can I say that it's going to carry you throughout the whole time? I can't say that, but I can say that it will preserve you. You know what I'm saying? When others are getting their land seized, when others are getting infiltrated just based on having government contracts with those individuals. You got brothers like Brother Yoga out here who has their lands fully private, to where the government does not have any involvement as to what they do and how they do it. You understand what I'm saying? Those individuals who are operating on that level outside of government contracts will be able to preserve themselves for longer than individuals who are fully immersed in the system, meaning holding 501c3s. You understand? Things like that. Shout out to Rebel Almighty. Thank you. Bless you for the super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Bless you. All right. So those are some of the things for sure, right? And if we go ahead and we take a look at a lot of things, how about to tap you, bro? Please come back. I need LOL. Bless you. Absolutely. Bless you. Yeah. Hey, whenever you get an opportunity. But that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start rocking it out there. I can commit to a Tuesday or to a second day of doing that. But I also want to be sure that I'm dropping pre-recorded videos so for us to discuss and go over, so we can go over information and you guys have questions to ask. You know what I mean? All right. So let's see what else we got here. I believe that we actually are hitting on the bulk of everything. I think that we're really proving a case here that if they were to open up their books to the IRS, that they would be found to be in a fraudulent state. You understand what I'm saying? Just based on what records they're holding. The records that they're holding would confirm that. You understand what I'm saying? And the way that we have to approach everything is we got to be sure that we're not having to confine ourselves. And the best way to do it is through trust. Trust, I'm going to keep driving home on that. First, you secure your estate, then you go for your trust, right? But your trust is going to be able to navigate through a lot of things, state laws. You understand what I'm saying? These individuals are so terrified of a person that is a part of a trust. I'm gonna tell they see that and they see it as a potential lawsuit. You understand me? Especially when you say, hey, I got a board of trustees, right? And beneficiaries who have beneficial interest in my freedom or in my safety. You understand what I'm saying? You're communicating with them. Hey, if you don't handle me appropriately, then what? That's your ass. And there's strength in numbers. This is the reason why I'm telling you guys what I'm telling you. There's strength in numbers. So we all come together. We all got to trust, and we all are trustees within the trust, right? Effectively. There's strength in numbers. So if any one of us were to be captured, right, or in jail, we have a beneficial interest in each other. We can show up in force in jails. I promise you they will release you much sooner, much faster, and without a problem if they start to realize what's going on. Oh, man, we got a whole problem with a whole gang of them. How do you think that these people are operating when they're on a part of a tribe, right? A native tribe? You're basically doing the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? But with this native tribe, you're utilizing your estate to what? Gain assets, right? And you're just conveying those assets to your trust. And that's what your job is as a trustee. That's what makes you so important, right? That's the reason why we would be able to mobilize or move in on something if you're having issues with law enforcement, with government entities, things like that. We're able to do so because we have beneficial interest in your performance for the trust. If you're not able to perform for the trust, then we're going to have problems because we need you performing and they're hindering your performance. Same thing if you're overseas. You got a relative who lives in Africa, right? And you need them in the States. You can petition the courts through the trust without a green card, without a visa. You can petition the courts to allow that individual into the States, right? Because that is a trustee. And he's an asset to the trust, and you need that asset in the States. You can petition the courts, and they can grant that petition to have him come over. Now, once he gets here, he has to do the right thing, right? And get his visa, get his green card, do all of that stuff, but they're going to trust it more because you're going through state, whatever regulations, you're going through court systems in order to get it done. You understand? They're going to trust that a bit more than just allowing some random person over into the country. They're going to trust it because your ass is on the line. Your trust is on the line. At this point, they're going to be challenging your position. So that's the reason why they would do it for you, and they would grant it. Now, can they deny it? Yes, they can deny it as well, depending on what your reasoning is. But you also can appeal it. It's like the same process. You understand what I'm saying? How to use corporation, also contract law, just enough, which is relevant to what you're doing, is much needed. Absolutely. How to use corporation. Yep, corporation, also contract law. Yep, it's contract law, corporation, uniform commercial codes govern over that. You got trust law that governs over that. This is a whole separate, world that a lot of people are just not, privy to. It's a whole separate world. It's like a different universe. It's like a different, you know what I mean? When it comes to that, a lot of people just don't really realize the power of trust. You know what I'm saying? That's, like I said before, that's the reason why a lot of wealthy people aren't out here having their family members running their mouth and exposing and doing all this other stuff and acting out of order to children, being out of order. If you got a trust established and then your children are acting out of order and they're not being responsible, you got it written in the trust that they'll lose their inheritance if they're not operating within this criteria. If they're not reaching these certain goals, they'll lose all of their assets. You think that's going to make them straighten up? They want to continue to live a certain lifestyle, right? That's being provided to them. They're going to meet every goal. They're going to keep their mouth shut. They're not going to say nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Like when Prince Henry left from the royal family, right? And then went to Canada with that one chick. You understand what I'm saying? And she was running her mouth and doing all of this, and they were talking and that and that and this. They were separated from the royal family. The royal family didn't want to have nothing to do with all of that nonsense. You understand what I'm saying? But that's when she started talking out. That's when they got that separation going. When you start speaking against the family, that's when you lose. That's when you lose all your assets and all of that. The reason why they were talking and speaking, because they lost what wealth that they had coming from the royal family, coming from the trust. You understand what I'm saying? So they had to make some money somewhere. Come on now, you got to get that bag. You understand what I'm saying? How you gonna get the bag and survive and continue to live the lifestyle, the lavish lifestyle that the royal family was providing for you guys, if you don't come out and start running your mouth and talking? And a lot of it found to be a bunch of bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? So we see that as an example, right? And then my thing is that it's a really good example because that's what happens. You feel me? Now you're somewhere on the other side of the earth, running your mouth, trying to make a bag. You understand what I'm saying? Because you lost all your cash. Hallelujah. Thank you for sharing knowledge continuously. Bless you. Absolutely. Hallelujah. When are you uploading a new video? Oh, yeah. I think she's working on that. Hallelujah. See, when you have a compound instead of a traditional church, a compound instead of a traditional church, that's where you have to be very careful when doing the paperwork. Absolutely. You gotta be very diligent when you're working on this paperwork. Yep. And then if you got a traditional church, you're not subject to so much regulations because this is a public you can call it a public charity, right? You're not subject to so many regulations. You're not forced to have to donate as much, right? A foundation, even though it may be private, is still very public because it's receiving benefits and privileges from the government, from the intergovernmental system. So they're going to regulate what you're doing. Are you making charitable donations? Are you doing what you're supposed to do for the trust? Are you complying with our regulations here? Are you staying in compliance? They're going to want to know all those things, especially if you're making some real money with this thing, okay? The more money you make, the more they're going to start being nosy. You understand what I'm saying? And all of these efforts that they're doing to get all of that land tax exempt in court, right? Filing appeals, continuing to go into court, is just raising more red flags. It's raising more red flags. That's why, you see it here in the slideshow. that he says that they went and they took a look into this old entity that's inactive and not terminated. They went and took a look into it. Why? Because they want to see. I need to go ahead and this company called Straitway Truth Ministries. I need to enforce an audit now. I need to see what the hell really going on with this ministry or with this foundation, and why they claimed a 501c3 status on the same plots of land as this Church of Christ. I need to understand what's going on with the books. What's going on in the books with the Church of Christ? Why are we missing and we have delinquency? That's why they were asking up here, right? That's why they were asking that they come and bring it into compliance in red letters. They said they what? What is the orders? What is they saying? A delinquent annual report can be filed. They're saying, hey, a delinquent annual report can be filed for this inactive business. Now, whenever I go on and I get EINs or whatever it may be for corporations or whatnot, if my EIN is dated to be maybe last year or in prior years, the IRS will tell me to update my records. You understand what I'm saying? If it's been older, right, and it's dated to be an older entity, they're going to tell me to file my taxes, that I need to update my records and file my taxes. Man, that's what they'll tell me. That's what they'll tell me. And so since they'll tell me that, I know for a fact that when they're saying this in this description box, it's because that information has not been updated, right? It's still delinquent is what they're trying to tell them. It wouldn't pop up like this if they were current, right? So they're telling them that they're delinquent in annual reports, right? And that they can be filed, right, for this inactive business entity, but the business entity status will remain inactive. So it's going to stay inactive, but you can still file your delinquent reports. So delinquency is what we're having a problem with, right? Your delinquent reports can still be filed, but it's going to remain inactive. An application for reinstatement must also be filed. So now we have more context. Now we know for a fact that they want you to file these delinquent reports. Eventually, the IRS and the Treasury going to send the FBI to get you to file your delinquent reports. That's going to be called an audit. Well, it's going to be an IRS agent, mostly. You know what I mean? IRS agent is going to be sent out there to get you to file your delinquent reports. It's called an audit when you're not complying, right? And when they feel like they're ready to go and collect, they're going to send an agent. And they're going to do their audit. You understand what I'm saying? So you know for sure an application for reinstatement must also be filed with the Secretary of State. The reason why they have to file this, right, and bring it back to an active status is because they see activity. That's the reason why. That's the reason why they want them to, right, to activate this business entity, right? They said it must also be filed. That must also be filed. The reason why they want them to do it is because they see activity on the books for this thing. They see activity. That's the reason why they want this from them. This is the reason why they're requiring this for them, right? Because they see activity. And I don't blame them. They're your bookkeepers. They're your bookkeepers. They're going to want to see all of this information. Let me show you guys something here real quick. This is something important to see just for context. So you'll understand like government documents and how they like to do things. This is they really do communicate thoroughly a lot of times, and the IRS, they're pretty thorough in their communications as letting you know where to go and do certain things. You understand what I'm saying? They have different departments to work for different reasons. They've hired a lot of new people over at the IRS, so some people just don't know anything to be honest with you. But you got some of the OGs that still know exactly what's going on, especially when it comes to trust, when it comes to estate filings, tax filings, and things like that. They still got some good knowledge as to what to do and how to do it. You understand what I'm saying? Here we go. So this right here is a C5. Hold on, wait. Let me not put that number out there. Well, it's public record. You guys can find it. You can probably look up that EIN. This is a company, as you can see, right? Enterprises. You understand what I'm saying? Do you see how it looks? Right. So let's take a look at this this thing. I'm trying to pull you guys back up. Okay, there we go. All right. So as you can see, of course, this is what it is. We assigned you an employer identifier number, right? Thank you for applying for the employer identification number, the EIN. We assigned to you, and that's what they're saying. But they also are saying what? Your name control, I said EIN is wars. You will need to provide this information also in EIN. So they're giving me instructions as to what I need to do moving forward. But one thing that they're going to instruct me to do is my filings. When filing taxes, when filing documents, making payments, or replying, boom, 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 suit confidence. Very important that you do this. Okay. Taxpayers request EIN, boom, boom, boom. Okay. So for this one here, they're just requesting, they're letting me know exactly what I need to do in this document as far as filing, what I need to file, how I need to file it, things like that. So they're going to give me instructions on what I need to do right then and there, right? Limited liability LLC, form 8832. Yeah, they're going to instruct you. They're going to tell you what to do. So you can't not say that, oh, I didn't know. That removes any sort of I guess plausible deniability is what they'll call it. That removes any plausible deniability. If you have questions for your EIN, you can always call the IRS and they'll always give you information on it. Even if, right, but you have to be the one who can actually enforce this information. You will have to call them and you have to be the one who get it. So even if you got the EIN, but you're not the one who's authorized to get the information, they're not going to give it to you, right? Obviously, for obvious reasons. But it could be a private entity that has an EIN that's federally filed. And you can't see it publicly, right? But it's a private entity. It's a private entity with an EIN. It can file regular taxes once you receive the EIN. But in order to truly get more information on this federally filed entity, you got to call the IRS at this number, and they can give you more information on not only on the tax filings, what's been filed recently, things like that, but they can give you more information on it, right? But you got to be the one who's authorized to do it. So that's the reason why I tell you that the IRS is your best friend as long as you're keeping in compliance. As long as you're cooperating with them, they're going to cooperate with you, and they're going to do their thing. They not you need to go to the irs.gov website, and you need to be sure that you're familiarizing yourself with the IRS. We're doing the same thing that they did. Yeah, with the IRS and understanding what's going on over there. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're the ones who control a lot of the money. So they control the bag. You got to understand how they operate. And if you don't understand how they operate, you can wind up in the position that you're in, like Straitway here. This is a mess. You understand? When you got this red letter right here, when somebody's demanding that you do something, and they are giving you, bless you, yes sir, bless you, welcome in, good to see you, and they're giving you explicit instructions to do something, and you got red lettering here, it means it's urgent. It means that you need to be getting this done. It means that they want you to get this done as soon as you possibly can. You understand what I'm saying? And if you're not getting it done, eventually they're going to come talk to you about it. They're going to come see you. They're going to come see you. So you got to get it done. Just get it done. You feel what I'm saying? That's it. Just get it done. All right. So, okay. So I'm going to drop this link, man. We can talk about this for a second. We can talk about this, man. But yeah, so with all of this information here, I'm gonna drop this link real quick. All this information here, you gotta know that it means that that particular entity, Straitway Truth Ministries, and also the Church of Christ, right? That they're both are tax evasion. It's already established that this is what this is. It's tax evasion. Has it been proven? Not by the IRS or the FBI just yet. It could be an ongoing case potentially based on them actually looking into it. Not only that, them having to come into compliance with things. Okay, if they can see on their books that they're in compliance with the regulations of the state, you understand, then they'll be fine with their tax exemption. But if they see on their books that they've been spending money here and going on trips there and all this other shit that they've been doing, okay, let's keep it a buck. They've been doing it. If they see that on the books, then they're going to remove that tax exemption because it has been used inappropriately. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we ain't necessarily finished. I think we were on slide 27, right? I know that. Listen, I went off on a whole nother tangent. I believe I was on slide 27. Okay. And we do have a link in the chat. If y'all ready to roll with it, let's get it. If not, we'll move on to the next topic. But I definitely wanted to prove this right here. The next topic is so important, y'all. You definitely want to stick around for that, because it's even more what's coming down the pike, what's going on, what's coming up for 2025. We need to be informed of what's happening here. You understand what I'm saying? We need to be informed of all of that. So I know I didn't finish every slide, but I believe these are more current state affairs. I went through 26 at least. 26 slides at least. We got more slides we can go through, and we may do that on a later date for more information. Y'all give it up to brother Odell, man, for providing this slideshow. I really appreciate you, my brother, man.
Carry on.
Salute, my brother. I really appreciate you, man, for providing this information. And this has definitely been a great read. I want to go ahead. We only got like a few slides that are left here, but I'm going to, due to the sake of time, we're going to continue to move on to the next topic, guys. We're going to continue to move on to the next topic. So if nobody was looking to come on up, we're going to start moving. Yeah, good work. Yeah, that was very good work. Y'all, show them some love now. Show them some love. Very good work. We gonna roll with this thing. All right. Let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take because I've been reading and talking. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick little break. We're gonna come back to this. I'm going to play this video because this is gonna be the first one we're gonna get into. I appreciate you guys rocking with me, man. You already know, man. Listen, we listen. What I want to do is I want to continue to bring forth as much information to edify you, so you can be understanding and aware as to what to expect. Now, this next topic is heavy. This is the reason why I left it here. Right? What time is it? Am I making good timing? It's 8 o'clock right now. Okay, so as of now, we are, I believe. Well, dang, he said he was gonna come on live. I guess he ain't. We're going to go ahead and get into this thing. I know that you guys have seen the latest that was going on with the not only the CIA targeting, right? Well, not only with the situation with the Trump Tower, but also the situation that's in New Orleans. Now, we want to get into details about this, man, because you already know I've been running around doing my investigations on the situation for the past few days outside of the Sabbath. But I've been running around doing my investigations, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, I've been hitting all kind of different corners, man, trying to find as much information I possibly can to bring to the public, to all of you guys, So I've been running around, y'all. I've been getting my investigations done. I've been doing my due diligence. And I must tell you, some of the stuff that I was unearthing is very interesting and shocking. You understand what I'm saying about how our intergovernmental system is working toward a certain goal. One thing that really stood out to me, we're going to get into this thing and we're going to talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? Are we currently headed into another world war? Is this world war being provoked by our intergovernmental system? Is our intergovernmental system, is it compromised? Is it compromised? You understand what I'm saying? I've done videos on AIPAC. I believe it's AIPAC. AIPAC is a Israeli corporation that does not have to register with the U.S. is fully independent, and it funds the majority of all of our politicians here in the U.S. Now, could this have an influence not only on decisions that's made here in the U.S., but also what happens in Israel, how Israel's being supported? You understand what I'm saying? What we're doing to show some sort of support, not to the U.S. citizens, but also to other countries like Israel. We're going to get into that and more, y'all. We're going to get into that and more. We got to really understand and unpack this thing, because it's definitely something that will affect our future, right? And I'm talking not in coming years, but I'm talking like possibly this year. You got to know what's coming. So let's go ahead and see what's going on real quick, y'all. Oh, I got to bless you, my brother. Welcome in. I just seen you pop in. I probably should have gave it a minute. Welcome in, brother. Yoga.
Hey, how you doing? First off, I want to say shouts out to you and the chat. You're doing phenomenal work with the facts, the research, the court filings, the 10C3, breaking down what is actually going on legally and from a business commerce standpoint with straitway in the land. And you're doing this, and who benefits the most from this? The saints that are there now on the land and still involved with straitway. Now, you're being very, very extremely effective, because we could base it off of the voice tone and the actions of Pastor Excommunicado. Now, he came out and stated, so a couple weeks back after one of your powerful shows with Pastor Rufus and some other elders that stayed on the land and made videos that recently left straitway. And he said, he declared, he did a edict for the straitway ministries and subsidiaries to black out. It's going to be a blackout. Excommunicado came and made a public announcement for a private tribe. See, right then, I was looking at it right then. Well, if you're going to do that publicly, if I'm going to tell my team to play and we playing football, I'm not going to have my play called out on the announcer, call it out over the whole stadium. So all the crowd here to play, the other team here to play, people on TV here to play. So that means that's not the real play. So he said, yeah, we're going blackout. So I say, okay, he's doing a public announcement of blackout. You don't have to publicly on YouTube tell the straitway saints that you do with directives to take. And if you do, that's a lack of chain, and that's a weakness in their chain of command, that you have to go to YouTube to get something carried out in the straitway ministries. Pay attention, Satans, that they're on the land. I'm dropping a little jewels and showing my presentation this evening. Now, so he says we're going to do a blackout. So we sit, we've been talking to people at the documentary. I know they got a little scared when we showed Kabir Brother and some people that's going to be involved in it. And we said, wow, they're going to do a blackout. What for? It must have been for the saints to be blacked out from media from the outside world, because Pastor Excommunicado has been dropping videos every other day. So it was never a blackout for him. So again, he is giving the saints, saying one thing to do. They can't be a part of the world. They can't see what's going on. They got to be blacked out, and everybody watching everybody's cell phones on the land. But he goes and interacts on the social media every other day. And it takes a social security number, bank account to interact on YouTube. You got to have a Roman bank account. You got to go into her to pull some money out of her. See, Excommunicado, just look at the actions. Look at the actions. And I break this down because we're putting together this documentary. So we're looking at the psychology of the physical moves, what's said, and the tone of things was said. Mm-hmm. And because of him giving mixed messages of a blackout, but then coming online, that's further proof it's a big crack and a big shakeup that's about to splinter the straitway cult. It's about to be splintered. A big fraction is about to be splintered off, and the blackout for them is to try to prevent the big splinter of saints that want to leave all at one time.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
See,
Yeah.
we're researching the psychology of, because what a lot of people don't look at, and Pastor Excommunicado, this is military science. For them to shoot at you, or attack you at that point of attack, they have a point of weakness. You give up a point of weakness to attack. So every time Pastor Excommunicado comes online and on media and make posts on Patreon to go out to the open world, to the open public, he opens up. See, he shows something. Even though he sends a message one way, all you have to do is fill in the blanks and see and paint the picture on the other side. It's like algebra. He's going to give you a certain amount of numbers. He's going to give you a certain amount of information. You look at the actions. You look at why he's giving the information, the climate of what's being said. Are they on the news at the time? Is the media looking for Bryson? And then you'll find out the variable. It's like simple algebra, and it paints a picture for the other side. So this is what we do as a documentary team. So we look at everything that he said, what he didn't say, what we know is going on from other people in Straitway, and then look at the videos of the people who are currently leaving. And now we see the current climate and what his target is. So based off, all you have to do is juxtapose what Pastor Rufus says in the time of what Pastor Rufus says, and line up, and then look at Pastor Excommunicado's all his social media actions and what's said on social media. And then we line up and juxtapose the saints that he had to come on and defend publicly. When he had Michael, Tito, Randy, Jackson, and then he had the fat football coach to come on. That's not even been in the ministry for 5 years and is breaking all the rules. So we're looking at all of that and looking at the variable is an X on one side of the equation. We look at all the numbers, the points of interest, and the points of the whole breakup with Pastor Rufus. Then with you doing this work showing the 501c, a juxtaposed and line up with him saying and starting to boast online about how the land is tax-free, along at the same time when this mega mansion is being built on the land. See, the documentary is the way it's shaping up. And then with this so-called blackout and with Pastor Rufus pointing out, they're watching certain members at the straitway land being on their smartphones. And then here's one more thing that we know that they're listening. We pointed out with the documentary team. They're starting to respond to the no running water at Lafayette, Tennessee, Macon County straitway main property. We started seeing the comments on the Patreon, on the Facebook, on the YouTube, and their response, and they're getting too many questions. Hey, we see that y'all are deflecting from it's no running water in some of those homes on straitway Tennessee property, but y'all building a mega mansion over $1 million. So this thing is really compelling. It's astounding work that what you guys are doing from the courthouse in Macon County, getting all the public property records that we can look at all the public, all of the property deeds and what's going on with the properties. So what he's doing is a level of deflection mixed in with the truth by saying, yeah, the property is tax-free, but he's not saying, well, we went 501c3 to get it tax-free. Or it needs to be 501c3 to get it tax-free. Where he's coming on to the social media and the public platforms and bolstering, saying, oh, because under Yah, and we know how to do the real law and the Constitution, we the people of Yah, and I'm getting this land tax-free. See, I'm breaking y'all out of my people. I'm freeing you. You're debt-free. I'm the leader. I'm the Messiah. Follow me. While not saying that all of the mega pastors, Geno Jennings and TD Jakes and TD Snakes and all those other preachers and stuff. Yeah, they land their churches tax free too, because it's 501c3. So he is giving up. You give up your position when you fire, when you take a shot, and every shot that he takes, we gain more information and more ground of factual information. It's going to be some saints that's going to leave straitway this week, and he's going to talk about them. And it's going to be more levels of information of fraudulent behavior, unethical thoughts, and reckless abandonment to the law of justification and the law of running the community. It's going to come out.
So is.
Shouts out to Pastor Rufus. Shouts out to Ryan. I'm going to land my plane there. We watching Pastor Excommunicado. We watching. And we on the Patreon, the top tier. Might be people outside on that road in Lafayette, Tennessee with cameras. It might just be. Go ahead with your questions.
Yeah. So with that being said, right, we're proving the case. He has a 501c3. It's in operations under straitway. Not only that, he has this old entity that is dormant, that's inactive, that they want to be in an active status. So we are proving that he's had activity outside of that. That he's fully active with the intergovernmental system. So when he's claiming that saints need to come out of her, my people, and be ye separate, right? And come out from among them, meaning sell all your assets and give it to Dowell, right? And I'll give you this little cottage that got no running water, falling apart and shit, the roof is leaking, whatever, you know what I mean? Give me your $300,000 worth of asset, $500,000 worth of assets, and that's what you get, whatever. And be happy. Don't murmur, don't complain. You understand what I'm saying? When he's doing all of this, right, and encouraging folks to do this, would you say that he himself is an example of coming out of her, my people, and being separated from the intergovernmental system that he claims is our enemy? What would you say? What say it through, my brother?
No. Even the most people that want to be most segregated from the Roman Empire still deals with the Roman Empire on the planet, because the Roman Empire went and colonized so many territories. So China, for example, China doesn't want to deal with them. But because they've taken over everything except like China and a couple other spots, the stuff that China don't have on that continent in their borders, what you have to do? Trade, commerce. You got to interact. That's what I said on a couple other shows. There's no such thing as not the Most High didn't create the planet like that, because things that's on one continent on a group of land is not on the other. So it's built in where we got to interact. See? So now we need, what we're uncovering is, it's not truly come out of her, my people doctrine that needs to be preached. It's we need to come out of her to a certain degree to where we're sectioned off and then deal with her under our rules. See, that's what I said. We got to learn how to deal with this beast, but we got to deal with it on our rules. We're dealing with it with her rules, under the sofa, under the this, or under the that. You see, so there's no such thing as coming our way out of her. So when he's telling the people, preaching, come our way out of her, sell all your possessions, he's taking those possessions, he's hoarding those possessions and assets. Then he's dealing with the Roman Empire as he learns more how to be free under the UCC. And we're seeing it. So he's learning how to maneuver the lands and do this and trying to do this. So, but at the same time, he's telling the people, sell everything. Instead of letting each man and woman know what the strategy is and what it is on the chessboard. Teach them how to be a player and not just push them behind you and you make all the moves. That's where it's off code. It cannot. The Most High gave a code in the scriptures. The law is a code. It ain't no leader. The code, it's a code. The Messiah came down and they gave a code. Ain't no more leaders. All the leader came and gave the code. Now we need to get on the program of following the code. So when you're seeing people trying to hoard everybody to them being a leader, no, every man and woman on every level can be the leader and know the same thing because the code is in the scripture. So when he's saying come out of here and bring all your assets, he's teaching wrong because he should be showing them the code that he's know from the scripture. Why do I gotta have Ryan to follow me and bring all his money and sell his house and stuff when I can just show him the code? Hey, this is the code, how I'm doing this, and then you get it together, and then we all come together. Not you got to turn over everything to me. Show him the code. And that's what I'm saying. Dowell's not teaching the people the public and private law and how to move. Because then a lot of those people say, I could learn that in 6 months and not have to turn over everything and still be moving under as a team. Everybody's still moving together. Everybody's still putting resources towards one thing and helping out. But now everybody is at a higher level of intelligence and enlightenment about the true law. And what does that do in actuality? It gives Dowell less power because you have to spread the power out amongst the saints when everybody has equal knowledge. If it's unequal knowledge, it's unequal power, people. So for every saint sending Satan straightway properties right now over the country, if you have unequal knowledge of how the property work, how the financial system work, how the laws work, you have unequal power. And the Most High never intended for you to have another man over you. It's no law to saying that you can't know as much as the pastor. The pastor, think about it. He got to spread some of the power. The power, and if he give away some of the power, that means give away some of the knowledge. Bring up the saints to the knowledge level, to the enlightenment level. That's what all them secret societies are about. Them knowing about electronics, electricities, the laws of math and chemistry, and not letting everybody know that. And then they bring out products and everybody say, electric car, Tesla. Oh, Elon Musk. Well, it's been out. It was electricity in the pyramids. But when they colonized everything, they hoarded the information. And when you hoard information, you can have power over the other people that don't have the information. Pastor excommunicado, I'm making the decree today. Stop hoarding that information from the saints. Free them people. Let that people be free for information, because they will take the information into thoughts, and thoughts into actions, and actions into the kingdom. So you holding up the kingdom, Pastor excommunicado, because you're holding up the information. There you go. I'm gonna land it there. You muted, Ryan. I think you muted, brother. I think you might be on mute. Yeah. Okay. Now you back. Start over. I thought it was my phone.
No, sir. Yeah. So, I appreciate you guys. Listen, I didn't open it up the floor for questions. Okay. So if you guys got any questions out, listen, just shoot the questions on out so we can go ahead and answer them, get them answered up. Let me just do a quick breakdown of what this information means, y'all. I'll do a quick little breakdown of what this information means real quick. I'm gonna go over it one more time. For those in the back, for those who didn't hear it in the back, listen, we're gonna go over it one more time. And not to say anything that anybody missed anything, but I want to be thorough in the communications, okay? Of what's being shared here, okay? Like I said, Brother Odell has put his heart, sweat equity in this thing, and has put his labor of love in this thing. And I want to be sure that I'm actually really thorough, even though I didn't get through all the slides. I think that what he has put in these slides has been thorough enough to understand that this company, that Straitway Truth Ministries, is still in operations, okay? And they have been in operation since their last corporate entity, their last entity was just the Church of Christ, was dissolved by the administration, right? Through an administrative process. So it was inactive or made to be dormant. Now, the requirements for this dormant or inactive corporation that has been dissolved administratively, the requirements is that you sell off your assets, that you do the necessary steps to take care of the entity, right? All the obligations in the entity, bring it into compliance, and then you need to terminate the entity prior to moving on to a new one. So that means that you formed a new entity, right? And maybe it's a foundation that you formed. You needed to take whatever assets that were in the Church of Christ, and you need to sell those assets to this new entity or foundation, or donate it charitably. Okay, you needed to donate all of that stuff to your new entity. Okay, then after you were done with that, you needed to terminate in order to be sure that you remained in compliance. If it's been found that you didn't do any of that, you can be heavily penalized, not only financially, but you also can be penalized with jail time, with doing prison time, things like that. They would consider that to be tax evasion, right? Are you trying to evade your taxes? They can consider it to be that. They can consider it to be fraud. You understand what I'm saying? Committing tax fraud is what they can also consider it to be as well. So since that was not done for the Church of Christ, and it was inactive and not terminated, and he formed a new entity, meaning Dowell formed a new entity instead of dissolving the old one or terminating the old one appropriately, he now can be charged with tax fraud, tax evasion. These are some of the things that's a huge and major issue. You understand what I'm saying? And not only that, anything that he's done prior or from that date that the which is 2003, where administratively it was dissolved, okay, from that date to present, right, can also be subject to taxation, meaning they can revoke the 501c3 status and then tax him all the way backdated all the way to 2003. It's what can also be something that they can use as a remedy for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? To balance their books. And this is the reason why that they would do it, would be to balance their books. These are serious times. Don't want to get caught on a technological, such as this. Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be caught up in this. Yeah, absolutely. We was woke. Now we are aware. Keep it going. Hallelujah. Absolutely. So this is what the issue is, and this is, like you said, these are serious times right now. You just don't want to get caught up in a lot of these issues, right? A lot of these loose ends that's left untied. But also, it goes to show when you have somebody who's making claims since 2002 that they have paid their way out of a 501c3, right? $500. He said it cost them $500 to get out of it. And how it never actually materialized. It never really was a thing that he paid to get out of anything. He just left it dormant, right? He just left it and it went into an inactive status, and then they dissolved it administratively. He didn't pay nothing. Now, RG Stair, the one who helped him start Straitway, he did actually terminate his contract. Now, Stair could have more than likely, RG Stair, more than likely was the one who paid the $500 to terminate his 501c3. So now the truth is revealed as to all these claims that's being made and potential problems that will surface and arise. Got to keep your eyes peeled. I remember Brother Mike mentioned something like this in one of his videos that I believe he removed a federal indictment of federal issues, people talking to him on a federal level. Now, that could have been somewhere along the lines of human trafficking, or it could have been based on the books, based on what's going on here right now. You understand the information that's being brought to you now. You understand what I'm saying? You guys are definitely ahead of the curve when you're hearing this information coming out about this ministry. You understand what I'm saying? Because once it actually, the hammer comes down, you're going to be like, wow, Brother Odell put together that slideshow, man. It was presented on the War Sheet podcast. Man, all the brothers, man, the brothers old this, man, it was laid out. It was kind of brought to us early. We already had a little peek in there. Yeah. This is exactly what some of these things that could be surfacing in the horizon, where they are talking about this and they're looking to probably move on it. At some point, they're gonna come and collect. They're gonna want to audit. So that is the gist. That is the sum of what we're looking at when we're going over this information. You understand what I'm saying? Not only that, we're going to talk about how he's turning and twisting them scriptures to fit his agenda or narrative when he needs it to. 1 minute the witnesses can't know nothing. The next minute the witnesses got to be eyewitnesses pursuant to Torah.
Exactly. So, crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
All of this is coming from ego. I gotta have the biggest house in Macon County. What? I gotta have the biggest house in Macon County, Tennessee. You sound like Young Dolph. You sound like Young Dolph. He sound like a rapper. He sound like a rapper without the chains. I'm gonna have the biggest house in Macon County, Tennessee. I promise you that. What? What is this? Straitway Records? Straitway Records coming out? Them what the rappers are talking about. That's on what Slim Thug down there in Houston. Ride around talking about, yeah, man, I got the biggest house in my county. What?
Yeah.
Some Geno Jennings vibes. Some Geno Jennings vibes. That's some Eddie Long vibes. Some TD Jakes vibes. I got the biggest house in the county.
Next thing you know, he's gonna have an airplane strip or a landing pad for a helicopter. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be taking private flights, you know, and choppering in on services. Yo, that's exactly what this is. This is exactly what this says. And every penny that's been donated to build that mansion, you better be taking an account for it. You understand what I'm saying?
Is that a blessing from God? Or is that the saints going out working and giving their money over this building that?
Come on now.
That's the saints going to work and been turning over their paychecks.
Exactly.
So is the saints going to work, turning over their paychecks to one man? Is that a blessing from God? Because everything that we get is material that we might say, oh, it's a blessing of God. Okay, we get food, we get this, but it comes from the hand or like I said, the sweat of somebody's brow. Some man's brow has to sweat for that. So we say, oh, God bless me when other men come and bring their work and their labor to you. Or when we get the result of another man's work or labor. So, Pastor Excommunicado, is the Most High blessing you or the saints blessing you? They're straightway by working and turning over their paychecks. That's just a question. Do a video on that for me, Excommunicado. I feel special. Do a video, answer that question. Is y'all blessing you by the saints working and turning over their paychecks for you, or the saints blessing you? Okay.
That's facts, yo. That's facts. We gotta get it's a lot of things that need to be answered. You gotta definitely come before the people, man, to get those things situated. I think it's extremely important. To do so. That's the fruit of his labor.
It's Charles Jennings Dowell. Now it's Pastor Charles Jennings Dowell. His middle name went to Jennings because he's 501c3 now. So it's Charles Jennings Dowell, Pastor Charles J. Dowell. The J is for Jennings, like Pastor Geno Jennings.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's getting real sticky, man. It's getting real hairy, and I promise you, this right here, it ain't gonna be the best outcome. You understand what I'm saying? Once that hammer hits, it's gonna be a wrap. And then not only that, this house that they're building he's gonna have to pay for it out of pocket. $1,400, I believe, a month or more plus, right? He wants to go bigger, it's gonna cost him more. You understand what I'm saying? That's the reason why they wanted tax exempt status. And we all know $1,400 a month, man. Listen, that's a bill. That's a bill every month, as well as the rest of the lands that are currently not in a tax exempt status that he acquired, right? Got to pay for that too. So $1,400 plus per month. This could be upwards to $3,000 to $4,000, $5,000 a month. You understand what I'm saying? This is the saints that has to pay for this. Now he has a whole family of 3 or 4 wives, You know, he's got children on the way. I mean, how are you going to be able to afford all of this if you don't have people working, if you don't have people tithing? That's why he came off of vacation, got in that goddamn pulpit and got on their ass and said, hey, man, listen, y'all better start giving y'all money up. If you ain't giving no money up, your ass is up out of here. Same thing with the rest of y'all up out of there. Listen, y'all heads of assembly.
Hold on, he said if they don't tithe at straightway, they got to get out of there.
Gotta get the hell on. Gotta get the hell on.
Hold on, let's play this video. Do you have this video? I need to see this.
Oh, this was behind the scenes. This is behind the scenes information that was given over to Pastor Rufus. When Pastor Rufus was talking, he said it's been a mandate that he put out there for all the straitway for these individuals. What? If they are not tithing, they gotta get the hell on.
That's what Creflo Dollar Church was about. He wanted to see your W-2s, and if you didn't put in your W-2s, you couldn't be a member of the church. That's Creflo Dollar's actions. So you telling me Pastor Charles Gino Dowell went off on the saints at straitway and said that they not tithing the way they supposed to be?
Yeah, they got to give up that money. They got to give up that bread. You understand what I'm saying? He got trips to Africa he need to take, right? Him and his cronies, they got to go to Africa. You feel me? We got to go to Africa. We got to go to Puerto Rico again. We got to, you know what I'm saying? Got the home base in Puerto Rico. You feel me? Got the honeys getting naked in Puerto Rico. Like this is what's being funded. This is what they are funding effectively. And then not only that, we got that big portion of land that's going to probably cost them upwards to, for sure, $1,400 a month, $1,400 to $5,000 a month, something like that. That's a big ass bill. You got to cover it. What you going to do? You going to press them. You going to press that. You going to press that. Listen, I need that money, bro. You're going to have to come up off that cheese, that coin. You understand what I'm saying? If I got things I got to pay for, you understand? You're going to pimp them out. You're going to do a pimp them down move. You're going to pimp them out, yo. Listen.
And I'm going to tell you something. This pimping that I got in my blood, it came from a family tree. My granddaddy was a pimp. My great-great-great-granddaddy was a pimp. I'm talking about pimping, since pimping. It's in your blood. It's in my blood, and you will never be that. Because you was born, all the people in your family were assistant pimps.
Son, pimp, I never denied you that. I thought you was the one the Lord chose.
If it had not been for the Lord,
I thought you was the one the Lord chose. You gonna pimp them out. You gonna get that cheddar. You gonna get that cheese. You gonna get it how you live. You're gonna do the best you can because guess what? You got these bills to pay. You understand what I'm saying? And you don't got no businesses that can sustain that. You understand what I'm saying? Your lifestyle is too lavish. Got anything else you want to say on this topic, brother?
Man, I'm just like I said, y'all been dropping facts, dropping the paperwork, showing folks what's going on, showing them the filings, the corporation filings, the 501c3. This guy's no way, and he's not responding to the 501c3 stuff. You can't rebut it. You can't rebut what's going on. So now he knows that it's a legal team, it's researchers. We're waiting every day to see what they file in the Macon County Courthouse. So whatever they go in there and file, we can see it's public record. And see, he knows that now. He's like, damn, they're waiting out at the courthouse to see us come through and file something. Exactly. And we're going to look right at it. Anything pertaining to that. And we're going to teach, since you don't want to teach the saints, we're going to teach them vicariously through your actions at the Macon County Courthouse, Pastor Excommunicado, and we'll teach the saints.
Come on now. Come on.
That's all I want to say.
Bless you, my brother. I definitely want to. Now I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna go on to this next topic. And I think, yeah, we're ready. We're ready, man. Listen, we didn't hit the nail on the head, man. We didn't tow this thing up, man. I can't listen. We gotta keep them coming. Keep them coming. Let's keep rocking it. Let's keep doing what we need to do to expose the truth on these matters. You understand what I'm saying? But like
so now. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead. I was gonna say with him lying, or even about the 501c3, about how they really moving the structure of the whole thing, it's making me think, what else he used to pump his chest out about financially? Oh, we don't take no loans. Oh, we pay everything in cash. I wonder how many loans are really out there that the ministry got, that Pastor Dowell got, but then they teach everybody else like they don't do all that. They don't go out and get loans and they ain't financing nothing. See? See, he might got all kind of loans out there, but then preach to everybody else, don't do loans and sell all your assets and come out of here, my people. See? Dowell might got all kind of loans out there based off of that land. He might be getting loans, putting stuff on Wall Street, having it working, and putting the land up as collateral. It's all kind of things.
Yeah. But, you know, when it comes to personal loans and business loans, you understand what I'm saying? That right there for sure. They do exercise the practice of getting business loans through the foundation, things like that. It's been confirmed that they
and they put up the land as collateral. And what they do is they show the money that the saints bring in and give to the ministry, and that goes into the ministry's bank account. Remember, I told y'all a couple shows back that I got a bank account that he put the money that the saints give him. And so he used that same bank account. He showed those financials in the land. And now you can leverage that for loans and assets and doing other business. When you say, well, I got a ministry of 400 members and they tithe this amount every week, this amount every month, this amount every year, and here's the financials from the account. Boom, you can go in there and when you got 50 men working for you, you can go in there and pull loans. And see, people never even look at it like that. And so the more members, the bigger he can pull some loans. But he could be lying about that. Just like we find out he 501c3 and do all that. Just like he say he don't do loans. That's what it just opens up a whole nother phase. Let's see what else you're preaching one way, you're preaching left, but in real life you going right. So you could be doing the same thing on the loans. So he preached left, but in real life himself, he going right.
Exactly. That's exactly.
So it could be all kind of loans Dowell got out there, and I would be scared. I would be timid of him as a saint or something. He traveling to Africa and this and that. He can go do some type of deals and put the people at Straitway up for collateral, and everything that they put into Straitway and put it up for collateral. See, people got to understand how business work. You got to have something to put up. You got to have something to show. Where he getting this money from? How he moving like this? Oh, I'm a pastor. Here's my bank account. Here go my 501c3. That's how many members I got. See, I get this amount every month. And then that's the month. They look at churches. Churches are business, just like any other business. Okay, how much y'all made last year? How much your people tithe? And then, okay, we can do business with you off of this. Okay, so he go to Africa and do something and do this and do this. And then they say, well, we want the collateral to be that. What the people at Straitway do. So the more deals he might go out and make, that means he got to keep the saints there. So I see what you're saying. He came and started fussing at the people. Pastor Rufus told you about this story that linked out. He's snapping on the folks saying you better be tithing more, and if you ain't tithing, you're gonna get put out of the ministry. Yeah, because he got another financial situation he got to fulfill. Might be some undisclosed loans out there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it up right there.
Hey, you spot on. You spot on, my brother. You spot on. And Brother Odell, absolutely spot on. He was talking about having good credit. And the only way to have good credit is to utilize that. It's credit utilization. Right? Paying things on time, things like that. That's how you have credit.
That's why I say he'll leverage the ministry. That's what pastors do. When pastors get big loans to build big churches, they go to the bank. What did the bank say? What does the pastor say? That's how many subscribers I got. They subscribers or followers. This is the demographic of followers I got and where they work at and how much they tithe. And this is what we got in the tithings and revenue in the last 4 years. Then the bank say, okay, we'll give you 80 million. And then Eddie Long, TD Jenks go out and build a super mega church with the vans and swimming pools and the tennis courts. And it's like a whole village in one church. And then what they do? To become a member, you got to have your W-2. Why? Because the church got to pay back the bank. Who's the bank? The Roman bank, the so-called common my people. So now you can't join up at this church and let TD Jakes Church or Creflo Dollar Church unless you bring your W-2. Why? Because they done pulled out a big loan from the bank to build this big mega structure with the swimming pools and the after daycare and the school and the pre-K and all of that. That's how them real mega churches working. So I'm showing y'all this, people. We're giving y'all game. So that's how it goes. Saints that's already there. So he talking about he got good credit. He don't work a job. The credit is off of your tidings and the financial statements and the bank account.
Yep.
That's exactly how it goes. They leverage the sheep. They leverage the congregation. The congregation holds the debt. And what the pastor tells the congregation, you can't be a part if you don't show your W-2s, because your W-2s, we're going to take the 10%. See? So you leveraging the people for the loan. That's how all pastors work. So every church you ride by and you look at it, you be like, that pastor got that loan on that church based off the people was going there. And then the people couldn't be considered a part of the church or not. They was asked to leave if they didn't show their financial taxes, where they had to give up 10%. Mm-hmm. So it's a pay to get blessed. Pay, like how they say, pay how you weigh, pay to get blessed. Huh? And you want to get blessed more, you pay more. Let's go. I land the plane there.
Yes, sir. Bless you. Bless you. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Man, I'm about to make a whole clip of this, man. I'm just gonna say we going in on his ass.
Yeah, how you go to the loan? All right, he getting the military VA check. All right. And where's the other income coming from? The Saint says straightway. You got a physical church, got a business set up, got a business account. And it been in existence for whatever amount of time. Go to the bank and get a loan.
Exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, that's the only process that I know how, especially when you're building personal and business credit, is to PG that thing, personal guarantor that thing. That's how you do it with businesses, especially if you're just filing it, getting that business credit built up. But by the time you get that business credit built up and you've been PGing it, right, personal guarantor it, that business can then stand on its own, and you can use that business entity as though it's you. You can use the EIN as though it's your SSN. You know, oh, my business got great credit. I don't care if your personal credit is shit. If your business has great credit and it's been sustaining great credit for years, you can use that business to apply and get whatever you need, like honestly, and it'll stand by itself on its own, as almost as though you birthed a baby and raised it and gave it great credit. You know what I'm saying? So but knowing how to do all of that, right, man, listen, that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be rolling that out, doing members only live streams. We're gonna be talking about those things. Like brother Yoga, I would love to get your email as well. And shoot, so we can be able to definitely game plan on some things on how to package some of this stuff and bring it to the Saints. I guess the best way we can do it, and still kind of keep it private and things like that. Work out some things to where the best information that can be brought. Look in the private chat. Look in the private chat right now. I just sent the text in the back of StreamYard. Look in the private chat. Look up there where it says chat. See that? I got you.
You see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I
got you right. And we're gonna go ahead and make it happen, because I want it to be effective. I want people to really get the right remedies, right? And I want the people to be set free. All you know what I'm saying? But I just know that I want it as bad as they want it for themselves. So I'm gonna go ahead and set up this MMA match. Pastor Excommunicado will participate in the MMA match. So I'm gonna set this thing up or whatnot, so it can make some moves off of this, and it could be beneficial for everybody. But he is emotionally hurt about Pastor Rufus, the whole situation with Pastor Rufus. And I never thought that I would see him going this long and the whole thing, but this whole thing with Rufus hurt him. And it hurt him because
he did them wrong. And he just wishes that he, now in retrospect, Pastor Excommunicado wish he didn't do Rufus the way he did.
Oh yeah. I bet he do. I bet he do. I bet he wish he'd never done it. Like, dang, I should have probably been patient with that one. Not allowing that neck to turn the head.
I'm gonna tell you why I think he really lost it with Rufus and an ego thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was a HGH cycle. It's a HGH cycle, and where your temperament be at when you're taking athletic boosting additives and stuff like that. That's where that came from. And when Rufus said what he said, that was in one of them benching, them workout, them lifting cycles when he going to lift 300 pounds. He was in one of them cycles. In hindsight, he wished he never did this. Yeah, it's communicated, Pastor Rufus. That come from HGH. That come from them extra pills, them extra testosterone pills that the weightlifters and stuff be taking. And they had the same thing, same thing. They fall out with their brothers, fall out with anybody that can check them, that brings reason to them, and not do it in no crazy way. Yeah, the Rufus didn't do nothing in no crazy way. This guy reacted also like a maniac, like psychotic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's psychotic. You talking about a pastor? They got NFL players come and turn over and come join your ministry, your small ministry. NFL Hall of Famers that everybody know. We got the whole country watching this. Sports Illustrated watching. Everybody talking about this. Kwame Brown even saying, "Man, y'all see what's going on in Tennessee with the NFL players?" Everybody watching this. And the media just gonna act like they just gonna ignore it and just ignore it. When the whole world watching all the NFL players, the brothers Mathis and Kabir and all them come. And I'll show you how connected they people are. So everybody watching. And with everybody watching, you mean to tell me you fly off the handle because Rufus come and say, we got the whole damn country watching for real. And you can't be going at Jennings and wasting time on shit like this. And you fly off the handle on some emotional shit, kick the man out, then run to fucking YouTube, Dowell, while everybody's watching y'all. Y'all got the NFL players that join. Everybody, all the college players talking about this shit. Everybody. And then you go and run, kick your number 2 out. And run to social media where everybody know y'all from and call him fat, lazy, Jordans. You know how many young niggas watch you, Dowell, that wear Jordans? You know how that made folks feel? You know how many folks you alienated that's reading the scriptures and trying to come out of this system? Ain't why you got the whole damn country watching. You spaz out like a little damn infant fucking baby and calling your number 2 in charge. Lazy, fat, talking about him how he ain't providing for his wife and all this dumb shit. Soon as the Most High give you the biggest platform you ever had in your goddamn life. You ain't never had a microphone and a platform this big, Charles Dowell. And the minute you get it, you turn into a ghetto project ass nigga and start with your mama jokes and start talking about and evict your number 2 and start talking about him like some preschool hood rat. Your mama jokes, he fat in Jordans and talking about his family. When the Most High gives you the biggest platform you ever had in your existence. Nobody in your bloodline has did anything, had a platform this big to talk to the public. As soon as you get the opportunity, Charles Dowell, you turn into a project nigga. And I just gotta call it like it is. You was that one all the way up until the football players came and you got so big and you beefing with everybody and your brother came and pulled you to the side and say, man, you beefing with everybody. You turned into a project nigga from Tennessee, from Nashville. You reverted back to the 70s when you got out of high school from playing football and you was too short to go play college football, and you joined the military and came out the projects. You reverted back to that guy. Start talking about guys and their shoes and their clothes and they ain't got this and they fat and they lazy. You went to 12th grade. I'm gonna land my plane there. That shit's sad. At the biggest platform and got the NFL. You embarrassed the NFL players that came. You making Kabir, Mathis, and Big Boy look stupid. They the NFL players that they came in and joined straightway after Pastor Dowell. As soon as after they join and go all the way in, he out there cussing out Pastor Rufus and calling them all fat and lazy. You make the NFL players look stupid. You fucking Sambo. You reverted back to Nashville, Tennessee projects in the 1980s. Soon as the NFL players came, Dowell, you a motherfucking male groupie. And I gotta call it like I see it. You went fucking groupie when them NFL players came, and you felt like your nuts got bigger since the NFL players came. You still a little short thing. You still a little short little Napoleon thing. I gotta tell the motherfucking truth on them. Them NFL players came, Dowell felt like his nutsack got bigger. And all he did is got effeminate. Soon as them NFL players came, his temper got short. He snapping on everybody. Now he got your mama jokes on Pastor Rufus, Elder Rufus. Oh, your shoes, your clothes. Oh, that's just like in the projects when you was on Section 8 and government cheese and you go to school and the other kids say, you got on Pro Wings. Oh, you don't got a haircut. Dowell went back to that effeminate ass shit. Man, play the video. I'm gonna go on mute.
Bless you. Ripped his ass, boy. What? Talk about no sympathy, man. Come on now.
You get no sympathy from me. You want sympathy? Look at the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
You gotta do better, yo. Salute, man. Salute to my brother Odell, my brother Yoga, man.
Carry on.
Come on. Carrying on. Let's go, man. We're gonna go ahead and rock this thing out. Listen, we're gonna go ahead and move into this next chapter, man. This next topic. I forgot how I even introduced it, man. We done got into ripping his ass, boy. we got brother Yoga ripped his ass.
I'm just being real now. I done touched some real money in my life. Dowell ain't never touched no money, because as soon as the NFL players came and he had access to millions, to hundreds of millions, he lost his mind. He started cussing out. He went back to your mama jokes. So that lets you know, if certain men, if I'm gonna just tell y'all, you put enough sex in their hands, you put enough cars, physical things, material toys in their hands, and you put some money in their hands, and the more of it you put in their hands, the more of it they show you who they really are. He going back to your mama jokes. It should be no way in hell that I could say that a pastor of a church got your mama jokes talking about another man's shoes, another man's garments, talking about another man's family, another man's his income and what he could provide for his wife and kids. No pastor should ever be on the same stage as Chris Tucker as a comedian, sounding like a comedian. And when does he start sounding like that? Once them NFL players came. Before then, silver and gold. You need to be saving. The country ending. We're going to World War III. Just look at them old videos. Oh, I'm so glad for mama and sister Carol. This and this and this. Motherfucker coming up there, bringing their wife, leaving without their wife. Come up there, bring their wife, leave without their wife. You got motherfuckers come the straightway with a family, Dowell doing like the child support court. Nigga, you come up here with your family from Florida, nigga, you gonna leave by yourself and you're gonna have to pay child support. Nigga, we the Macon County, Lafayette, Tennessee Child Support Authority at Straightway. You come up here with your family and your wife is a 6.5 or better, and she obedient, she mine. That's what Dowell was doing.
Let me see what I got in the house tonight.
Any man go Straightway with a woman that's a 6.5. Don't go up there with an 8 or a 9 going the straight way. Don't go up there with a fine woman going the straight way. Boy, you're gonna have all kind of problems. Them folks gonna find some way to kick you out of there. My phone going dead. I'll be.
His phone died, yo. Yeah, he went on it.
Let me see what I got in the house tonight.
Take a piss.
Look at it.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Okay.
Brother man.
You almost killed me, man. I had to give myself the Hamlet.
Hey. Yo. Bless them, bro. Bless them. We're gonna move on to the next topic, yo. All right, man. I don't know if I got. All right, we're gonna move on to the next topic, y'all. Brother Yoga. Bless you, my brother, and salute.
Carry on.
Listen, that's the best. Listen, we got the salute, my brother. We're gonna move on to this next topic, y'all. Let's go ahead and get it done. Woo! Hey, man, everybody needs a good laugh from time to time. And I know for sure, brother was hitting his ass hard. You understand what I'm saying? The brother was hitting his ass hard, my brother. I'm trying to tell you. Man, y'all goofy, man. I can't listen, I can't deal with y'all. Going to be tough to run that house when the power grid goes down. Yeah, you know. It's gonna be difficult. They're gonna be resulting to some stuff. Y'all so goofy, man. Bless you, my brother. Come on now. LOL. Yeah. I got it. Bless you, brother Odell. Appreciate your labor of love, my brother. We may have to
Carry on.
salute, my brother. Salute. Bless you. Let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling, yo. Listen, we got this one is gonna be crazy. So we all know about the situation that's going on. We gotta shift gears here. Let's go ahead and shift on gears. All right, all of my righteous alpha men. Let's hit them sheeps, them rams in the chat. Hit the rams in the chat, my righteous alpha men. We got stuff we got to go ahead and dissect up in here. All of my elegant women who are exceptional. Hit them sheeps in the chat. Hit the sheeps in the chat if you're an elegant woman who's exceptional. Come on, we're going to shift gears here, man. We're going to go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. Listen, this is a very important topic. Extremely important. And if you're still rocking with me for this long, listen, bless you. It's time for us to get into the meat and potatoes of what we all need to be expecting, all need to be looking out for and seeing, right? Moving forward, what we need to really be on alert for. We got to be on high alert, y'all. You got to be paying attention, watching your six. Pay attention, man. Keep your hands on your head on a swivel. Do what you got to do. All right, let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. I see the rams. I see the sheep. Let's get it, man. I see you. Bless y'all. Come on with it. We're going to go ahead and play this video. I want you guys listening closely. I'm going to give this thing front and center, okay? Let's go ahead and rock. Let's get this thing going. All right, let's go. Now, this woman who's going to be speaking, her name is, I believe, Amber. Hold on. Let me see. Her name is the name of this is CIA Targeter. The upcoming attack in America, right? Official preview. This is an official preview here for Sarah Adams. Okay, so if you guys don't know who Sarah Adams is, you guys need to look her up, and you guys need to watch her full video. You see it over here on the side. You guys need to go and watch this. It's the Pentagon ignoring the most dangerous, right? The most dangerous what? Yeah, over on Shawn Ryan Show. You need to go and check that out, okay? It's Pentagon ignoring the most dangerous threat of all. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here, the preview. Okay.
You posted something about the Pentagon getting pissed off at you and sending you an email that they don't appreciate you disseminating open source information and that you're not doing it through the proper channels. Former CIA officer, Libyan crisis before, during, and after the 9/11 attacks, counterterrorism analyst, targeter for the CIA, senior advisor on the Select Committee on Benghazi, NGO official working across multiple conflict zones, including Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Sudan, known to be 10% humanitarian, 90% warlord. We have a love-hate relationship.
So we are the ones on the ground getting the information. So it's obviously not classified channels, right? We're not going to foreign militaries. You know, we're not going to the intelligence community and getting this information. So it's publicly available and we can basically share it with whomever we want because it's completely unclassified.
According to intelligence reports cited by international media, Hamza bin Laden, the son of Al-Qaeda chief Osama bin Laden, is alive and leading the terror outfit. International media reports suggest that Hamza is secretly running the Al-Qaeda from Afghanistan.
The last piece is they want this October 7th style attack in multiple places in Europe and then in the US. And that's the one that Scott talked to you about that we had, you know, in the AQ 2.0 book. But I realized he didn't give it to you when he was here.
Al-Qaeda 2.0, the upcoming attack on the United States and Europe unveiled.
The outlet said that the man dubbed the Crown Prince of Terror is hiding in northern Afghanistan under the constant protection of 450 snipers.
You know, these guys, I remember, I think it was you that posted a video of an Al-Qaeda training camp, and it was almost like a display. It looked like a well-done YouTube video of skills. Is that common?
Yeah, but that's a step down. So
that was really good.
That's Taliban.
I mean, I'm going to overlay that video for the audience to see just how sharp these guys are getting. I mean, that's really good.
Well,
when I saw that, it scared the shit out of me.
Remember, their life is they train all the time.
Why would you come from all across the world through the southern border of this country? I think the chances are that there's some bad intentions there for some of these people.
I don't know if you saw, but Scott Mann and I went and met with Governor DeSantis and briefed this to him. And he said, I've received no threat reporting at all on terrorism from the federal government. So they're not passing anything down to these levels. So anyone who's like, yeah, this is all happening behind the scenes, don't worry. Everyone's prepared. Our law enforcement knows. Most of the country have never heard Al-Qaeda's planning an attack here.
It sounded like DeSantis actually took it very seriously.
He did. He, the next day, briefed the sheriffs, every sheriff in the state of Florida, and told them there's a potential threat.
I wonder if there's a way to get DeSantis to have a chat with Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, to start standing something up like that, because I thought that was genius.
New at noon, Governor DeSantis taking new action in the border crisis.
Biden has the authority to close this border today if he wanted to. He lacks the will to get the job done.
I love seeing you and having you on the show, and then every time you leave, I'm pissed off about everything you're talking about. Sarah writes a weekly intelligence report, all things terrorism. It's in the Shawn Ryan Show newsletter. You can go to ShawnRyanShow.com. There's a sign-up link. It'll be in your inbox.
So what we do is when we get threat information, we pass it to where it belongs. Sometimes the threat is against a foreign government, so we'll send it to maybe like the ambassador at the embassy in Washington, D.C.
Well, wait a minute. How can the Russians be involved? Because there was that big mall attack from ISIS, which if all these networks are connected.
Right. The thing is, just like us, Russia had to go to the Taliban to collect on ISIS and to go against ISIS, just like we do. Northern Afghanistan is run by an individual named Gulmurad Khalimov. He's basically one of the main enemies in the world of Russia. He used to run the Tajikistan Special Forces. He defected to ISIS.
Forward.
And then there is the restoration of the caliphate. So the Syria push is the restoration of the caliphate. The Mali push is the restoration of the caliphate. So he's just doing his father's old goals, but faster, and he's using all the other terrorist groups to make it happen. It's not going to be Al-Qaeda reaching these goals. It's going to be Al-Qaeda, ISIS, whomever.
All right, now, y'all. Go ahead. Shut that down. Okay, so now effectively, you understand what I'm saying? We have a clear understanding that there is a major threat when it comes to Osama bin Laden's son and other Islamic extremists who are classified as terrorists against the state. Now, I've said things about Israel in regards to their mass genocide of a people. It just stands to be true. You understand what I'm saying in regards to Palestine? But the Hamas attack, from what I'm understanding in regards to what Sarah Adams has brought to to the platform for Shawn Ryan, is that was just a small staged attack, right? It's just a test run before they actually want to hit the U.S. right here on our soil. Before they want to come to the U.S. and hit us right here on the soil, that right there was a test run. It was something just to initiate it, to see where trial and error is so they can perfect it to be able to hit the U.S. So you got to understand the whole situation when it comes to Israel and Palestine and them being at war and Hamas. Those are all staged events that are taking place to see how well they would fare against the U.S. and how they can best hit us right here at home. This is the main goal of a man, right? And this is already brought out as well, of a man who is the offspring of Osama bin Laden. You understand what I'm saying? His main goal, and he's been moving rapidly and fast at doing so, is to hit the U.S. on their own soil, as they already have deployed over 1,000 soldiers into the U.S., right? We have soldiers or terrorists who are dormant, who are not even active, but have recently been made active. Hence why you see the situation that happened over in New Orleans, where a man is inspired by what they would say ISIS. They're not going to tell you the full truth, y'all. I'm going to tell you how it is right now. This is an opportunity to promote war. This is an opportunity to promote what they want to do, which is another world war. You understand what I'm saying? As Afghanistan is moving on Pakistan. You understand what I'm saying? Mobilizing against Pakistan. This is the Taliban. You know, listen, we fared okay when it came to fighting against the Taliban over in Afghanistan, but did we win? No, we didn't win, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? We suppressed the enemy. We didn't win. We didn't beat them. We wouldn't have hightailed it out of there so quick and left behind billions of dollars worth of equipment that they currently are training with, like you just saw right now. And the reason why they're getting so proficient in firearms and weapons training is because we have pulled out of Afghanistan. That's the only reason why, where our troops were suppressing the enemy, meaning they could not finish or complete their training because we're too busy on the attack, right? Now, whether this was correct, right or wrong or not, you understand what I'm saying? All I'm saying is that we kept an enemy at bay, an enemy that honestly hates this country. And we have formed more enemies, right? That have now band together to be able to advise a plan to do what? To hit U.S. on their own soil. This is what this is. You got the Taliban, you got Hamas, you got Al-Qaeda, you have all these different Islamic groups that have formed and came together, right? Meaning this took some real negotiating for them all to compromise and come together and devise a plan to do what? Eventually hit the U.S. on their own soil. This is their main goal. Not only that, as you can hear what Sarah was saying, is that we are not properly trained on understanding the weapon systems that they would be using, the bombs that they would use. You understand what I'm saying? People who would use these invisible bombing systems, right? And wear these vests that have invisible, we won't be able to tell if they're coming because we haven't developed any counter towards it. Our government has not fully prepared for an atrocity like that. You know what? It's only been a number or a few incidents where we had self bombers, where they actually, went in and exploded any sort of structure in the US. It's only been like once or twice. So we're fully unprepared, and the government is not looking to fully prepare for something like this. And this is the reason why she's talking about this as well. They got invisible explosives that they can be able to walk into buildings, right, and trigger that explosive and blow up the whole building. You understand what I'm saying? And no one will be able to detect that they have it. So this is a huge threat to society. There's more threats that we need to be aware of, not out of fear, but out of awareness. Being sure that we're keeping our head on a swivel, being sure we're understanding and familiarizing ourselves with our surroundings, knowing who our enemy truly is and how to move. It doesn't matter if you got a community here in the U.S. If they want to come on your land, if they come with 1,000 soldiers, right? If Russia wanted to come in and invade right now, I don't give a damn what community you live on. At some point, you might have to catch a flight. At some point, you might have to go across that border and get out of the U.S. You have to understand that being a hermit, right? Sticking your head in the sand, doing all these things, right? Saying, we're going to be in the community, we're going to hunker down. What, 60 men? Well, what if they got a team of 500? Well, they're going to take over your position. They're going to eventually, right? They're going to eventually, right? You might give them hell, but eventually they may take your position. What is your backup? What is your strategy? What are you going to strategize? That's why you cannot be too committed to one location, one area. For the preservation of Israel, for the preservation of the people, you have to have a game plan to not only address the threat if they hit you and you're not aware, but also how to get the women and children out of harm's way, how to evacuate them, how to get the family structure and continue on the legacy and be able to move, right? When it's time to move. So these are some of the things we have to be very familiar with. Like I said, I've been doing some investigations. I've been looking forward to bringing this to you guys here today. And some of these things that I've definitely come up with, I want to give more of context behind the Matt Livelsberger situation and the Cybertruck explosion. We're going to shed more light on that. And I'm talking, we're going to dive deep because, my thing is that I went ahead and ran my ass on over to X. And I discovered a plethora of different information in regards to this individual that honestly is shocking to hear about. And it really unveils the level of corrupt, the level of compromise our intergovernmental system is. Let's go ahead and get this video going. And we are going to get into it. We're going to get into it right now. But we have to understand what's going on in order to best prepare our houses, best prepare ourselves, not for fear, but for preparation. Let's get to it, y'all. Now, my fellas, I know that y'all ready for this, man. Y'all like, look, come on, man. I got to get it. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it.
So yesterday morning.
What date was that?
That was Tuesday. That was this Tuesday. So
now this video is called I Have a Massive Vidbed right? Which is a vehicle, I believe, explosive device, something like that. It's Matt. It's about Matt Livelsberger sends a mysterious email before the Cybertruck bombing. So this is an email he's sending. They're going to talk about it a little bit more.
Oh, we're Friday now. That was 3 days ago.
So
the day before
30th.
Yeah, the day before the attack. I dismissed the stuff out of hand.
The 31st. It was on the 31st.
Yes. In fact, I posted something on my I told your producer about this as well. But this was a post I made on Twitter. I was just trying to be humorous, off the cuff. It was I didn't mean anything about it. I was just being humorous for my audience. I said, my inbox was especially eventful today. Allegations of war crimes, government anti-gravity technology, and fears about being tracked and watched by the feds. It's always, the world is ending and I have this information that needs to get to the media, and never, how you doing, brother? Everything all right? I was just playing off of a meme. It was just supposed to be a joke. That was the body of his email that he sent me. And I didn't think anything about it. I didn't know who Matt Berg was.
Now, he's speaking about an anti-gravity device, gravitic compulsion system is what it was labeled as. Okay, y'all. A gravitic compulsion system is what Matt labeled this device as. And what you see when you're seeing all of these drones, right, that's flying all over the place, okay? These, and they're at rapid speeds, right? Out of the middle of nowhere, out of the ocean, things like that. These are called and labeled as gravitic compulsion systems. And that China and the US have had these for a while and some time. And China has been launching them frequently, right? What Matt was actually describing is that these gravitic compulsion systems was like a show of power, right? Flexing, if you will. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to read his email a little bit because there's a certain point that I really want to point out in that email, as well as some of the other letters that he's written. Okay, so this gravitic compulsion system has been described to be something like I guess like a UFO. You know what I mean? It's usually scientifically related, right? You know, like a science fiction related type of system. But the truth is that these systems exist. The US, everybody, they truly do operate within these systems, right? And you can see it based on these drones. Now, people were saying UFOs and unidentified aircrafts and all these other things. And when I took a look at it, I'm like, nah, these are actually something that's being controlled by either the US or somebody's controlling them. Because the lighting system on them says that they come from this planet. You understand what I'm saying? The lighting system for sure says that it comes from this planet. But they've been having these things, right, for quite some time. So my thing is this, right? This is the reason why this is such a threat, especially when it comes to other individuals that we've made enemies of, right? In regards to whatever it may be, we pulled out of Afghanistan so quick that some of our allies there that were left behind, completely left them behind. You understand what I'm saying? So they had no opportunity to actually do anything. So they don't even trust the U.S. anymore. In fact, they've become opposed, right? They become enemies of the U.S. These are some of the guys who's giving us intel. So this is a huge problem. You know why? Because they won't give us any more intel. And there's no telling if they may try to set somebody up. So we have no intel, we have no knowledge that we're gathering on this whole situation, right? Because the United States is failing to do so. Our intergovernmental system is failing to go and gather enough intel on this. That's the reason why you got people coming on these shows and talking about it, because these individuals are not out here gathering intel on Al-Qaeda, on the Taliban, on Afghanistan, and the individuals that will give us that intel, right? The trusted sources don't trust the U.S. anymore. So we're actively creating more enemies. You understand what I'm saying? And with a track record like this, okay, the number of active duty U.S. military personnel, right, has declined significantly in this country, okay, over the past several decades. You understand? In 2020, listen, in 2020, the total active duty force compared to what? Well, it was all encompassing of approximately like what? 1 point. And I'm looking at my notes. It was all encompassing, right? Of approximately 1.3 million service members. Okay, reflected on like what? 0.5% increase from 2019. It was 0.5% increase from 2019. Okay. In 2022, right? The distributions of active duty personnel across the service branches was as follows, right? The Army, 461,000. The Navy had 332,000. The Air Force had 318,000. The Marine Corps had 172,000, y'all. 172,000, right? And then, of course, we have a Space Force. I was doing some digging. We have a Space Force of 8,000 troops deployed for Space Force. Okay. Now, these figures, right, represent the substantial decrease, right, from the historical peaks, right? The historical peaks when we were back in World War II, in 1945, okay, active duty military personnel numbered at 12 million. You understand what I'm saying? There was more men that were willing to fight for the country back in 1945. You understand what I'm saying? That's what made us such a force. We had 12 million. The number was over 12 million, y'all. Regarding enlistment, right? That's regarding enlistment trends, right? There has been a noticeable decline, right, over the past 4 decades. In 1980, right, over 360,000 individuals enlisted in the U.S. Armed Forces, right? By 2020, this number had decreased to approximately 148. That is a 59% decline. A 59% decline from 1980 to 2020. So we're at a significant decline. Trust me, this is all public information. Our enemies have already noticed this decline. Not only have our enemies noticed this decline, but they also noticed the deterioration of our society. How many LGBTQs do we really need to identify, right? We got what? Somebody want to be a cat. Somebody want to be a dog. Somebody want to be a box. Somebody want to be a, goddamn orangutan. Somebody wants to be everything. Now we got to classify them with what? Compromising our integrity. It's been a internal decline. Some may say it's the fault of social media or whatever it may be, but we know what the truth is. It's been systematically designed for us to continue to decline in the society that we're in. What makes it best, right? If you got a country full of obese individuals, right? That's obese, that's unhealthy, that's uneducated, right? That's sexy reds, that's NLE choppers, that's not focused on anything that helps society perpetuate or move forward, right? If you have a country full of those individuals, it's so much easier to destroy, take over, do what you need to do. Now it's prime and right to go ahead and take over. You understand what I'm saying? With a 59% decline, right, of 143,000 soldiers, right, who have joined the armed forces, as opposed to 1980, where there's 330,000 individuals who enlisted. It's a huge, huge difference. You understand what I'm saying? But also what plays a part of that is the trust between the people in the intergovernmental system. Nobody's really trusting the system anymore. Nobody's really trusting the government anymore. There's been too many lies. There's been too many agendas being pushed that were not in the favor of the individual families that were risking their family members' lives. That was one of the major keys, is the lack of trust, right? All the rest of it around it is just what really supported the major decline, this 59% that you're seeing. Recent years, right? In present significant recruiting challenges the military back in 2022, okay? They had a 74.8% incline, right, in enlistment. Their goal, right, was to enlist 44,901 individuals, right? That was their target, right? They wind up hitting 60,000, and that was a good day. That was a good year for them. Okay, this is sad, but that they actually was able to exceed their goal in 2022. You understand what I'm saying? So things were starting to look up a little bit more. I honestly think that it was some of these social media chicks that are on social media, and you know, they're attractive chicks, but they're in the armed forces. I think a lot of men joining that just to find them a woman. That's a part of it. You know what I mean? That might have helped a lot. You understand what I'm saying to that percentage. However, there have been there has been improvements, of course, since 2024. The regular Army exceeded its recruitment goal. The regular Army exceeded its recruitment goal for 55,000, right? Achieving 100.27% of its target. Okay, so they did really well as well in that situation, the scenario. So we're looking like there might be a bit more of an incline, but we're still suffering tremendously. You understand what I'm saying? And some of the reasons why, right? Despite the improvements, challenges does persist. As of 2023, only 23% of young Americans ages 17 to 24 are qualified, right? And to enlist without a waiver due to what? Factors such as, and it's, listen, we got the I got my sources here. I'm gonna give you guys the link to the sources in the chat. And the factors are, right, without a waiver. And the factors are because there's a huge decline. Boom, boom, boom. Where was I? The factors such as obesity, drugs, right? Drug use, and physical and mental issues. Okay. Physical and mental issues, obesity, drug use. We got all these individuals out here talking about popping perks, you know, and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like that they're mainstreaming and they are normalizing being on these hard drugs. You understand what I'm saying? Not only that, physical and mental health issues. We got more children and younger ages who are depressed. You understand what I'm saying? In depression. Some of them feel like they don't belong in their own body. You understand what I'm saying? And you're supporting this sort of nonsense, right? These are mental health issues, a decline in that. We're not exercising our spiritual gifts. Huge decline there. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why. Partly blame the Christian church for taking all your tithes and not actually supporting the community, not teaching them about what? Deliverance, not trying to go out and actually make a difference in ways that they possibly can. You understand what I'm saying? But they choose to do so. That's their choice. You still tithe. You still give your offering. It is what it is. That's what they do. You understand what I'm saying? In summary, while the U.S. military has experienced a long-term decline in both active duty personnel, numbers of enlistment rates, recent efforts have led to some improvements. We got some improvements, y'all. We got some improvements. So now I'm going to get my sources here. Two websites that I went to grab some of these notes. And I'll cite my sources here. We're going to paste it. That way you guys can be able to check that out too. Right? And these are news sources. I'm going to put them in the description as well once I get an opportunity. I didn't put them in the description this time, but I will. All right. So Vox.com and also AP News, okay, who's reporting on these numbers. So with that being said, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue.
Livelsberger or anything else. He told me who he was in the email. He pointed me to his LinkedIn account. I didn't know any of this stuff. And I was just kind of being humorous with my audience. Like, I get these crazy messages sometime. And then the day after that message, I wake up and my buddy was like, "Hey, Sam, nobody in the community seems to know this guy. Do you happen to know who he is?" And I played that for you before we came up here. Just absolute shock. That's how I woke up yesterday.
Do you want to play it now?
Yeah. Excuse my language.
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces.
I was definitely in shock. Let me find this chat. So
No, while you're digging through that, you know what we should do? I should get that Instagram account from you to see if they messaged any of our Instagram accounts. And we should also get that email
I don't have
address.
it. I deleted it.
You deleted it.
He told me to delete it, and I deleted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should also get that email address and see if they sent it into the sent it in through the website and see if he tried to contact us. Get that to the FBI.
So I'm in a military.
Hopefully they actually do something.
Yeah, I'm in a military group chat. Buddy Green Beret Corey, he says at Sam. Nope, nobody I've asked in the community knows him. You is at 8:46 a.m. yesterday. So I woke up and I said, "OF, I'm shaking." This guy emailed me 2 days ago. I'm not playing. And then he said, "Damn." And then this was my response to him at 8:48. Like, just woke up.
I'm fucking shaking, bro. You don't understand. This guy emailed me and told me he was being watched by the FBI and Homeland Security, but they weren't going to do anything to him because he had a VBID. I'm not fucking playing, dude. I have the email. I am shaking, man. This is nuts.
And it goes from there. And I sat there for probably an hour talking to my wife. I'm shaking. I can't even think straight. Like normal day is shot. And I didn't know what I want to do. Do I sit on this? Do I do nothing with it? I've got to tell somebody. I've got to tell the FBI at least, because this is huge. This is all over the news. And then I was like, well, dude, this guy wanted to get in contact with Shawn Ryan. So let me get this to Shawn Ryan, see if I can get with him. And I had a buddy who knew your producer, and we went from there. But
wow. Do you want to read the email?
Yep. So this email came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday. He said, "In case I do not make it to my decision point or on to the Mexico border, I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 January and keep my identity private until then. First off, I'm not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones," he puts that in quotes, he says drones, "is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the US. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEN, that's Operations Center, our OPSEN location for this activity it is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they used a balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comm system. There are dozens of those balloons in the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them, and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast. I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico, but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive VBID." Let me pause right there for a second. So he says a massive VBID. When I was talking to the FBI yesterday, they didn't know what a VBID was. I had to explain what that acronym meant, literally.
You fucking serious?
Dead serious. I said it twice, and he goes, "You said that word VBID. Can you tell me what that is?" For your audience, a VBID, for your audience who has not been in the GWOT for the last 20 years, a VBID is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. In layman's terms, a car bomb, what we saw at Trump Tower. So backing up, he says, "I am armed and have a massive VBID. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me." Here's where he gets into the other stuff. And this is where we had to redact the names. Well, your producer redacted the names. "I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA."
So war crimes, y'all. This is probably one of the major things, right, that's affecting us when it comes to creating enemies for ourselves. Listen, war crimes coming from the U.S. is all based on, it's money driven, based on the coin, based on what they can earn, the profit, who's holding the profit up, who they need to eliminate and take out. These are all war crimes that Matt Berg was looking to actually expose. Let's continue.
And CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas, that's civilian casualties, that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with U.S. FORA, an agent redacted of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked with redacted IO staff on this as well as the response to Bala Murghab. Redacted commander at the time, redacted can validate this. You need to elevate this to the media so we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. Then he says, for vetting.
Now, that's where I want to stop. This is a mutually assured destruction situation. You understand what I'm saying? A mutually assured destruction situation. I literally had that ringing in my mind after hearing it multiple times and repeated a mutually assured destruction situation just based on comprehension. I'm trying to comprehend what does he mean by mutually assured destruction situation? Is he saying that the U.S. is actively doing things to be sure that it brings about its own destruction? That someone in the U.S. is operating as a double agent, right? And looking for the destruction or the destruction of the economy of the United States, of the country. A mutually assured destruction situation. Staging things, bringing about things like Project Bluebeam in order to be sure they bring about a certain level of destruction that would do what? Line their pockets even more? Is it based on personal issues? Hatred for the country? You understand what I'm saying? And when, you got Trump, somebody like Trump that's taking office, does that halt that? Does it hold it up? Does it slow it down based on him not wanting to be cooperative in that destruction? Does it slow that down? Was it easier to get Biden in there because they knew he was mentally declining so they can actually do what they were looking to do this whole time? While Trump was in office for 4 years, they couldn't get him to budge on it. You understand what I'm saying? Now that they forcibly removed him and got Biden in office, they were able to accelerate that. As soon as he took office, what we got? We got war against Russia and Ukraine. Ukrainian war in Russia immediately. He didn't even take the inauguration yet, and we already understood that Russia was going against Ukraine. As soon as that happened, what we got? We got Hamas and Israel popping off right there in Palestine, right there in Gaza, blowing each other's to bits. You understand what I'm saying? Then Syria gets involved. You understand me? Then we got Pakistan. We got Afghanistan mobilizing against Pakistan. Then we got right here in our own turf. We have terrorist attacks. You understand what I'm saying? Over in New Orleans, that was labeled a terrorist attack. So you mean to tell me as soon as this man leaves office, this is what we have? We have wars on top of wars. We have hyperinflation to be able to support the wars. Now we have this money-making machine, the war machine, in full-fledged, fully operational, where when he was in office, that thing had to die. Not only that, the troops were still in Afghanistan protecting the people, protecting the assets, which is the people who had the information for us. And we were in good standing with the individuals who we needed to be in good standing with. Now we have no one to lean on. Effectively, we are enemies to many without any support, right? Or any assets to be able to get information and know what's coming. Luckily, we do have people who want to speak up and blow the whistle. Let's continue.
My LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew Livelsberger, an active duty 18 Zulu out of 110. That's 1st Battalion 10th Special Forces Group. My profile is public. I have an active TSSCI with UAP USAP access.
What is USAP? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is. But I checked his credentials on LinkedIn. So that was the first thing I did. I went to his LinkedIn page. First thing I noticed was all of his bona fides were in place. He has all the UAS training from USASOC and everything else. And so I said, okay, at least the guy knows what he's talking about with drones. That was a very rough dig into the guy. But my issue was I couldn't validate or verify any of this information. And I told him that. And how I responded to him was in a subsequent email. I said, this is obviously a very big deal, but I don't have anything to verify this information with. Talking about gravitic propulsion systems without evidence just makes me another UFO talking head. Like, I'm not going to go on my social media page and start talking about UFOs and anti-gravity systems and everything. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. And he said, can I get on Fox News Contact on Signal as well as Shawn's show? Hegseth would be good too. That was his last message to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, what is a gravitic propulsion system?
To be honest with you, it is a fancy term you're going to find in science fiction. You won't find it in any, as far as I know, you won't find this in any kind of official manual or, scientific research. This is all science fiction. So, but what struck me is his use. What strikes me now, not then, but what strikes me now is his use of a very specific term that nobody else would call it. If you asked me, I would say an anti-gravity propulsion system. That's how I would describe it because I don't know this stuff. He said gravitic propulsion system.
We looked that up last night too, and all we could find was same thing, science fiction type stuff. But no matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share.
All right, so yeah, y'all go check him out, Shawn Ryan, man. He's got a lot of great content over there. I definitely wanted to bring that in. A gravitic propulsion system. Of course, we know it's an anti-gravity system. It's using its own engine. It doesn't have an engine base, meaning gas-based engine. This is strictly based on propulsion, meaning gravity base. You know what I mean? This thing drives based on gravity. You know what I mean? It don't drive based on any type of fuel or anything like that. Which makes it more limber. It can fly faster. It can maneuver in different areas, locations, up and down, left, right, zigzag, zag. It can do all of those things. You understand what I'm saying? Literally, what he said it could do. You could take that thing and park it right over the White House, and it's checkmate. You understand what I'm saying? But we're gonna roll over to what some of the things that I found. These are some things that honestly we have possession of in the US, and China also does use it, and they've been using it more frequently now. So this is a huge deal, especially when you have militias. You understand what I'm saying? Militias here in the country who are fighting against technology like that. You know what I mean? This is going to be difficult to be able to combat without the right equipment. A militia, me personally, I understand what you typically would have. And, that can't sustain against a gravitic propulsion system. Something that is built and designed like that to maneuver in such a way. You understand what I'm saying? But let's go ahead. We're going to run our ass on over to X real quick, guys. And we're going to take a look at some of the things that I've really been pulling up, man. I've been really kind of trying to dig into this and get as much information as possible. You understand what I'm saying? To bring to you guys. All right. So this here is a map based on what they believe. Okay. So Shawn Ryan, the email and the Cybertruck, they tracked the Cybertruck and where it started. So it started here in Denver. Okay. And it moved down here. Now it's in Las Vegas. This is where he sent an email to Shawn Ryan. Okay. This is where he sent the email. And then this is where the explosion took place. Okay. So after digging, we can conclude based on the timestamp of the email sent to Shawn Ryan from Matthew Livelsberger at 10:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 31st, 2024. If Matt Livelsberger sent the email at 10:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that means it was 8:42 a.m. Mountain Time, where the Cybertruck was said to be in Gallup, New Mexico. Based on the charging station, it was said to be whenever he sent the email, it was said that he was in Gallup, New Mexico, charging this Cybertruck. Okay, so where the Cybertruck was said to be in Gallup, New Mexico, based on the charging station. Okay, so hear that out. He sent the email around the same time the Cybertruck was actually at the charging station in Gallup, New Mexico. All right, so this is Gallup, New Mexico, I believe, right? Yep, I believe so. It says Gallup right there. All right, let's continue. This is a huge. This is huge. Map below. Okay, this is the map. This means that Matthew Livelsberger sent the email while according to charging records already in Gallup, New Mexico, after leaving Denver, Colorado. This was about 26 hour. This was about a 26 hour before the truck explodes. Okay, 26 hours before the truck explodes. For front and in front of the Trump Tower in our hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. Keep in mind, if you read the manifesto, Matthew says he's being followed by the FBI and wants to go to Mexico. So no mention of bombing Trump Tower. Okay, he didn't mention he's going to be bombing Trump Tower, y'all. It's still hard to not think. He didn't mention he was going to Nevada or Las Vegas. He said he was going to Mexico. You understand what I'm saying? That's not the way towards Mexico, y'all. That's not the way towards Mexico. It's still hard to not think that after Matthew sent this email, he was collected or captured by whoever was following and monitoring him and sent up somewhere, right? I don't even trust the video we see of him apparently pulling the truck up to Trump Tower. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very sketchy, y'all. There's no real way to really confirm anything in that video. You understand what I'm saying? So much info to come, but this is getting very serious. The manifesto going to Shawn Ryan first was a huge win for us. Absolutely. Keep digging and please share. Absolutely. Keep digging and please share. Okay, so I found that on X. So now this is a good thing to say here that, they believe that Matt Ryan, either he was captured and he was, assassinated or murdered, just based on his moves and attempts to head towards the Mexico border. And then they actually drove it up and exploded it in front of the Trump Tower as a message, or that Matt himself had a body double, right? Put a different body in there and actually programmed the Cybertruck to drive on its own to the Trump Tower and explode in front of Trump Tower. Now, Matt Berg, he is proficient in understanding how to do explosives and things of that nature. So if he wanted to level the whole block, he would be able to do so. It seems as though that was not the motivator. It was not the motivator to level the whole block. It was to send a sort of a message. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what it was clearly something. It was strong enough or powerful enough to explode the truck, right, and cause minor damage and minor injuries to whoever was around, right? But it was not strong enough to level the block. You understand what I'm saying, right? Based on what he said, he had a V bid, right? He had a huge V bid. You understand what I'm saying? Yep, V bid. He had a huge vehicle borne explosive device. You understand what I'm saying? He had a big one. So that means that thing was like gonna level at least a couple city blocks. You understand what I'm saying? If they were to approach. This was not that. This was a small one that was backed by fireworks. So it's almost as though there was a bit of a sign that was being sent on the 31st, the same day that the attack took place over in New Orleans. Now the media tried to linked the two together, which there is no correlation. One is in all the way in Las Vegas, the other one's over in in New Orleans. You understand what I'm saying? And there's two different motives. There wasn't really any real visual proof and evidence that this was him. When they took the body out and did DNA right on the body, it did not match the DNA of his son. And so they spun a story and saying that this is the reason why he committed suicide, was because he found out that his son wasn't his, which I highly doubt. You understand what I'm saying? What I am suggesting, right, is that he actually was doing a Jason Bourne type move. You understand what I'm saying? And he took a body double, programmed that truck to get in front of Trump Tower to send a glorious message, right? And to send it in a way that he could do it best. You know what I mean? And that was he was a Trump supporter. You understand what I'm saying? He's a supporter of Trump. And I believe that it was planned so he can be able to get away. So they will be able to pronounce him dead, and possibly he can be able to get away. But it was also a message to not only the US, but also others, that we need to pay attention to some things. Some things really need to be paid attention to. That is what I'm going to submit to you today. That's what I believe that's what that was. We didn't get to see exactly what was in there, right? We didn't see we didn't see a gun flash go off from the Desert Eagle. When I look at that particular video, right, and that's Matt Berg there, I remember watching this as a child, man. It's crazy because I remember watching this episode. I was in
from the U.S. Army Special.
But I remember watching this episode on the History Channel, right, and I was impressed by what they were able to do. Green Berets. Of course, they're gonna make them, so that's him there, right? He's actually in there with Matt Berg, but also this guy, I forgot his name. Tim Wash? Yeah. So he's in there with Tim, but they are doing this training together.
And then it just tore my heart out. For television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive, but we swept the whole entire show.
When he appeared on the show, Livelsberger used a shortened version of his name, Matt Berg. So it took Tim Kelly a while to put 2 and 2 together.
And then I saw a Matt Berg with a older photo of him, and I was like, oh no, dude, I know that guy. And then it just tore my heart out because he was a really great Green Beret.
And what was he like?
He was charming. He was talented. He was personable. He was kind. He was all the things that you would expect from a Green Beret.
At one point during the show, Livelsberger lost his cool in the 90-plus degree heat.
I'm about to throw it, man. I got heat exhaustion, man. I need to take this off right now.
Tim Kelly says he hadn't heard from Livelsberger for a few years.
It just
that's called losing your cool, y'all.
Does not make sense. From everything that I have heard, he was universally valued by his team, by his peers. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, and it is just horrifically heartbreaking.
That's what leads me to believe that he also did not commit suicide, just based on that account, as well as his character, but also what we just heard in the last video of what he experienced, what he was willing to blow the whistle on. He was being followed by the FBI, all kinds of different things, digitally, all those things. It was the best opportunity. What do you think a Cybertruck is going to? You seen how they mapped out his route, and they was able to see exactly how long it took him to get over to the Trump Tower in Las Vegas, Nevada. Yes, you can be tracked in a Tesla. You understand what I'm saying? Why would he want to take a Tesla and not an old school 1969 Ford pickup? You understand what I'm saying? That has no electronics in it. No EMPs can be able to take that thing out. You can't take that out with an EMP, because you know what? It's all based on it's engine base. It's all engine base and gas base. So there is no technology in that. You understand what I'm saying? Why wouldn't he want to leave in something like that cannot be tracked, that cannot be? So why not just blow up the Tesla? You know what I mean? That can be tracked, that can be shut off from anywhere, that can be controlled and drive you right on up to whoever wants you. You understand what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing. I gotta go. I gotta bless you. Yep. Whenever you gotta do it. Bless you. Shalom to you. I appreciate you being in. Hallelujah. Shalom, sister. Yes. Rest well. So that's some of the biggest things, y'all. Some of the biggest things is that, you understand what I mean? I was listening to this recording earlier. They had some really valuable information. You know, if you guys want to listen in, let me know. This thing is pretty good. Honestly, they were talking about some very, very key points. I think that is important to know as well. Literally, very important to know. Very important information. We have emails coming from him as well. DEI is a cancer. Okay, so this whole Matt Livelsberger thing feels off like a psyop. Okay, he blows up a Tesla Cybertruck in front of a Trump Tower in Las Vegas, but ends up being ultra mega and pro Elon. Yes, absolutely. Two manifestos, one being in extreme far right call to purge Democrats by any means necessary. Well, then there's that. His words: I don't condone any violence. DEI, China, NK, Iran. The other manifesto, which was released on Shawn Ryan's podcast, is about war crimes, anti-gravity UAPs / UFO, New Jersey drones, China. You understand what I'm saying? All the topics covered, all in one event. The proposed solution will be MIC in Homeland Security, right? Is going to need much bigger budgets. It always makes Democrats the victims, and extreme right is the biggest threat to this country. I would have to disagree with that. I would have to disagree with that position. But also, as far as Democrats being, needing to be purged, I wouldn't say that I 100% agree with that position as well. I would disagree with the viewpoints of Democrats. I would say that Republicans, the oldest Republican Party was an all-black Republican Party, and they're mostly for, you doing for self and not them doing for you. The least amount of government is the best amount of government, in my opinion. You understand what I'm saying? So I believe that they're there to protect our borders, protect our property, and that's about it. You know what I mean? That's as far as they should go. But the government that we have now is very intrusive. They are intruding on your everyday life, and they're treading on you. And a lot of Americans won't acknowledge that or combat that. A lot of them won't. They'll just lie down and take it, like this 38% tax raise and hyperinflation in the country. We are the United States of America, the best country people to ever exist. But let me see. But right now we are terminally ill and headed toward collapse. Of course. That's 100%. That's 100%. Bless you. We're in the middle of a snowstorm. Stay safe. Absolutely. Y'all stay safe. I believe this was a message directed towards Trump and Musk. Yes, and I believe it's a wake-up call for the United States of America as well. I believe that, it needed attention. It needed attention, and it was very symbolic. Shalom, says Nadia. Grace and peace. Absolutely correct. Old vehicles run off a points system in the distribution. Yep, a EMP would most likely fry the core if the battery was connected. Or absolutely fry the core if the battery was connected. Other than that, you're good. Absolutely. That's true. That's one thing I forgot about. It'll hit the battery if it is connected. But if it ain't, if you got it disconnected, then you can be able to, you know, once that EMP go out, you can reconnect that joint and be off. That's what, if I were taking off, if I was going anywhere and I didn't want to be tracked and I didn't want to be detected or anything, or something to stop my mode of transportation or whatever it may be, like I would leave in something that doesn't require you know, a brain, that doesn't require electronics. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I would want to leave in. I would want to leave all the electronics behind, but I would want an old school truck, you know, old school, something that's going, when I push it, it'll start. You know what I'm saying? If I generate enough friction for the alternator by pushing it fast enough, the alternator will turn and it'll start that bitch up. You know what I'm saying? That's that old school joint. You feel me? Like, you could do stuff like that sometimes, you know. I've done a lot of work on cars, man. Alternators, radiators, coolant hoses, rocker arms, cylinder heads. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun working on some cars and learning more about them. All right. We are crumbling because of a lack of self-respect. I'm getting back to reading this thing. We are crumbling for the lack of self-respect. Okay, morals and respect for others, greed and gluttony. Greed and gluttony has consumed us. Okay, the top 1%. Yep, that's true. Though. Greed and gluttony has consumed the U.S. The top 1% decided long ago they weren't going to bring everyone else with them. You're cattle to them, and that's true. That is true. Yeah, that is absolutely true. All of that is factual statements that he just said. Okay, so you guys really need to know this. This is all facts. This is all true. You understand what I'm saying? Let's continue. We have strayed from family values and corrupted our minds, and I am a prime example of having it all, but it never being enough. Understandable. A lot of us are just sitting around waiting to die. That's sad. Now, this is the mind state, especially when you don't have Yeshua. If you don't have the Most High, you don't have Yeshua, and you're not operating within your purpose, the statement like this is absolutely true. You know, if it wasn't for me feeling as though coming on here every first day or whenever I'm called to come on here and do videos, I'm feeling like I'm operating within my purpose to speak on situations, on issues, and to do what it states over in Proverbs 31:9, and to speak up and to use my voice and to defend those who are poor and who are needy, right? Who are in need. And we know that the poor is the ones who have the gospel preached to them. If you're not operating within your purpose, then you must be waiting to die. If you're not growing and trying to learn or trying to increase in knowledge, understand how to get close to the Most High Yah, how to get closer to Yeshua or Jesus, how to do what is being commanded for you to do, then you are effectively waiting to die. Let's continue. No sunlight, no steps, no fresh air, no hope. Our children are addicted to screens. Oh boy, by the age of 2. We are filling our bodies with processed foods. Processed foods, absolutely. Our population is too fat to join the military, yet we are facing a war with China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran before 2030. I don't know who needs to wake up and understand this, or who needs to realize this, that the life that you're living right now is just a mirage, and it can be collapsed and it can crumble at any point right now. That China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, they're all on the brink of the destruction of this country. And your commitment to want to align yourself with the U.S. is very, very flawed. Aligning yourself with the people who live here in the U.S., your communities, the people within your communities, will you have better chances with that than to rely on this intergovernmental system who are part of the top 1%, as he described, that has already determined they're going to leave you behind. The moment that things start to really hit the fan in this country, 2025, is the moment they're going to hop on their planes, hop on their jets, and get the hell out of Dodge. And you're going to be left to defend yourself. Now, increasing the budget for some of these individuals, like it was stated in the comments, or I believe he stated in his comment, that's not going to assist us in any way, because, you know, our military is all but depleted. We don't have enough soldiers. You understand what I'm saying? The American people would have to worry about fending for self. And those individuals from the National Guard, the wherever, you know, would have to do what they needed to do if they're actually committed to doing so. So you got to be prepared to defend self. You got to be prepared for your own survival. You understand what I'm saying? This is not going to be a thing as to where they're going to be backing up anyone, that they're going to come to your rescue and save you or whatever it may be. You got to be sure that you're ready to defend your own position. Okay. So let's get training. We must take these actions if we are going to make it past the next few years in one piece. Now we got to understand that this is not a game. This is not a joke here. This is serious and has been progressively happening over the past few years, especially since Biden has taken office. It has accelerated rapidly over the past few years. In fact, they started to really form real alliances with each other, some of our enemies, right? Forming BRICS, things like that against the U.S. This is a real threat that's right now at your doorstep, and that people need to start to wake up and realize this, right? Get yourself prepared, get your minds mentally ready, get your families mentally ready, because at a moment's notice, you might have to get the hell out of Dodge, or you might have to hunker down and defend your position. You never know what's going to happen. Get yourself ready. Get yourself prepared. It's better to stay ready rather than get ready. You understand what I'm saying? We must end the war in Ukraine with negotiated settlement. Okay. I believe that Putin came out to say that he's willing to negotiate at any time, but nobody has actually had a desire to come forth with some real negotiations. I can't say I blame him. But he said he's open to negotiations, right? It is the only way, okay? Focus on strength and winning, okay? Masculinity is good, and men must be leaders. Strength is a deterrent, and fear is a product, okay? Absolutely. They sell it to you all the time. Weed it out of, that's why, you know, the Most High tells you to purge that fear out of you. Fear is the number one thing. Weed it out of those in our government and military who do not idolize number two. Okay, who does not idolize number two. The income equality in this country and cost of living is outrageous. Absolutely, the numbers of homeless on our streets is embarrassing and disgusting. Have some pride and take care of this. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Stop obsessing over diversity. We are all diverse, and DEI is a cancer. Absolutely. Thankfully, we rejected the DEI candidate, and we'll have a real president instead of a weekend at Bernie's. Absolutely. Listen, he's speaking nothing but facts in this thing. I can't say that I'm gonna disagree with a lot that he's saying here. We must have, okay, we got that. Why did I personally do it now? Okay, there's any fireworks. This was a terrorist attack. Okay. Okay, we must move on from the culture and weakness in self-enrichment, right? Okay, we must move on from the culture and weakness and self-enrichment, persuaded by our senior political and military leaders. We are done with the blatant corruption, right? With the blatant corruption, our soldiers are done fighting wars without end. States are clear objectives. Okay. This was not a terrorist attack. Okay. This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to what? Spectacles and violence. Okay. And violence. What better way to get my point across than stunt with fireworks and explosives? You see what I'm saying? That's why I believe that, of course, he did what he had to do to get the hell on up out of Dodge. Why not? Consider this last sunset of 24 and my actions, the end of our sickness and a new chapter of health for our people. Rally around the Trump, Musk, Kennedy, and ride this wave to the highest, okay, for all Americans. Okay. We are second to no one. All right. So I thought that was a pretty decent message, y'all. I thought that was a pretty decent message. Let's see. This came out recently. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now here's the explosion right
Explosives were
here.
detonated, causing the truck to explode outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas.
Yeah. And then so where it was placed, right?
Footage later
the
shows
bomb.
the moment explosives were detonated, causing the truck to explode outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas.
So where everything was done, right? The explosion happened right in the quarters, right in the driver's side, which was intentional because, of course, the body had to be unrecognizable, right?
Footage later shows the moment.
If it's unrecognizable, then you're not going to be able to identify if it was truly him or not. So, I mean, only thing I can really hope is that maybe he did not commit suicide and that he actually is still, good. He's good. He made it over to Mexico, right? Another end of the spectrum is that he was abducted and they actually shot him, drove that thing up, programmed it to drive up there, and he was actually in there and it exploded. But it doesn't really make sense of why his DNA did not match up to his son's DNA, right? That don't really make sense. You know what I mean? If his son wasn't truly his, then I think that he would have said something about it in one of his manifestos, right? And saying that his son wasn't his and that he was depressed and shit like that. But no, he was actually actively trying to blow the whistle, sound the alarm on some things that were taking place that were unethical, that were done by the so-called politicians within this country, right? And so that's what tells me he wasn't worried about his son. Brother wasn't concerned about his son at all. He was concerned about getting to Mexico and leaving the country. You understand what I'm saying? That's what he was concerned about. That's what he really wanted to do. You understand me? So yeah. So this is deep. This is really deep. And I'm actually really looking forward to hearing more about this situation. I believe that we're going to get more information. Now, one thing that I wanted to share with you guys that honestly is very controversial. Okay. This thing is very controversial. Okay. And we're going to go ahead. But it is what they are calling, now this is something that they posted in a thread for IPAC, okay? And this is a speech that comes from Adolf. Let's say that, okay? Adolf. And we all know that we disagree with the situation that happened and what he did. I believe he went about it all the wrong way and he shouldn't have done what he did. So nobody's supporting this. You understand what I'm saying? But this is a speech that he's given that they did not want you all to hear. They did not want anyone to hear this speech. They didn't want to have it translated. They didn't want you to hear it. Let's take a listen to what he had to say, y'all. Let's take a listen.
My dear fellow Germans, a sudden commotion has come over the German people. Now even those circles are beginning to stir, which until now have been deaf to the constant warnings that we have been trying to address to the mass of our people almost without interruption for the past 3 years. Of course, many people still do not know why they are upset. They believe that perhaps it is only about so-called special privileges, or about the restriction of freedom of speech, or about the politicization of the civil service, and so on. Certainly, all these are extremely serious matters. Today, however, it is about much more. It is about a huge process of destruction of our people and our fatherland. This is happening now before our very eyes. All these things would be trifles in themselves if they did not represent characteristics of a process which has been taking place for many years and whose end will be a horrible one. We can all sense that now two worlds are colliding with each other, and not only here, but everywhere we look, in the now oppressed Russia, in Italy, in France, and in England, etc. A relentless struggle between the ideals of the national-minded and the nebulous international. It is a struggle that now goes back almost 120 years. It began at the moment when the Jew received the right of citizenship in the European states. The political emancipation of the Jews was the beginning of a madness, for with it one gave full civic rights and equality to a people which was racially much more clearly and abruptly demarcated than all others, which always formed and will always form a state within the state. Perhaps not all at once, but it went just as it does today, and as it always has gone. First a little finger, then a second and a third, and so bit by bit, until at last a people which still in the 18th century appeared to be completely alien came to possess politically the same rights of citizenship as ourselves. And that's exactly how it went economically as well. The mass industrialization of the people meant the crowds came into being. Unfortunately, not properly handled by concentration of great large masses of workers in the cities. Those who had the moral obligation to take care of them. In parallel with this, however, there was a gradual monetization of the entire labor force. The share system came into being, and as a result, the stock exchange gradually became the conductor of the entire national economy, but the owners of this institution were, and are without exception, Jews. I say without exception, because the few more than who participate in it as non-Jews are in the end nothing more than token Christians who are needed to keep up the pretense to the broad masses that these institutions are natural to all peoples and their economies, while in reality they are institutions which correspond exclusively to the essence of the Jewish people and thus also spring from it. At that time, Europe stood at a crossroads. It began to divide into two halves, Western Europe on the one hand and Central and Eastern Europe on the other. Western Europe first advanced in industrialization, especially in England. Crowds of agricultural laborers, sons of farmers or ruined farmers themselves, poured into the cities and formed a new fourth estate. But there is one important fact here which many fail to take into account. England, like France, had relatively few Jews. The consequence of this, however, was that the great masses concentrated in the cities did not come into direct contact with this foreign nation, and the aversion which would necessarily arise did not find sufficient nourishment. Finally, the Jews of England, who at that time numbered scarcely 50 to 60,000, were able to Europeanize themselves with playful ease to such an extent that they remained hidden from the primitive eye of the common man, and he could not notice them as pillars of the economy, but especially as the bearers of great capital. They no longer appeared as foreigners, but as Englishmen themselves. This prevented anti-Semitism from gaining fundamental power in these countries. The same was true of France. Precisely because of this, however, it was possible to introduce in these countries the system known as democracy. Precisely in these countries, it was possible to establish a form of government that could mean nothing but the outweighing of intelligence and true energy by the sheer dead weight of the masses. In other words, it was possible there for the small class of Jewish intelligentsia hidden in the British people to manipulate the broad masses with playful ease in such a way that the latter, unaware of whom they were obeying, served the purposes of this small class. There, with press propaganda and control of information, it was possible to found the prototypical large parties. Even back then, there were always 2 or 3 groups that appeared to be fighting against each other, but in reality were all hanging on a gold thread, and everything was adjusted to a peculiar human characteristic. That man gets tired of something he has had for a long time. He wants something new. And so 2 parties were needed. One of them rules and the other one forms the opposition. When one party is played out, the opposition party comes to power, and the played out party now takes its turn as the opposition. After 20 years, the new party becomes played out, and the game repeats itself anew. In reality, this is certainly an ingenious mill in which the interests of a nation are ground down. As is well known, such a thing is called self-government of a people. In the process, we always find 2 main buzzwords, freedom and democracy, as figureheads. Freedom is understood to mean, at least among the authoritative bodies that actually govern, the possibility of plundering the broad masses without limits or resistance. The masses themselves, of course, believe that freedom means the exercise of a very particular freedom of movement, both freedom of movement of the tongue and freedom to move about the streets, etc. A bitter deception. On the whole, we can say that England, as well as France, put on the chains.
Now, based on what he just said in regards to freedom, the upper echelon, the upper class, plundering those below them, right, is freedom in the mindset of the upper echelon, the upper class. And he's saying that the lower class is believing freedom being the freedom of movement, the freedom of choice, autonomy, in which they are believing freedom to be in its proper context, where the upper echelon, the upper class, are believing freedom to be dominating over the lower class and plundering. You know what I mean? I'm in no means supporting and advocating for the Nazi regime or for Adolf in any way or circumstances, but I believe in providing knowledge, providing understanding. You understand what I'm saying? And when they fail to truly want to translate or give you the truth, you got to really start to dig deep as to why. Why is that? Why did they not want this speech to be translated for all to hear? Is this speech something that is going to encourage or motivate you to want to fight, right? Or is it going to encourage and motivate you to want to look at the individual to your left and your right, the ones who you've put in positions of power, the ones who've taken positions of power and have abused that power to get their own son out of federal indictments? You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to Joe Biden. What truly would this speech influence you to do? So let's continue.
Of slavery already back then, with a bronze firmness, these states are in Jewish chains as long as the Jew himself does not feel the necessity and expediency of a change in this condition. This change will also occur there in the foreseeable future. Now, what is the difference between this Western Europe on the one hand and Eastern and Central Europe on the other? Here, industrialization did not happen as quickly. The masses streamed more slowly from the static countryside into the cities. Only slowly did the large cities develop here, and it took a long time for a fourth estate to form in Germany as well. In addition to this, there was the fact that both in the East and in Germany, the presence of the Jew was constantly felt by the broad masses because of his greater numbers. So so that the whole people had an inner instinctive aversion to him among all classes, but most of all the peasant, the worker, and the honest petty bourgeois. On the other hand, a part of our own aristocracy and a certain circle of merchants to whom money and gold are everything were the most quickly corrupted. If political contamination was already more difficult because of the large number of Jews and the consequent aversion of the mass of our people, the difficulty was increased by a form of government which did not place ultimate authority in the hands of a weak-willed and irresponsible so-called majority, but
now, what I would like to say is this, right? And based on what I know about this man and his history, he was actually a biblical scholar. He really relied on the Bible in a lot of ways. You understand what I'm saying? Now, am I no means, let me reiterate this one more time. The way that he went about what he did was completely unethical. It was not something that he should have done, and I do not agree with that. But the truth is truth and facts are facts, and this is what I want to point out. When we go to Revelations 2:9, and we all understand the scripture, and he just got done speaking about the Jews and them being heavily corrupt and in heavy authority and allowed of the communities. You understand what I'm saying? He just spoke about that. He was given a speech in regards to the poor, the needy, and them being taken advantage of by the Jews. You understand what I'm saying? By the Jewish community. You understand what I'm saying? And when we say that, okay, he was also someone who was heavily in biblical, not only was he an artist, right? He enjoyed painting, but also he was heavy into scripture. You understand what I'm saying? He was a biblical scholar. He read his Bible, y'all. Let me say that. And we go over to Revelation 2:9, and we say, I know thy works and in tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are synagogue of Satan. A lot may speculate and have speculated based on his beliefs, right? And his scholarship in the scriptures, that right there was one of the motivators in regards to his actions, not to condone them, right? Because he went about it the wrong way. And I believe that the Most High did not agree with the way that he did what he did. Now, Revelations 3:9, behold, behold. Hey, hold up. Let me get serious here. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. Okay? Because I have kept patience in my word. My thing is this, right? These two scriptures of Revelations 2:9 and Revelations 3:9 is what some say that incited or inspired his actions, motivated his actions in regarding to seeing the corruption of the Jewish community within society, and something just snapped. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the way that he went about it, completely wrong, and I condemn a mass genocide of any group of people. But the moment that they were freed, those Jewish individuals, the moment they were freed, they were placed in the land of Israel, and there has been a mass genocide of the Palestinian people ever since. There's always been a constant war between Israel and Palestine, and it has not been peace. You understand what I'm saying? Not long enough to really take it, to make it matter. But as soon as they got there, they started to slaughter those individuals right there who were already occupying Israel, were Palestinian people that we knew and we loved, that we were close friends with, that we watched each other's children, Palestinian people. You understand what I mean? Palestinian also said that the Jews that they knew left black, but they came back white, and they didn't understand how that happened. You understand what I'm saying? They were placed in that land. But also based on scripture, we can say that, a lot of them, many say that that's what inspired him to do what he was doing. Actually, they are not the actual Jews, but he was a madman, and the result was mass extermination. Absolutely, definitely was a madman. I agree with that. All of us must come to the realization, or already have come to the realization, that we've been lied to about almost everything, especially about the small hats. Absolutely. I agree with that, brother Timothy, brother Timbo Slice. Listen, I agree with that totally. I believe that we have been lied to about a lot. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of individuals who may be an enemy to the U.S., it may be for a good reason. You know, because some of the leaders that we have in place have made some terrible decisions to line their own pockets, and we're going to be left to have to deal with the consequences of those choices and those actions. Let's continue with this.
Which was traditionally anchored in a personal apex, the monarchy. At that time, the Jew had to admit to himself that in these countries, the resurrection of an enlightened despotism would by no means be impossible. There were three powerful factors at the disposal of the head of state: the army, with a huge, wonderfully well-coordinated officer corps; the body of civil servants, with its enormous apparatus of completely dutiful officials; and a great broad mass of people who were inwardly still free from any poison. And if we add to this the fact that at that time, the national intelligentsia in Germany was still almost exclusively predominant, that even wholesale trade was still in German hands, that above all the young, flourishing, rich industry was of German origin and German ownership, and that further the enormous peasantry, the last reservoir of a nation's strength, was still completely uncontaminated and healthy, we understand the following consideration of the Jewish people, who at that time were gaining political equality. When, through industrialization, a new fourth estate is formed in the cities, there is a danger that this fourth estate will fraternize with the monarchy. And
now, when he's speaking about industrialization, he's speaking about the production of steel, the labor, the production of steel and building buildings and skyscrapers. That's industrializing, the industrialization, the cities, the migration of people to major cities and looking for work, looking for workforce and things like that to make money. That's what he's speaking about, and when he's speaking about industrialization, from what I can recall.
That on this basis, a people's kingdom.
This is my first time hearing this video right here with you guys. I came across it while talking to you, and I was like, you know what, this might be very interesting to play. So just so you guys know, I'm just picking apart what he's saying based on how he's speaking right now. So let's continue.
Or people's empire will come about, willing and ready to deal the death blow to the international financial powers. Therein lay a grave danger for Jewry. If the broad mass of the then forming labor force had come into national hands and had then seized the nation as a true social catalyst, if the liberation of the individual estates had taken place organically, step by step, and if the state form had later been based on this, then what many hoped for on November 9th, 1918 would have come about: a national social state. For socialism as such is anything but an international creation. As a noble conception, it has grown exclusively in Aryan hearts and reaches its intellectual apotheosis only in Aryan minds. It is completely foreign to the Jew. He will always and forever be the born private capitalist of the most exploitative kind, and it is no coincidence that the great pillars on which some later mistakenly tried to build the foundation of a so-called people's enlightenment were all, without exception, opponents of the Jews. Millennia have inwardly hoped for a Germany of the German people, different in his whole being, which is entirely harmful to the Aryan, but the Jewry as a people for itself stands against us and will stand against us as a mortal enemy, always and for all time. Jewry has made a politically truly ingenious step. This capitalistic people, which first brought the unscrupulous exploitation of human beings into this world, knew how to take the leadership of this fourth estate into its own hands, the Jew became the founder of the social democratic and communist movements. And with extraordinary skill, he gradually played the leadership exclusively into his own hands by two methods. One he used on the right, the other on the left, but he had his apostles in both camps. On the right, he endeavored to exacerbate all the existing problems by emphasizing as much as possible those qualities which were
I want to point this out. He said that they had people in both camps, but they separated them to the far right and the far left. But they had individuals in both parties, in both camps. What do you feel resembles that today? The IPAC actually funds our U.S. government. I want to tell you this now. A lot of politicians are backed by IPAC. IPAC is a separate entity that is the is Israel. Israel's corporation that pays politicians. Why are they paying our politicians? There's no real rhyme or reason. They just pay them. You understand what I'm saying? So the understanding comes from what? Understanding what's on the books. Why are they receiving money from Israel? And Israel does not have to register as a business or corporation here in the U.S. They're not even registered here to operate, to be able to do anything, to trade. They're just here. And the moment that they decided that they wanted IPAC to actually register here in the U.S., I believe John F. Kennedy was the one to enforce it. And I can be able to pull receipts on that. John F. Kennedy was enforcing for IPAC to register in the U.S. if they're going to continue to buy politicians, right? Basically, they will have to register. But that will compromise their position. That will make it to where they have to now pay taxes, whatever it may be. But they also have some sort of level of citizenship here in the U.S. as well that they would need. There would be requirements on them to be able to operate here in the U.S. And they were effectively, John F. Kennedy was effectively putting this thing in motion. The moment that it was going to be finalized, he was then assassinated in Dallas. They assassinated him in Dallas. You know, he's riding in that drop top, you know what I'm saying, in the drop top coupe. And then IPAC no longer had to register. That whole situation dissolved and it never materialized. I'm curious as to who ordered that assassination and truly why. Was it based on that? So we're hearing parallels here. Compared what was going on in Germany to what is going on here in the US in regards to far left and far right, but having agents in both camps. Okay. I want to make that very clear. This is what he's talking about. Okay. We're drawing parallels. Definitely sick individual. Somebody, he should have never done what he did. I believe it was just he was too extreme with it. But we're hearing parallels, and it's building up as to why they made a decision that they made. You know what I mean? Let's continue.
Repugnant to the man of the people, the poor devil, so that the latter would be incited as much as possible. It was he who increased and drove the greed for money to the extreme. He was the one who preached unscrupulousness in the use of any and all means, as a matter of course in business dealings, and by his competition forced the others to join in. He was the one who pushed hard-heartedness in the ruthless use of these means to such an extent that the saying, business too marches over corpses, became self-evident. But it was he in particular who increased gaudiness in the most disgusting form to such an extent that it could only become a grave insult to the broad masses. While he thus corrupted the people on the one hand by his evil example, he destroyed them also in terms of blood. More and more Jews wormed their way into the families of the upper classes, and it was from the Jews that these families took their wives. The consequence of this, however, was that in a short time, the leading stratum of the nation became completely alienated from its own people. All of that was the prerequisite for his work on the left side. And he exploited these prerequisites brilliantly. And he succeeded further by ingenious use of the press to influence the masses so much that the faults of the left were seen by the right as the faults of the German worker. And the faults of...
Now, are we hearing parallels? You just had to hear what Brother Nathaniel was just saying. And they also own the media. You understand what I'm saying? Are we seeing parallels, y'all? Let's continue.
The right appeared to the German worker as the faults of the so-called bourgeoisie. And neither of them noticed that the faults of both sides were the intended result of malicious foreign incitement. And only in this way does it become comprehensible that history's bit of staircase which could occur, that stock exchange Jews became leaders of a German workers' movement. And in all this, one can see how they work together so wonderfully, the stock market Jew and the workers' leader, the Financial Times and the workers' rag. They both pursue one direction and one goal, whether Frankfurter Zeitung and Münchner Post, Berliner Tageblatt and Rote Freiheit or Rote Fahne. They operate wonderfully together, while the company attorney, Moses Cohn, stiffens the resolve of his company so that it faces the demands of its workers as rigidly as possible, that is, intransigently. His brother, the workers' organizer Isaac Cohn, is in the factory yard stirring up the masses. Look at them. They just want to oppress you, throw off the chains, etc. And above, his brother helps to forge these chains in the first place. On the one hand, the Financial Times is eager to awaken the incessant addiction to speculation. Speculation on the crops and foodstuffs of the people proliferates in an unprecedented way. On the other side is the workers' rag, riling up the masses by telling them bread has gotten more expensive and this and that have gotten more expensive. Don't tolerate it anymore. Arise, proletarians, down with so-and-so. This process is practically complete in Russia. The whole of today's Russia is nothing more than a ruined culture and a mature colony to be cultivated by foreign capital, which must nevertheless draw in Aryan minds as practical laborers, for the Jew is not fit for this either. Here too, he is only rapacious and gluttonous. He knows.
This was, I believe, posted about 12 hours ago. Posted about 12 hours ago.
No orderly economy and no orderly body of people. He steals everything over there in Russia. They take the diamonds away from the noblemen to help the people, but then the diamonds disappear into foreign companies, never to be seen again. He seizes the wealth of the church, but not to feed the people. No, everything wanders away and disappears without a trace. He has become completely irrational in his greed. He cannot preserve anything. He has only the drive for destruction in him. Once he has destroyed everything, he will collapse along with that which he has destroyed. It is a tragic fate that has struck the people of the northeast of our fatherland. In the past, we were often supposed to get upset about some bandit who received his just punishment here or there. When an anarchist was put up against the wall in Spain, there was a great howl in our country about this sacrifice of the most precious human blood. When a Max Holtz is brought before a court of justice in our country, the so-called German press never tires of reporting in long articles exactly how he, as the apostle of a higher conviction, is being unfairly condemned. And if a stock exchange bandit is hanged somewhere in Hungary, then that is enough to boycott that whole state. Yes, there must be a boycott, because this state has a human life on its conscience, and we are so infinitely sensitive. Today, however, more than 30 million people have been slowly martyred to death in the East, some on the scaffold, some by machine guns and similar means, some in actual slaughterhouses, and millions through hunger. And we all know that this wave of hunger is creeping on. It is all lies and deception. What is declared about the aid delivered there? What does aid mean when on one side there is this greedy werewolf who eats up all this aid himself? They'll call you a reactionary, a monarchist, and a pan-Germanist if you criticize today's conditions. I ask you, what would be the state of Germany if there had been no criticism at all during these 3 years? I think that in reality, there has been far too little criticism. Our people are unfortunately far too uncritical Otherwise, they would not only have seen through many things long ago, but would have shut them down with their fists. Thus, the crisis is reaching its climax. The day is not far off when the German Revolution will have to be pushed forward for the reasons mentioned above. The leaders know too well that it cannot go on forever as it is today. It will be possible to raise prices 10 times by 100%, but it is questionable whether the Germans will accept 1 billion marks a day in salary only to starve to death at the end of the day. It is questionable whether one will be able to maintain this great deception of the nation. The day will come when it will not be possible, and that is why we have to make provisions. And so Germany is now entering that stage whose extremes Russia has already felt. Now, in a last grandiose push, the criticism and resistance, nay, the honesty that is still present in us is to be crushed. And this will happen all the faster, the more they see that one particular insight is beginning to take hold of the masses. The National Socialist doctrine, whether under ours or another name, more and more it gains ground everywhere. All these people cannot yet be in a party together, but wherever one goes in Germany, indeed almost in the whole world, there are already millions of thinkers who know that a state can only be built on a social basis. And secondly, that the mortal enemy of every truly social idea is the international Jew. Every truly national thought is ultimately social. That is, whoever is ready to stand up for his people so completely that he really knows no higher ideal than the welfare of this people. Whoever has grasped the meaning of our great song, Germany, Germany above all, in such a way that nothing in this world is higher to him than this Germany, people and country, country and people. He is a socialist, and he who sympathizes with the poorest of this people's citizens, who sees in each individual a valuable member of the whole, and who recognizes that the whole can only flourish when it is not composed of rulers and oppressed, but when all, according to their ability, fulfill their duty to the fatherland and the national community and are valued accordingly. He who stands for the preservation of the strength and youthfulness of the millions of working people, and he who above all stands up to ensure that our most precious asset, our youth, is not prematurely used up in unhealthy, harmful work. He is not only a socialist, but a nationalist in the highest sense of the word. But it is the teaching of this insight which appears as the most threatening danger to Jewry as the leadership of today's revolutions. And it is precisely this danger that pushes him to strike as quickly as possible, because he knows one thing for sure. In the end, only this young movement can threaten him. He knows the old parties. They are easy to please. A few endowments in the form of ministerial chairs and similar posts, and they fall in line. He knows one thing above all. They are so simple-mindedly stupid. Every day they prove correct the saying that he whom the gods would destroy, they first strike blind. They are struck blind, and so the gods must want to destroy them. Yes, just look at these parties and their leaders, Stresemann and whoever else. They are truly harmless. They do not grasp the root of the problem. They all still believe that they can fight a battle, which is a battle like none other in this world, through leniency, humanity, and compliance. Through leniency, they believe they can show the opponent on the left that they are willing to compromise in order to stop the deadly cancer somewhere in the middle. No, and 1,000 times no. There are only two possibilities: victory or defeat. We know that the so-called law for the protection of the Republic coming from Berlin today is nothing more than a means of silencing any criticism. But we also know that they will now try, by all means, to make the last minds who see disaster approaching in Germany disappear in time. That is why the population of northern Germany is being whipped up against Bavaria by means of lies and distortion. They have the feeling up there that in one corner of the Reich, the German people are not yet broken. And that is where we National Socialists have to intervene. We National Socialists are, by God, the most loyal supporters of our German fatherland. In 3 years, we have fought a battle, sometimes against death and the devil, but always and only for our German fatherland. We have come so far that in the end we landed in prison ourselves for our efforts. But there is one thing we want to say. We distinguish between the German government and the German fatherland. If some half-Asiatic scoundrel here in the Landtag or in the Reichstag in Berlin accuses us today of not being loyal to the Reich, I would ask you not to grieve over it. The Bavarian people has proven its loyalty to the Reich with its countless regiments which fought for the Reich and were often buried 2 or 3 times under the earth. We are convinced, and this is ultimately our only great faith, that the German Reich will once again rise out of this most bitter misery and all this hardship, different from how it exists now, not as a birth of misery and wretchedness, but that we will once again have a true German Reich of freedom and honor, a real fatherland for the entire German people, and not a haven for foreign crooks. Today, people speak incessantly about federalism, etc. I beg you, don't rail against the Prussians while groveling before the Jews, but show yourself stiff-necked against those now in Berlin. And if you do that, you will have millions and millions of Germans behind you throughout Germany, whether they be Prussians, Badeners, Württembergers, Saxons, or Austrian Germans. What we did not fear at that time, but rather foresaw, because I never said that it could come, but always that it would come, because it must come, and there is no way around it, has now come to pass. Because we foresaw this at the time, we resisted, and because we foresaw that today our task would not be complete, but that this too is only another step on the way into a morass of blood, we now ask you one last time, remain stiff-necked now and resist to the last. We National Socialists, who for 3 years now have done nothing but preach, insulted and besmirched by all, mocked and ridiculed by some, blasphemed and slandered by others, we cannot go back. For us, there is only the one straight path. We know that the fight that is about to begin will be a hard one. It will not be fought out in the Reich Court in Leipzig, nor will it be fought out in a Berlin cabinet. It will be fought out by those real factors that have always shaped world history up to now. I heard a few days ago in a ministerial speech that the rights of a state could not be eliminated by simple majority decisions, but only by treaties. Bismarck had something slightly different to say about this. He said that the fate of nations could not be determined by majority decisions, nor by treaties, but only by Blut and Iran. There should be no doubt about it. We National Socialists will not let Jewry cut our throats without fighting back. In Berlin, they might organize dinner parties with the Jewish executioners of Soviet Russia. Here, they will never do that. They may today begin to set up the Cheka, the Extraordinary Commission in Germany, and let it operate freely. We will never submit to such a Jewish commission. We have the rock-solid conviction that if 7 million people in this state are determined to stand up for their no to the last, then the evil specter over...
So we all know that, you know, if we do not observe history, right, that we are destined or doomed to repeat it. That goes for any part of history. You know what I mean? Even the ones that fly under the radar, the history that has been told and taught and fed to us on a silver platter, right? Spoon fed in these public food systems in regards to then Anne Flake. We all know about Anne Frank and her story. You know what I mean? Not to say that discredit anything that they went through, that the citizens had to suffer through in regards to this war that was being waged not only by Germany and Russia against the community that is Jewish, but the decisions that the leaders of the Jewish community made is what sparked their revolution. You understand what I'm saying? The decisions that the leaders of the Jewish community, not the people of that Jewish community, the decisions of in the greed that the Jewish community leadership made, those decisions will sparked the revolution of these people, of the German people, of the Russians. This is what he's speaking about actively in regards to this, right? So when we're observing this in history, and this has not. I'm not too sure who translated this. It sounds like his voice, right? It sounds like Adolf's voice, but they just translated it into English. You know, maybe using Google Translate or some sort of AI technology to translate this speech. But it was translated in such a way that, you know, of course, they have not wanting you. They've never. When's the last time you've ever heard a speech coming from their side, hearing their side of the story, what they feel, and why they feel they wanted to commit these atrocities? Why they want to do this mass genocide of a people, which I totally disagree with. I will never support that. You know, he went about it all the wrong way, and he did not do anything properly by thinking that he was going to do what he did, right? So I'm glad that we were able to put a stop to it. My thing is that the same things that he's speaking on is the same exact thing that we're actually experiencing here in the US. But guess what's more effective? The way that they're doing it, the way that they're distracting you from understanding, from the understanding that they're doing it. How are they distracting you? They own not only the media, but they also run the industry, the music industry, entertainment industry. These tools are being used to distract the American people from what they are suffering through currently. They're truly suffering. You're truly in bondage here. You understand what I'm saying? But you love the change because the entertainment is great. The entertainment is great. Excuse me, guys. So those who are being sucked into entertainment, who are being cast, who those spells are being cast on them, they lack the energy to fight. They lack the energy to fight. Look at our food system. Look at all of these things you're addicted to. Most Americans are addicted to the worst foods that have soybean oil, soy in it. And you sit back and you wonder, like, why are they putting soy in everything that we eat? Why do we need that? Why do we need soybean oil? And other countries have banned it, don't want it, don't have it in their food, all of these dyes and all these other things. You're constantly on drugs, medications, and pills, and things that keep you dormant, docile, all of this fluoride in the water and all in your toothpaste, and trying to calcify the pineal gland, the thing that's going to give you what you need to stand up and fight against whatever injustice there is. Why is this a problem in the US? Essentially, what he was saying. What was Matt saying in his letter? You are all cattle. They've already made a decision that they're going to leave you behind. The upper 1% have already chosen that. They've already made a choice that they're leaving you behind. So you are all cattle. Your health means nothing. But what they can gain, what they can monetize, is you not being healthy. You understand what I'm saying? It leaves you feeling as though you have no fight left in you. Why do you think figures like Tupac Shakur, Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, Marcus Garvey, these type of figures inspire you? Because they standing up for social injustice. And why do you think that they all are currently dead? It's because they stood up for social injustice. You understand what I'm saying? Because they truly effectively made change. They had command. You take a look at Malcolm X. He had command over quite a few individuals here in this country. He can literally have like 50 men sitting outside your business, your establishment, ready to shut it down. You understand what I'm saying? That type of power is a threat in this country. When's the last time you've seen that type of authority, that type of power, that type of command for change? When's the last time you've seen that type of avocation that has not been staged, that has not been bought by Jewish individuals, right, who bought out the Black Lives Matter movement, that effectively does nothing for Black lives? When's the last time we truly mobilized as a people outside of government influence and government orchestration? The ones who are at home watching this from the television are the ones who are real. You got NPCs who will jump out here and do exactly what the government is telling them to do for a check. The ones who are at home watching this from a distance and from safety are the ones who are real, and the ones who would have to stand in effect for change at some point. You understand what I'm saying? Then you do have some of them that got boots on ground out there, but we have not seen that, the mobilization. You got New Era Detroit, who recently shut down a gas station. That movement is growing, and as it continues to grow, you don't think that they're on the FBI watch list. You don't think that they're watching them. You don't think that the CIA will want to infiltrate that to get more intel. They're worried about what's going on domestically, not foreign. Let's continue, y'all. It's almost done. Let's continue.
For the rest of the Reich will collapse into nothingness. For what Germany needs and longs for today is a symbol of power and strength. So, at the end of my speech, I have to make a special request to those of you who are young. There is a very special reason for this. The other parties train their boys in mouthing off. We would rather train them physically, because I'll tell you this, the boy who does not find his way to...
That's so true. History were lies. They were history. Hidden truth and washed out lies, which is why we're in repeat. Shaking my head. The only thing that has progressed, the only position that they've truly increased and taken is the control of autonomy. The loss of autonomy is the destruction of the mind. The moment a human being, a woman loses autonomy of self, losing autonomy is the moment that the mind is truly being destroyed, is the destruction of the mind. And they're doing it effectively through entertainment. Effectively, might I add, it's extremely effective. Very. And it happens so subtle, you don't even realize it. Next thing you look up and, the person who you've been raising is totally different and nothing as like you. It's effective. This is the reason why it's around. You understand me? Let's continue.
To where the fate of his people will ultimately be decided. Who only studies philosophy and sits behind his book or at home behind the stove.
Yo, this is heavy shit. I'm not gonna lie. Let's continue.
He is not a German boy. I call upon you, join our storm divisions. No matter what slander and calumny you hear about them, you will know that they are formed for our protection, for your protection, and thus not only for the protection of the movement, but for the protection of a future Germany. And if you are blasphemed and if you are besmirched, then hail to you, boys. You already have the good fortune to be hated at the age of 18 and 19 by the worst scoundrels. What others have to fight for, this highest good of distinguishing the honest man from the bandit, falls into your lap as a bit of good luck in your youth. Be confident that the more they slander you, the higher you will rise in our esteem. We know that none of use could speak if it were not for you. We know and see that our movement would be crushed if you did not protect it. Today, you are the defense of a movement that is called to revolutionarily transform Germany from the ground up, so that what so many expected on November 9th may come to be a German Reich, a Germanic, and for our sake, a German Republic. Every battle must be fought to the end. Better that it comes sooner rather than later. And the one who goes into the fight with the most confidence from the start stands the most secure. And this highest confidence we can carry in our hearts for whoever is the leader of the German people on our side today, by God, has nothing to gain but everything to lose. He will have one great guarantee. Whoever fights for us today cannot win great laurels at present, much less great wealth. Rather, he is likely to end up in prison. Whoever is a leader for us today must be an idealist, if only because he leads those against whom everything seems to conspire. And finally, take this one assurance with you. If this fight were not to come, Germany would never get peace. It would languish, and at best finally perish as a rotten corpse. But we are not destined for that. We do not believe in the downfall of our people. We believe that the disaster which today our Lord God sends upon Germany is the scourge which which will whip us up to a new greatness, to a new power and glory, to a Germany which for the first time shall fulfill what millions of our best through centuries and millennia have inwardly hoped for. A Germany of the German people.
That's an interesting, very interesting. That was very interesting, y'all. I'm just, you know, I mean, the parallels are the parallels, right? And when you hear something like this, you know, it wakes you up, right? It's like a dose or a shot of reality. And it really just wakes you up to understanding and realizing what the truth may be. That the truth is that our intergovernmental system is thoroughly compromised. You understand what I'm saying? This is only a minute long. I really want you guys to hear
Everybody but me has an
long. This is only a minute long, and you're gonna get more of an understanding of what IPAC is. You understand what I'm saying? You definitely want to hear this.
Everybody but me has an APAC person.
What does that mean, an APAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your APAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for APAC.
Influence of APAC.
That's how it works on the Republican side. And when they come to DC, you go have lunch with them. And they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them.
The organizations launched the Reject IPAC. Okay. So they launched the Reject IPAC. The country, the influence of the group on U.S. politicians. Counter the influence of the group on U.S. politicians.
I've had 4 members of Congress say, I'll talk to my APAC person. And it's literally what we call them, my APAC guy. I'll talk to my APAC guy and see if I can get him to, you know, dial those ads back.
Yeah, it's getting deep. It's getting deep.
Ostensibly, it's a group of Americans who lobby on behalf of Israel. They're for anything Israel. And they're a very effective lobbying group.
And so, as you can see, that this is definitely a huge influence on the political system here in the U.S. You got to know this. These are some of the things you got to know, because if your government's compromised, you got to know that it means a lot for you. That means a lot for your family. It means a lot for your safety. It means a lot for a lot, right? But also being prepared, not for fear, but prepared for success, for glory. Not only for the Most High, right, in His name, but also for what is prophetically being spoken about. This is prophecy being unfolded. Revelations 2:9-9. You understand what I'm saying? Speaks on these things. And IPAC is an Israeli institution that is not registered here in the US, that has a huge influence on our political system and what happens, what doesn't happen. You understand what I'm saying? As you can hear him say, listen, they got to sit down and have lunch with some of these guys and actually get an okay for some of these things. You understand what I'm saying? This is how they run things. So that is one thing for sure. And like I said, we listened in on this translation. The parallels are crazy. The parallels are crazy as to what's taking place. And I believe that it was systematically done. And we all know that it was. They as soon as they rolled out the television, it was over. You understand me? It was over. It was over. And then it's consistently rolling out more technology that actually is the reason why the U.S. is where it's at a 38% tax raise, and of course, hyperinflation that we're at, and no one standing to actually do something to affect change, right? As a common unity, right? Everybody banding together, no matter what the race is, no matter what whatever. we all band together and be able to affect change. Because you think they're going to continue to do this if we're all standing together and demanding change within our communities? Nah, they're not going to do anything. They're going to grant the change. It's just that simple. So we're going to have to figure out great ways to be able to make this happen. 2025 is upon us, and I know that for sure that we're going to see some crazy stuff take place. So prepare yourself. Get ready. Get in there. Start training. Stay ready so you ain't got to get ready. You understand what I'm saying? Man, this is a deep one. This was a deep one. This is definitely a deep one, y'all. It was a deep one. And I'm going to drop the link for callers. If anybody wants to come in and add their opinions on anything that just took place or any information that recently came out, you can do so. But I'm about to close it out here very soon. So just so you know. Would that ever happen though? What? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's one thing. Who's to say? I don't know. You know, will the people stand? Will the people stand on charges? Yeah, that's just something. It's something to sit back and wait. Only Most High know what would happen with that. But I think it's definitely time to be aware of a lot of this stuff and just be armed with the knowledge of it, knowing how individuals spoke and talked. You understand what I'm saying? That way you'll be, this ain't going to be, honestly, listening to this translation really opened up a whole different, it was like a flower that finally bloomed. You understand what I'm saying? It was like a flower. Listening in on this thing was like a flower that finally bloomed. And now you have that, oh my gosh, moment. Wow. It's been right here the whole time. The same thing that they were effectively doing in that side of the earth, in Germany, with Russia. You understand what I'm saying? Is the reason why they started whatever revolution here, which I don't condone and I don't consent to the way that they went about doing things. I believe that it was very unethical. I don't agree with it. But the same thing they effectively have carried out, not only here in the US, but also in the UK, in Europe. You understand what I'm saying? It's worse here because of the way that it's being done, not only through our food, but our school systems and also through entertainment to control our minds to not even be aware that we're being robbed. You understand what I'm saying? They hand us fake money while they take all of the real assets for themselves, all the real money for themselves. You think that you're going to go and kill and rob for something that has tangible value. It does not. You out here killing somebody who looks just like you, murdering somebody who looks just like you for something that is fake and fictitious. And they laugh about it because they influence you to do it through the music, through the frequencies of the music, low vibrational frequencies that influencing you to take that position. The longer you ingest it, right, without a spiritual ear, without understanding, the more you're influenced by it. The more you are, and it's just been progressive over time. I remember when they used to start rolling out this, the what do they call the swingers, or what's that dance when they start getting more perverted in their dances, and Footloose, that movie came out about how dancing and things like that wasn't like the devil and things like that, and that older generation was coming down on the individuals in that movie in Footloose and was trying to stop that revolution of that new sound that was coming through. And like, man, no, it's fine. They literally brainwashed you to believe that all of this is okay and systematically progressed it and made it wax worse, and wax even worse. So now we have a sexy red out here telling your daughters literally that they are whores. You understand what I'm saying? Telling them to shake it because they know that they whores. You understand what I'm saying? And now when we look back on that movie in Footloose, you tend to lose any sense of sympathy for the individuals who felt like they just wanted to Damn.
You'll get no sympathy from me. You want sympathy? Look at the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
You don't get no sympathy for me. That was what that systematically did. You're starting to realize more and more through the control of the media, through the entertainment, through the food system that continuously pumps you full of soy. If you're eating those things, you go to the grocery store and you eat anything that's not natural, it's got some form of soy in it if you don't read those labels and try to make sure you keep it out of you. It's crazy. You got to just really pay attention, y'all. I really appreciate y'all rocking with me for this long, man. Listen, we even dove deep into this thing. This has been a really deep one. Honestly, I really enjoyed doing this one. This one was awesome, y'all. I really appreciate you guys rolling with me for this long. You understand what I'm saying? We about to go ahead and close this thing out. Man, on the way out, y'all, for all of my righteous alpha men, please drop a ram in the chat for me, please. And on the way out, all of my elegant women who are exceptional, drop the sheep in the chat for me, please. We're gonna go ahead and sign this thing out. Much love to you all. Appreciate you guys for flocking with me. May y'all keep you, and may y'all continue to bless you and keep you encouraged in the times that we in. All right, bless y'all. Shalom.